where they do these in-depth house tours of the most colossal mansions your brain is capable of imagining. These 17-bedroom, 30-bathroom houses where like 2 80-year-olds live. And my biggest takeaway from watching these videos is that after a certain point, the more expensive a house is, the uglier it is to look at. Anywhere from $1 to $10 million, and you've got this beautiful, modern, technological marvel of a house. But then when you get up to like $50 million, $100 million, they don't even feel like homes anymore. This is where pretend rich people live. I don't feel like I'm in someone's house right now. I feel like I'm walking through the set of Bridgerton. And I feel like these videos serve as proof that there is such a thing as having too much money. Do I need a bat cave in my house? Or a ski lift that'll take me to my second house? Or an old-timey barber chair in my billiards room? Or a rug that's made out of a bear that's still alive? I'll say it. Rich people have bad taste.
He said it. He said the title of the video.
Shh.
I'm trying to watch something.
I feel like there's probably a site on how much they cost. So this $2,000 couch may be pretty comfortable and look good in just about any living room, but this absurdist art piece pretending to be a couch costs $14,000. And that makes it better. I have no idea how I would even sit on this, but I'll hire someone to figure it out. Also, chandeliers. Nobody needs one. They have one of the worst cost to utility ratios of any household object, and yet if you're rich, you have 30 of them. But I'm not making this video to psychoanalyze rich people. I'm making it because there's a ton of funny moments in these Architectural Digest videos, and I want to show them to you.
You get to sit down here, watch your friends jump in the pool. Hopefully they're clothed.
Hello! Is it like that at your house? Because it's not like that at mine.
What really makes these videos fun to watch is the various hosts. It's never the same person twice. It's either the quiet rich guy who owns the house or a local realtor who watches a lot of HGTV. This guy, who I'm pretty sure is just Bono in a Howie Mandel costume, is great.
There's going to be times where maybe it's a little too warm or a little too cold, and it's so effortless and so simple just to close this off, give it a little tug, and it's effortless. It really is.
It's effortless, huh? What are they trying to hide with that hilariously timed cut? Closing this door is effortless. You just give it a little tug. Give it a little tug. Oh, my foot was in the way. It's effortless. We're gonna cut out that foot thing, right? I also love how they edit these. The transitions always make me laugh.
So let me show you the rest of this outdoor living space and how it all connects. Follow me. I'm standing outside.
All right, let's check out the other side of the room. So this is actually hand painted. This next guy's really good too. I like how he refuses to break eye contact with the camera, even for a second. So this is all my stuff.
The railings throughout the main living area are made up of hundreds of willow branches, but the focal point of this room, under the turret skylight, is the crystal of Crystal Point.
Oh, you're not gonna explain that? We're just gonna move on from the giant crystal.
This is my recliner, and this is my dehumidified dragon heart. Hey, let's check out the garage.
One of the more unique features of this home theater is while you're enjoying your movie with the doors closed, if someone enters the outer door, it blinks the lights on to alert you of their presence.
That's good. I am so tired of people sneaking up on me every time I try to watch a movie. I definitely like it better when the owner of the house talks about it themselves because they're always so proud of super specific things.
This is our outside covered living room. This room is a little smaller than the other rooms in the house because we wanted a cozier, comfier feel.
Like that seems to be a common theme in a lot of these. They always have giant rooms that they don't even want to be in.
This room is really the largest room in the house.
We don't spend as much time in here.
So then they're so proud of themselves when they've cracked the code by manufacturing a small space. Yeah, this room's tiny, but we did that on purpose. We could have made it really big, but we chose not to, and now it kind of feels like a home. Every once in a while, though, I forget that I'm listening to a billionaire talk, and then they'll say something completely absurd.
This is the children's theater. This piano over here, last summer Justin Bieber did a concert for 5 of us here. It was really an amazing thing.
A private Justin Bieber concert? Yeah, no, I do that too. Actually, he's performing here tonight. Isn't that right, Justin? Do you want to say something to the camera? He's shy.
This is the flower cutting room. This room really is for cutting fresh flowers. We have beautiful flower gardens here. I have never, ever in my life heard of a house having a flower cutting room before.
Yeah, no, neither have I. Because that's not a thing.
No need to hire a florist.
That's actually how we can afford this house, because of how much money we save on florists. And all we had to do was create a room that is dedicated solely to this specific task.
This is my shoe shining room. This is where I shine all my shoes. You know, when we first moved here, my kids begged me to turn this into their bedroom, and I said, no. Daddy gotta shine those shoes. Plus, their bunk bed looks really good out in the backyard.
In addition to this kitchen, we have a chef's kitchen, which we use most of the time, that cooks for the family, so the cook doesn't have to be in the kitchen, in the living space with the family.
I like how he tries to phrase that so that it's for the chef's benefit. We have our other kitchen downstairs, so our private chef can cook down there, and he doesn't have to come up in the big kitchen. Ugh, gross. He would hate that. Plus, it would be so hard for him to focus on cooking because we have so many private concerts up here. Actually, the ghost of Prince performed here the other night. Would have been very distracting, so that's why we keep him down in the dungeon. Basement. I said basement.
This is really a party room. It has race car machines, pinball machines, ATM machines.
They got an ATM down there? Now that's a party.
I'm gonna go bowling. I'm gonna play pinball. Hey, Brian, you coming? You guys go have fun without me. I'm gonna withdraw some fives.
Classic Brian.
$3 service fee.
So this is the movie theater, and what's unique about this movie theater is that it's on the first floor of the home. I've built many, many movie theaters before, and they're all in the basement, which I find people tend not to use because they have to walk down the stairs in the basement.
You wanna watch a movie tonight? You know, I'd love to. I really would, but the theater's all the way downstairs.
Oh, thank God. I'm so glad you said something. I did not want to walk down there.
Let's just keep hanging out on the floor.
Good idea. And then there's this ludicrous Bel Air house that's actually 4 houses. It's so big, the realtor showing it to us has to be driven around in a golf cart. And that guy is having a great time.
And listen to those rolling streams. And over there,
That's where we keep the pianist. Be careful. Please don't let him out. He always tries to run.
music to my ears. And this can all be yours for $195 million.
Sometimes architectural design will go into celebrities' homes, which is fun for me because I love to judge famous people. Here's one where they go into Pierce Brosnan's $100 million beach mansion, or at least I think it's Pierce Brosnan. Can we confirm that?
Pierce Brosnan. Pierce's closet. Let me show you Pierce's bathroom. Lucky Pierce.
Okay, yeah, I thought I heard correctly. I've noticed that the biggest difference between a celebrity's house and a regular rich person's house is that celebs always have a really dumb chair. Kerry Washington has this beautiful living room with 2 concrete toilets. In Alex Rodriguez's outside bathroom, I guess, he has this little wooden hammock that is so thin, it would probably give me a wedgie. Of course, it's not all fun and games. There was the incident.
I love limes. I love them. They're great. I love them so much, and I like to present them like this in my house.
Oh, that's awesome, Dakota. I love limes too. And I know I can trust you because you've been in movies. Well, apparently not, because then she went on Jimmy Fallon, Funniest Talk Show, and revealed the truth.
What do you do with all those limes?
I actually didn't even know that they were in there. I was giving the tour and went into the kitchen, and it was set dressing. It was hard to just ignore them, so I just lied. Just lied.
I'm never trusting anyone ever again.
I love lime.
Actually, no, that's not the truth. Dakota.
But my favorite celebrity house has to be Dita Von Teese's taxidermy-filled home. She's got a stuffed rabbit, stuffed birds, a stuffed fox, a stuffed cheetah and tiger, a stuffed cat. Wait, hold on. Oh. Okay, I think that's just a regular cat. All of a sudden, I have a new dream home. I want to build a 2-story house, kitchen on the bottom, my future child's bedroom right above that, hole in the ceiling. A full-size stuffed giraffe that starts in the kitchen, neck pops up through the hole, head looks at the child, making sure he goes to bed on time, and then every morning I'll shout through the hole, "Oh, Drew Jr., I made egg!" And he excitedly jumps out of bed, makes that sound that Anakin made in The Phantom Menace. Yippee! He then hops onto the giraffe, slides down his neck, lands perfectly in the chair, fork and knife in hand, bib already on, and says, "Good morning." Dad? Turns out I'm already gone. You see, I was concerned he wasn't going to get out of bed in time. So I had started marching up the stairs, ready to discipline my sweet boy. I open up his door, go, huh? Look down the hole. He's already scarfed down his whole breakfast, threw the bib off, backpack on, looks up to me, says, see you later, Dad, and then scurries out the door just in time to make the bus. And then the giraffe comes back to life and we play video games all day till my son comes home. And that's my dream. Turns out, though, that taxidermy is way more expensive than I thought. So I'm gonna have to do a brand deal.
Hi, I'm a cousin, but you may recognize me as founder and CEO of pictureofhotdog.com, the world's most flammable website. Almost every day, someone comes up to me on the street, face covered in tears, and tells me all about how my website changed their life, or something like that. To be honest, I don't really pay attention. I'm a terrible listener. I'm just here to tell you about how I made the website using today's sponsor, Squarespace. HTML, algorithm, computer. I don't know what any of those words mean, but I didn't let that stop me from using Squarespace to create a beautiful website from scratch. Multiple websites, actually. This is my third. Squarespace is so foolproof, you don't have to know how to code in order to make a website that you've been dreaming of, whether it's for your business, your side hustle, or even just a hobby. Start by choosing a great looking template that best fits what you're going for, and then start dragging and dropping to fill in the blanks. It's pretty much that simple. They have a million great features. Literally every time I log in, I notice something for the first time, like how you can integrate a comment system if you want people to interact with your posts. Maybe I should do that on my own website, or maybe I already did. You can also add a custom search engine. You can embed audio, like if you have music or a podcast. You can even edit your website from the Squarespace mobile app in case you just thought of a brilliant idea and you don't have time to get to a computer. Again, I'm not 100% sure what a computer is, but it sounds familiar. I think I saw it in a movie. To get started with a 14-day free trial, head to squarespace.com/Drew, and when you're ready to launch your brand new site, use my promo code Drew for 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video and for letting me continue my hot dog joke for over a year.
Thank you so much for watching today's video, guy, and I'm sorry if I made you jealous with my sweet pad. Before I get out of here, I do want to give a quick shout out to my homies. Y'all already know who you are. You're my day ones, my ride or dies, and that's on God. Be sure to smash that subscribe button so you can be notified when I upload tomorrow. I'm gonna be making a video about the stock market because I have a lot to say about it and I know what's going on with that. And so I'm gonna talk about that tomorrow. So be on the lookout for that. See you then.
I think I might have too much stuff. I gotta stop making these videos where I just buy the first slightly interesting piece of garbage I see advertised on the internet. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Or this? I spent like $200 on this tracksuit and I literally only use it to muffle the sound coming from my room when I'm yelling at Fortnite at 2 a.m. Where did you go? I'm getting shot. Just because I have a lot of fun making these videos and people seem to really like watching these videos and it's my favorite series to do on my channel doesn't mean I should keep doing it.
Oh my God. I gotta buy this.
Hey guys, welcome back to Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium. So as it turns out, the man cave sign that I was really excited about in my last video flashes at all times, and that's gonna be really distracting. So I'm gonna have to turn that off. There's a fun game I've started playing that you too can play if you wanna fuck with the advertisers a little bit. Instead of ignoring an ad for a product that you don't want, click on it. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but hear me out. You're gonna wanna scroll around for a bit, just maybe 10, 20 seconds, enough to establish a presence there, and then exit out of the ad and go about your day. The algorithm is going to make note of that and they're gonna show that ad to you again. Don't be alarmed. This is all part of the plan. Next time you see it, you're gonna wanna repeat steps 1 and 2 until you get the ad for a third time and do the same thing, so on and so forth forever. Now, it's important that you never actually buy anything from the website. That is not the point of what we're trying to do here. What we're trying to do is get this company to waste their entire ad budget on you without ever getting a sale in return. It's the perfect prank. But unfortunately, this is not a series about getting advertisers to waste their money. It's about me wasting my money for your entertainment. So let's start. I'm gonna show these to you in order of most promising to most confusing. First up is the Cozy Band.
I love relaxing in bed with my Cozy Band headphones. They're perfect for Netflix, music, podcasts, meditations. Why?
Not gonna lie, this is very intriguing to me. I've noticed I fall asleep much faster if I'm listening to music, and obviously I can't just blast some speakers right next to a bed that I share. And it also kind of hurts to wear my giant headphones to bed, unless I'm laying face down. But every time I do that, I suffocate and die. But this thing, I can just have on my head. It even doubles as an eye mask. To be fair, yeah, you technically could just do this with regular headphones, but I know if I did, I wouldn't be able to go to sleep because I'd be distracted thinking about how cool I look. Not really much else to this. It's kind of on the cheap side, which actually worries me. I know that sounds weird. Obviously, if something ends up sucking, I'd rather have not spent a lot of money on it, but now I'm just expecting these headphones to sound like shit, so we'll see. Another thing I'm genuinely curious to try is this garlic ejector.
You don't have to peel your garlic, you don't have to chop it, nothing. It scrapes itself clean, which is crazy, and then it pings away the peel, all in one go. You don't have to touch your garlic at all.
Peeling and mincing one little clove of garlic is the most annoying detour to have to take while cooking. It's not the cutting part I dislike, it's the stickiness of the garlic. It gets all over your fingers, and now you gotta wash your hands again, even though you already did. Hopefully, please tell me you washed your hands. But maybe the Garject tool from dreamfarm.com is the answer to all my problems. Normally I would be put off by the odd font choices they've made here, a font that I can only describe as Comic Sans trying to clean up his act. But after seeing so many websites in the series that all look the same, this is actually kind of a nice change of pace. I guess you gotta be a little silly when you have a product called Brizzle, or a Flisk, or a Mini Sapoon. Am I having a stroke? I'm having a hard time telling the difference between the regular and the light version other than the price. So I guess I'll just buy the cheaper one. Sorry, Dream Farm, you gotta make the premium version look more enticing. Now, I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I'm something of a content creator. I like to make videos on the internet and then do nothing for 3 weeks. But maybe the thing I need to help boost my productivity is a little tripod that follows me around. That way I don't have to sit down and set up my camera. I can just be passively recording myself at all times.
I can be washing dishes here in the sink, checking on my pie crust, opening the oven, blending in my blender,
tying my shoes, petting my cat, getting scratched by my cat, berating my cat. Make an impression, build a following. You know, I don't think they can guarantee that. You're not definitely gonna get famous just because you bought a spinning tripod. Again, I'm gonna buy the light version because just like with the garlic thing, they've done nothing to entice me to buy the expensive one.
Nano bag, a bag inside a bag. That's because as spacious as the sling is, sometimes you go a little too overboard with souvenirs, and once you pop this open and allow it to reach its full potential, you've now got a whole grocery bag worth of additional space.
I don't really have a joke for this one. It's a little bag. That's all it is. I'm just curious to see it. It's gotta be thin as hell in order for it to get that tiny, and I have a feeling it's going to break at the worst possible time. Not that there's a good time for a bag to break, but I just know the moment I start lugging around 4 gallons of loose milk, that thing is tearing in half. I'll say it. That looks pretty good. I wonder what other kind of slushies he's made.
When I say this cup can turn literally anything into a slushie, I mean it.
Oh no.
Just pour and squeeze for less than 60 seconds.
No, don't do that.
Comment what else you think can't turn into a slushie.
Come on, didn't we already learn our lesson with Tide Pods? You're not supposed to make it look delicious.
My name Jeff.
We already sent you 2 free slushie cups.
I wanted 4.
That's how you do it, shit.
I'm not sure I understood any part of that conversation, but they did make ice pretty fast, so that's cool. Okay, but so far they've made my 2 favorite flavors of slushie, laundry detergent and water. Yum! Let's check out their website. We're about to enter the hottest season of the year, and you need to make sure that your body's taken care of. Not only do slushes taste amazing, but frozen drinks are proven to be beneficial to our health. You know, I don't think I'm gonna take health advice from the guy who did this. Also, you got a reference for that? Like a data you could show me? Or am I just gonna have to take your word for it? Is cold drinks good for health? Oh. Kind of seems like the opposite is true. Okay, well they're talking about like soda, and so obviously soda's bad for you. Frozen drinks, good for health. Cold water impacts digestion. What is this like Science meme website. Who is this for? Well, I Googled it for 30 seconds and the results are inconclusive, so maybe I'll just read the reviews. I took it for my daughter. She is happy. In principle, a cool thing. All right, well, I'm sold.
Is that Instagrams?
My upright vibrates every time I slouch.
Immediately, great start to an ad. Is that Instagrams? Uh-huh. Yeah, I taped a photo sharing website to my back.
Which trains my brain to sit up straight.
Finally, he's using his brain.
Now, I love me a good silly ad. This is pretty solid marketing, especially for such a bizarre looking product. But they do make a lot of promises in a short period of time.
So now I can focus on my work instead of my posture. It saves me money. You always wanted to be 2 inches taller, right?
So I'm gonna get more work done, I'll save money on my chiropractor, and I'll get taller by using this. That's a lot of benefits for $76. That guy who spent like $100 grand on limb lengthening surgery is gonna be pissed when he finds out about this. Okay, so there's one last product I found that I have no intention of buying because even though my scam detectors were off the charts, I'm pretty sure it's going to burn my house down. But I wanna show this to you because it's actually one of the most bizarre ads I've ever seen. Wow. You know what? Actually, it's over 5 minutes long. I'm just gonna sum it up. So this guy, Alan Jackson, is one of the most accomplished students at MIT. He invented something, which they take forever to even explain what it is, and the biggest power companies in America tried to buy it from him for $1 million so they could shut it down, but he said no. He's a man of the people. You see, Alan was blessed with an IQ of 150, a made-up number that doesn't actually mean you're gonna be more likely to invent something, but go off. He discovered that more power was flowing through their house than they needed and they were spending all this extra money. So he creates a thing that like gets it to stop doing that. And then he tests out his prototype and it's so successful that according to this image, the power bill was a negative number. This device is so efficient that the electric company owed him money. 3 minutes in, they finally explain what this thing does. You plug it into any power outlet in your house and it saves you $300 a month. So that all sounds great, I guess. But I did a little bit of research and I'm pretty sure none of that is real. Alan Jackson, the genius MIT student, totally made up. You'd think there would be even one article about this 19-year-old whiz kid who's literally cutting people's power bills in half. But the only notable Alan Jackson I could find is a 63-year-old country singer. Hoochie coochie. They also used a quote from Tech Daily magazine, who I found on Instagram. They have 0 followers and haven't posted in 15 months. So maybe this is a quote straight from their website. Well, they also haven't updated that since last year. And you're not gonna believe this, but PowerSave isn't even trademarked, at least not by Alan. He would not have even been born yet when this was registered in 1994. So I guess my question is, who the hell is this kid? They have all this footage of, is this like a YouTuber they found? Or is this just more stock footage? I mean, they certainly got their money's worth from their Storyblock subscription. I'm pretty sure they used their entire library in this ad. But whoever it is, I would love to find him and bring this to his attention. So if you recognize this man, let me know. So to summarize, the inventor's not real, his backstory's not real, and the product is clearly just a piece of crap that's either extremely useless or, worst case, extremely dangerous. But like, you can do that? You can just resell some cheap bullshit you found on AliExpress and make up an entirely fake narrative to go along with it? Don't mind if...
Mail's here. So the way I make these videos now is every time I see something that is interesting to me and I know I'm gonna make a video about it, I just buy it that day. So some of these things arrived a week ago. Others have been sitting in my closet for like 2 months. In other words, I've been looking forward to this day for a very long time. Definitely the first thing I wanna open is the posture corrector. The sooner I start using that, the better. They said that sweet old lady from the commercial is 2 inches taller now, but with my slouch, I'm thinking I could go like half a foot. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, this is the Upright Go 2. They worked out all the kinks from the first one. I don't know what those kinks might have been. Maybe it shocked you too hard. Yep, see this one says gentle vibration feedback. Definitely it was too harsh before. You can track your posture from day to day. You can have daily goals. I assume the goal would just be to have good posture every day. This box is very reminiscent of opening up an iPhone for the first time, only way more disappointing. So this comes with, looks like about 10 pieces of tape and then a few alcohol prep pads. You know, gotta disinfect your back before you put this on. Comes with a little guitar pick. How fun. I mean, technically it says adhesive removal tool, but I could strum a few chords with this. So I think I can just put it on now. I hope it's charged. Am I gonna have to charge it while it's on my back? I don't even know how to film this. It's hard enough to put this on by myself. Oh, there's a button on it. I accidentally hit a button. I hope that's not self-destruct mode. What's your main posture goal? For it to be better? I'm in this purely for vanity. I'm just trying to look better. Turn on your Go. Oh, no, I can't see it. I hope it's blinking. I put it on way too early. Sorry, I gotta update it first. I think the new season just came out. Should I buy the battle pass? Now let's learn how to place the Go on your back. Well, I already did it, so. Attaches, Make sure your upper back is clean and dry. Now peel off the green cover. Okay, I already... What the fuck? Dude, this thing will just randomly go back like 5 steps. Is it because I'm clicking too fast? And it's like, nope, you're not comprehending. You're gonna have to start over. Great. Okay. Did the app crash? Or... I think I broke the app by trying to use it. What is happening? It's just stuck on this black screen. And every time I exit out, it's still on the black screen. What if my posture is just so bad that the app took one look at me and was like, yeah, dude, there's nothing we can do here, sorry. This guy is a lost cause. It's not my fault that puberty gave me scoliosis. That moment when your posture app crashes, so you have to restart your phone. All right, let's fucking go, dude. I'm so pumped for this shit. I don't even know what to do. All right, last resort. I am going to delete the app and I'm going to download it again. I'm having a great time. This is the best day of my life. Let's learn how to place it on your back. More on adhesives. Yeah, can you tell me how tape works, please? Jesus Christ. Okay, should I watch the video? I'll watch the video this time. I think they got mad that I didn't watch their video they made.
Plant your feet on the ground so your knees form a 90-degree angle. Now straighten up and imagine there's a string pulling you up. Next, pull your shoulders back slightly. Being upright should feel comfortable. Lastly, relax. And don't forget to breathe. Let's start by saying hello to your avatar. Every day you get a daily uptime goal. Fill up this ring to complete your daily goal.
Okay, yeah. My goal is an hour a day. That doesn't seem that, like, it doesn't seem like that much. Like, I feel like if I'm slouching for every other hour of the day, I'm not doing a good job. All right, let's see. 4, 3, 2, 1. I knew it was gonna happen. It still scared me. It doesn't just buzz once to let you know that you're fucking up. It keeps going until you correct it. Cool. Well, the battery life is already 50%. I'm curious to see how long it lasts. But other than that, I guess I can just go about the rest of my day and check in on this when I need to. This is definitely the nano bag because it is microscopic. Oh, that's right, I got 2. They just gave me a free one at the end. This is the regular one. And this is the mini. As you can see, there's a pretty massive difference there. This is probably a 1/4 of an inch taller. I feel like it's gonna be really hard to fold it up the perfect size and get it back in here. Have you ever taken a cover off of a beanbag chair, washed it, and then tried to put it back on? It's a nightmare. And I'm gonna have to do this every time I go shopping? I don't know about that. Okay, it's going in. No, this is pretty cool. Maybe I'll just leave the handle out, so. Okay, it's gonna take some getting used to.
For the next 6 days, I wore my upright everywhere I went. I wore it to Best Buy. I wore it to a thrift shop. I wore it to Curtis Connor's stand-up show because good posture takes no days off. I treated it like a boot camp. When the battery died, I just plugged it in and kept on going. And whenever my back would vibrate, I would punish myself by doing 50 push-ups. Unfortunately, it would think that I was still slouching while doing the push-ups, so then I would have to do even more. It was sort of this endless cycle of I probably did thousands of push-ups yesterday. Long story short, my arms are very tired.
So this thing definitely gets in your head about how you're sitting.
There's so many things you do every day that you don't even realize that you slouch during, but that also arguably don't really matter that you're slouching. Like every day, when I eat my lunch and I'm leaning over to eat my food, this thing screams at me, no, that's not how you're supposed to sit. You're supposed to sit up straight. God forbid I bend over a little bit.
And then the opposite of eating, which is of course going to the bathroom, upright does not like that.
Back must be pressed against the toilet at all times. This is how you poop.
Although it took me like 3 days to stop thinking that I was getting a text every time it buzzed. My shirt would randomly start vibrating and I would be like, wait, is that Instagram? I very quickly had to raise the delay from 15 to 30 seconds because it was driving me crazy. The constant buzzing whenever you're so much as reading an email is, I think, more annoying than helpful. I think it was also a good idea to turn off the device while I was doing an activity that I knew I would have to slouch during. Like if I know I'm gonna be leaning over my stove for half an hour, I don't want my back vibrating at me every 5 seconds because I had the audacity to look down at what I was doing. I don't think I would feel comfortable saying that this is worth $76. But if I were to ignore the cost and just look at it objectively, I think it did have a slightly positive impact on me. At the very least, it gets me thinking about my posture. And if I'm able to transform that into more of a subconscious thought, and that's what it takes to finally fix my gamer boy slouch, then, you know, so be it. Did someone say bag test? I did. It was me. In an effort to review the most utilitarian product in an interesting way, I'm just gonna keep putting a bunch of stuff in it until it breaks. Don't worry though, if it does break, no harm will be done because I'm gonna do the test above my very soft and very big beanbag chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think I was talking about you? Hell no. You're not soft. You're not big. If I dropped my valuable possessions on top of you, they would all break.
So anyway, let's get started. The website says it holds up to 66 pounds, but I think they're talking about the regular version. This is the mini. I assume it would hold less than that. I have like 55 pounds worth of weight, so we'll see if it can do all that. The best part is I didn't spend any money on this, so if it does break, that's okay. It was free. 17 pounds. So far, so good. This will be 27 pounds. 37 pounds. Okay. So if I were just doing this test in my regular life, I would stop here because I can't imagine myself ever needing to carry more than this. If I did, I would just take more bags. But this isn't real life. This is a YouTube video. So, yeah, I'm gonna do all the weights. If it'll fit. 55 pounds. I'm not stalling because it's gonna be difficult for me to lift this up at this angle. I guess I could stand on the beanbag, but then if it drops, it's gonna drop on my foot, and I might like break my foot, and I don't wanna do that. Gotta be real careful with it. I would find more things around my house to put in there and make it weigh more, but the fact that this holds 55 pounds with no issues, and I myself can't really hold 55 pounds with no issues, I don't see this ever being a problem if I'm out in public and this is the only bag I have. I'm not gonna get 70 pounds worth of stuff, because my arms will fall off. Alright, let me try again. I really thought this would break. I don't think I've been this surprised to see a product do what it was advertised to do since I poured Gatorade all over that shirt. Lucky for me, I have another tiny bag here. This one holds the Cozy Band. Now, usually you would hope and even expect that a device like this would come with written instructions, but these two items were literally the only things in the box. Guess I'll just figure it out on my own. First thing I noticed is somewhat of a troubling aroma emanating from this thing, which is fine, you know, I only have to put it on my face. I wasn't sure if the inside would have actual earbuds that like hook into your ear. Looks like little speakers kind of hidden beneath the band. Oh, cool, you could have like the wire stick out if you want. Maybe that I could hook onto my ear, make sure it doesn't go anywhere. So far, so good. Kind of seems like they don't get close enough to my ears. I guess if I was laying down, it would work. Obviously, the only thing I can do is try it out. I'm gonna sleep with this for a couple nights and I will let you know. Nighty night. Okay, well, it's been a couple days now, and you can definitely notice the cheapness here. The sound quality's not great. It kinda seems like they just shoved two speakers into a sweatband. Probably because that's what they did. If you were hoping to wash this in some capacity, you have to painstakingly remove the electronics from the Cozy Band and then put them back in exactly where they were, which is an extremely tedious process. This one single sentence on their website did not prepare me for how difficult it would be. It's certainly more comfortable than wearing regular headphones, although the speakers fit so loosely that they end up kind of sliding around and ending up in places they're not supposed to. So the solution for that is to make it louder, but the sound kind of bleeds out, and then I can't fully relax because now I'm worried I'm gonna wake Amanda up with the Law Dispute song that came up on Shuffle. I will say it fits really well for me specifically. So hopefully you and I have the same sized head, otherwise you're out of luck because there's no way to adjust the size. That's why a lot of the negative reviews are either too tight or too big. For $40, you can't expect some super high-end device. So I will say that it's not terrible and it could be worse. So we here over at the Drew Gooden channel officially give the Cozy Band a 3 out of 5. Unfortunately, I didn't get a lick of sleep after this because even though I was up all night configuring my new tripod, which involved downloading their horribly rated app, when I was finally ready to use it to record the next segment with Amanda, this happened. Oh no, I don't think it knows what to do. All right, it's slushy time. How does it feel?
Cold.
Yeah. Based on what I saw on this person's Instagram, they did an orange juice one, they did a strawberry milk one, famously from earlier in the video, and they also did a Coke one, but I'm more of a Dr. Pepper guy.
You want to shake this up before we open it?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Just do a little bit. Probably good. And then you have to like squeeze it for, the box says several minutes.
It's so cold.
I guess it's kind of already slushed it up.
It doesn't really look that appetizing.
So what do you guys think? All right, bottom up. Oh no.
It's like slimy.
It's so slimy, that's a good word for it. I mean, it looks good.
Is this what you feed babies?
Mm-hmm, mushy Dr. Pepper.
It's like chunky but slimy.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so slimy, it's weird. I think I'll do the honors this time. This is strawberry milk. It's not quite as pink as the one from the video. This looks exactly like a baby bottle. Oh my god.
This looks wrong.
I promise you this is what we're supposed to do. This one took significantly longer to freeze, so in the meantime, I'm going to read to you some of my favorite phrases from the box. As far as I can tell, the text on here went through one single pass of Google Translate. Frozen Magic Squeeze Cup slushifies your drink in minutes. It's that easy. No mess, no fuss. Put on the lid and squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Use Frozen Magic Squeeze Cup over and over again. The fun never ends. So is the point of this product to make drinks out of it, or is the point just that it's a fun toy? It's BPA free, it's non-toxic, it's easy make, it's no mess, no fuss. Attention, because of various brand models of refrigerator freezer temperature adjustment by different, sometimes need to put more time will be frozen. This is a normal phenomenon. This one I'm the most excited about. The orange juice, I don't really give a shit. I only bought it because they did it on the Instagram.
It's like eating
It's like eating strawberry milk.
Yeah.
This one tastes good. This tastes like a strawberry milkshake that's been melted a little bit.
I would do this again.
That's pretty good. Honestly, don't do a soda. It's just not, I don't think it's made for soda. But this is pretty good.
Lactose intolerant.
You'll be fine though. This is just whole milk. Yummy.
You got a little something.
Huh? Right over here.
You got it.
Got milk. Well, I had to wait for this thing to get cold again, but I've made myself some orange juice slushy to drink while I garject. That was a weird sentence. Oh my god. It tastes just like orange juice, but a little bit colder. So anyway, I tried using this thing once already, and it kind of worked. As you can attempt to see in this extremely blurry footage, the peel doesn't exactly slide off in one swift movement, as was advertised. If you leave it on like they said you could, it gets ripped up into little pieces and hitchhikes a ride into whatever food you're making. It's kind of like how if you had an egg and you tried to shove it through a cheese grater, the shell isn't gonna just magically disappear. It's coming too. But you know, that one major bit of false advertising aside, it works pretty well once the garlic is peeled. See, that's the part I was hoping to not have to do. It's a shame that you still have to like touch it if you don't want to waste all the garlic that's still stuck to the thing. But then of course your fingers get all sticky, which is the other thing I was hoping to not have to do anymore. We're kind of 0 for 2 on the two things I was looking most forward to. Is this better than having to dice up the garlic myself? Absolutely. Am I glad I bought it? Absolutely. But am I, you know, a little disappointed that I can't just do everything in one foul swoop? Yeah. I'm gonna have to do like 3 or 4 foul swoops. And that's too many foul swoops. Anyway, it looks like I have a frozen treat and a pile of minced garlic here, and there's 2 of us. So I'm gonna let you choose which one you want the, yeah, I thought you'd want the orange juice. No, that's fine. Yeah, you can have that. I'll just grab, I guess, a fork for this. No. You made up your mind. You can have the orange juice. No, you can have the orange juice. All right. You can't take it back now because you feel bad about what you've made me done, what I have to do. All right, I think that's enough out of that guy. Thank you all so much for watching episode 700 of Instagram by Try. We did it all today. We buyed, we tried, and I think we all cried. I do want to give you guys a big thank you before I get out of here. I launched some new merch a few weeks ago. I didn't even promote it in a YouTube video. I just talked about it on Twitter and Instagram, and then we sold out like super fast. These are some of my favorite designs ever, and I'm so thankful for all the support on that, and I'm glad you guys like them as much as I do. Now, I don't want to spoil the next episode too much, but I will say we're gonna have a very special guest, Brendan Fraser from the movie Mummy. How did that get there? Like I was saying, Brendan and I met years ago on the set of George of the Jungle. It's actually a funny story. He was swinging on one tree, I was swinging on another, and we ran... Oh my God. Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm trying to promote today's sponsor, HelloFresh? I'm 28 years old, and I like to think that I'm pretty good at cooking. But I used to not be. I used to get really easily overwhelmed by the idea of prepping and cooking food, and so I often wouldn't. And honestly, I think I owe 90% of the confidence I have now in the kitchen to the 4+ years of me using HelloFresh. When all of the guesswork is taken out of the equation, when you don't have to know a recipe off the top of your head, or go to the store to get all the crap that you need, or skip past 37 paragraphs of someone explaining to you why spaghetti holds a special place in their heart, it just makes the process so much easier. It's like training wheels, but for sauteing. One of my favorite things about HelloFresh is their flexibility and the variety of recipes to choose from every week, which you can easily manage on the app. Skip a week if you're gonna be out of town. Add some shrimp to your meal, just cause you feel like it. Maybe you're feeling adventurous and you wanna try out some cheese-stuffed burgers, or maybe you just wanna get the same meal twice because it's your favorite and it's easy to make. That's fine. This is a safe space for people like us. You will never get bored with HelloFresh because they're constantly cycling in seasonal meals to keep things exciting. Like I said, I've been using it for over 4 years now, and there are still recipes that pop up all the time that I've never seen before. And since everything is portioned to the exact amount that you need, I find myself wasting significantly less food than when I go to the grocery store and forget that I bought all those onions and never used them. Ultimately, for me, HelloFresh just makes the entire process of cooking simpler and therefore more enjoyable. I think they're a big reason why I like cooking so much now and why I feel so confident doing it. So if you want to try out HelloFresh for yourself, now is the perfect time because I've got a deal for you. Just go to HelloFresh.com and use my promo code I'mALittleStinker16 for 16 free meals and 3 surprise gifts. Again, my promo code is I'mALittleStinker16. Thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video. Okay, that's the whole video now. Buy my merch if you want, but you don't have to. See you next time. Thanks for watching. Bye. Everybody keeps saying, Drew, you can't restock your merch. You don't know how. You're too stupid. But guess what, loser? I figured it out. And now you can buy more shirts at DrewGoodenShop.com. Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of My Braless Wife bringing me a sandwich I didn't ask for. So I made a Twitch account in 2018 with the intention of streaming regularly, and in the 4 years since, I have streamed once. I keep telling myself I'll go back to it, but as with everything else in life, I remember it's just so much easier not to, so I don't. But today, that all changes, thanks to the help of one man, Tyler Ninja Blevins. If you don't know who Ninja is, he's sort of the Michael Jordan of having blue hair. If you do know who Ninja is, you probably expected me to say he's the Michael Jordan of Twitch streaming, but that would imply that he's one of the very best at it. I don't know if that's true. I think at this point, there are tons of people doing an equal or better job of representing how fun and exciting Twitch can be. Ninja might just be the only streamer that, like, your grandma has heard of because she saw him on Ellen. Since there's such a large portion of the general population that had no idea what a Fortnite stream was when their kids told them it was their new favorite thing to watch, I think someone had to be anointed as, like, the face of it. And Ninja is a high energy guy. He's very good at video games. He made himself super marketable, and he used to stream all the time, which made him constantly accessible. He was the right dude in the right moment, playing the right game, and to his credit, he totally embraced it. Not everyone in that position would have said yes to as many things as he did. Sometimes it's actually okay not to do everything that's offered to you, because you never know when you might end up unsuccessfully trying to cheer up a bunch of cold, wet New Yorkers by flossing like your life depends on it. I'm not seeing enough movement! As far as I can tell, Ninja is just a guy who got way more famous than he ever needed to be. And apart from his weird creator beefs and notoriously bizarre tweets, I don't really have too strong of an opinion about him at this point in my life. Anyway, all of that brings us up to a few months ago, March 2022. Ninja launches his exclusive masterclass. With years of clicking and yelling now under his belt, Tyler is finally ready to share the secrets that led him to the top for the low, low price of one annual membership to masterclass.com. For the record, this is a 1-month class, but in order to take it, you have to be subscribed to the website for an entire year, which will cost you $180. A small price to pay once you find out they have classes from both Clintons. So you already know the drill. I'm going to sign up for this class, and I'm going to regret it. Full disclosure, I signed up for this already. I'm filming this intro after the fact. Can someone tell me why the fuck I bought the Duo version? Did I think I was gonna be watching him on 2 devices at the same time? What would that even accomplish for me? So anyway, I spent $240 on this class. Most people will choose to spend a little bit less. One of the first things he gives you at the start of the class is a PDF document with all sorts of gaming and streaming lingo. I cannot overstate how helpful this glossary is. There are some extremely advanced terms on here that would have thrown me for a loop had I heard them casually used throughout one of the courses. You know, things like keyboard, YouTube, mouse. Apparently that's the thing that you click with, but I don't know. I'm still new to this. The true beginning of this class is a section that has equipment for all different budgets, links on where to buy everything, and honestly, that's a pretty valuable resource to have all in one place. But I can't help but laugh whenever he says something like this.
You only need one monitor if you can afford more than one, then that is definitely recommended. But if you can't afford 2 monitors...
If you can't afford a second monitor because I made you spend the cost of one on this class, then you know what? That's on me. That's my bad. Sorry about that. That's kind of the irony of this whole section.
I recommend that you spend a good amount of money on your gaming PC.
Relative to other hobbies, streaming can be very expensive to start out. Even the lowest end computer that he recommends is about $1,000. And you still have to buy a microphone, a webcam, a mouse, and keyboard, 2 things we just learned about earlier. He really tries to stress how every dollar is so important when you're starting out. So it's like, I don't know, maybe save 180 of them for equipment and then just watch an OBS YouTube tutorial for free. Speaking of which, I love this line.
It's plug and play for a reason. It may seem a little scary, but it's not. There's tutorials everywhere on the internet.
Ninja, I don't know if you know this. You're filming a tutorial. Don't outsource the work to someone else. Just tell me how to do these things while I'm here in the class that you're teaching.
In this second clip, you will already immediately see the evolution of my streaming personality.
What's going on, guys?
It's so funny to hear him describe the things that he does well in like an analytical way.
Okay, here we go. See, now it's okay. We're on a good lead.
You can see I'm wearing my hat. I'm clearly doing a funny voice.
And obviously you probably noticed as well that I will often make silly faces. So sometimes I'll do one of these, you know, or maybe I'll hit him with one of these. And that's just one of those funny ass things you can do.
And, you know, of course, it's entertaining to watch.
This makes me laugh and laugh so hard.
This next clip I'm going to show you is kind of me evolving a little bit as a content creator.
Hello, everybody.
What do you guys notice that has changed? My background has changed. I had a better chair.
Okay, so evolving as a creator means buying a more expensive chair.
My light setup was totally different, way more appealing.
All right, well, I thought maybe he was going to talk a little bit more about like evolving your personality, but it seems like his advice is just to, you know, spend more money on the wall behind you. Hey, he's the master, and this is his class.
Things in the background were more appealing. You know, you have the gaming fridge, of course, with the energy drinks in there. That's always fun to look at.
Yeah, I have a lot of fun looking at that fridge.
Hey man, we're gonna go wear suits to the new Minions movie. You trying to come?
No can do, big guy. I have got my day filled.
Oh, wow. That fridge is really fun to look at.
I know.
In the very first one, it was just my full screen webcam. The next one, I was reacting to a clip that I had, and you know, I was wearing a hat.
All right, there we go. If you want to get better at streaming, put on a hat. You know, that's probably why my friend Chris is so good at streaming. That dude has so many hats.
My headphones were upgraded. The my hair was blue.
Now we're getting somewhere. These are actionable steps. Wear a funny hat and dye your hair. Fuck. If you're like me and you're not exactly sure why that matters so much, he does actually have some pretty insightful commentary about it.
People really wanted me to always have my hair blue, and it just became a part of my brand. There are a couple of categories.
Oh, okay. I guess that's it. Absolutely great editing there. Gotta love the cut right as he's opening his mouth to say more. I couldn't believe actually how many times he mentions his blue hair in this class.
Okay, so we have Ninja blue hair, right? I dyed my hair blue and everyone thought, okay, now blue-haired person, me dyeing my hair blue and my hair was blue.
It's almost like he's convinced himself that one of the secrets to his success is that he dyed his hair a funny color. Well, since it seems to be such an integral part of his brand, maybe we should check in on a stream now and see how it looks.
Listen, just know that I will set my alarm at 5 a.m. so I can see all of your guys' morning wood.
I forgot to look at his hair. I think most people's experience with this class will be that it's very front-loaded with content. He's got a little over an hour about the basics of what you need to just hit the go live button. And then the next section is 23 minutes long. He starts flying through these short lessons that are like, practice the game that you like. And also don't stream too much, but don't not stream too much.
Good luck.
He even spends 2 of these very crucial minutes just rambling on about one specific Dead by Daylight trick he saw once. And it's like, dude, could you have written something down for this?
It's called like a 360.
Why does it seem like half the class is him going, oh shit, what else?
And then you just do it.
No scopes. No scopes are cool. So, you know, you could do one of those. Before you even have time to process anything that he said in section 2, we're already breezing right into section 3, which is less than 23 minutes long. It's so visibly short at first glance that they had to pad it out by copying and pasting 2 lessons from the previous section. Share your streams with the community and engage with each other. And now, do it again.
Listen to your chat. The next time they come in, if they say something about their dog, maybe their dog isn't feeling well, and they come in the next day and you're just like, hey Jack, what's up buddy? How's your dog, man? You probably just secured that viewer for life.
Ask people if their dog is sick. He's got a section about how to deal with trolls, which is definitely something to be wary of if you're gonna be doing anything in a live setting. I love that this is the only example of an insult that he could come up with on the spot.
Like if someone says, hey Ninja, your hair is looking really blue today, kind of weird. I'd be like, yeah, that is kind of weird.
Dude had one thing on his mind that day.
Blue hair.
I really liked when he went on this long explanation of how to ban people and specifically described each and everything to do, but they never showed his screen. I mean, you can kind of see it in this shot, but it's a little blurry. Oh, here, now they're gonna show us.
So this user, I'm going to demonstrate how to ban and unban them. It is literally as simple as pressing 2 buttons. So you have their username, you click ban,
Ninja,
and you simply just unban.
I can't see what you're doing, buddy. This happens multiple times. It kind of makes me think that they just forgot to record his screen while he was doing this section, and instead of attempting to recreate that B-roll, they just gave up and put nothing there. It's so bad. That's not even Tyler's fault, you know, but it does show a general lack of caring from everyone involved. There are times where the crew is either pranking Tyler with the editing or they just don't give a shit. This is a real clip from the masterclass.
Talkies. Gaming is intense, but talkies are seriously intense. And
that's not the original commercial. He doesn't shit and fart in the actual ad.
Call out your regulars and loyal viewers. They'll keep coming back. What up, this? How you doing, bro? Fufo, I think the tier 1 sub.
Make sure to always talk to your chat. After all, they're your friends. Welcome back, Dick Lord. Thanks for the 6 months. How's your dog doing, by the way? You don't have a then get one so I can talk to you.
You now have a lot of pressure on you to set good examples. It is going to be up to you to instill good morals, or the morals that you have, into your audience. You know, not promote harassment and not promote, you know, being negative.
You're trash. You're awful. You're so stupid.
You know, and just when I thought some of his advice was starting to dip in quality, he drops this banger.
I have a Fortnite skin. It is no surprise that the best titles can grab potential viewers who are scrolling through channels.
Yeah, so, you know, if you want to get a lot of views on a video, just get Fortnite to make you a skin and put you in the item shop. And then just tell people about it. Guaranteed millions of views, dude, and it works every time. You gotta try it. Actually, a lot of the final section of this class is about these like completely unattainable things you could do to get bigger.
I always express my personality in gaming, but wanted to break out and do other forms of media and entertainment to expand my audience.
Welcome to the Daily Show.
Thank you for having me.
Don't just be a streamer, go on TV.
I wanted to be known in Hollywood, so I went on shows like Ellen and The Tonight Show and The Masked Singer, and was eventually cast in movies like Free Guy.
Come on, get your name out there. Be in a movie. I know it sounds crazy, but it makes a big difference.
Collaborations are a great way to get more people to your stream, and it's very exciting for your viewers.
And of course, you gotta play Fortnite with Drake. You may think, I don't need to do that, but don't underestimate how big that could be for your career.
Starting out, you might not get to game with a celebrity.
But Ninja, you just said I could. Where he could have at least stuck the landing a little bit with some solid marketing tips. The branding section at the end just annoyed me because of how unspecific everything is. It's basically just a long list of Tyler's accomplishments, most of which you're probably already aware of if you spent $200 to take a ninja class. He continually stresses the importance of branding, which I agree with, but doesn't give you any tangible steps on how to do it. And I don't expect this class to suddenly transition into a graphic design lesson, but you know, if this is Masterclass's definitive how to stream course, they could at least go into some detail about the basic stream assets that you need to make. Your subscriber emotes, your channel banner, your alerts, the screen that says starting soon or be right back, you know, all those things you can put in to make your stream unique to you. He barely even mentions any of those things. He's kind of just like, look at my logo. Isn't it a cool logo? Joke's on you. It's not even my fucking logo anymore. I made a worse one. Also, why even include a section about brand deals? This is a 30-day class. No one starting a stream from scratch is worried about doing a brand deal before they've even streamed for a month.
This is something that's going to be online forever and hopefully teaching people how to become amazing professional streamers for decades, for a millennia to come.
Yeah, dude. 1,000 years from now. 1,000 years from now, people are still going to be watching this class.
Voila.
I think that a good portion of the beginning of this course is helpful to someone who wants to start streaming and they have no idea what to do. But it is very clear to me that not nearly enough care or attention was put into this for it to be worthy of the cost. Also, like, I don't think Ninja is just this undeniably affable guy. He's just really fucking good at Fortnite. And you can't teach someone to be as good as he is. You especially can't teach someone to be really good at a brand new game and be better than everyone else at it before they've all caught up to you. Because that was kind of the initial wave of the early days of Fortnite for him. So to be someone who already has a net worth of like $50 million, and then you charge all your most hardcore fans off the promise that maybe they'll be famous like you, it's bullshit, man. This sucks. What I did genuinely enjoy the most about this was the community aspect of it. Like I said, there's a point where Ninja kind of puts the burden on you to support each other's streams, but for the most part, people did. And that's cool because it's pretty easy to get selfish when you're starting something and you're like, you know what? That's great. I see that you're streaming. I love that for you. But could someone watch my streaming? So it was cool to see people go out of their way to compliment someone's setup or answer a question that someone had. But it's funny to me that potentially the most valuable part of the class is the one part that Ninja has no involvement in. There's so many cool people taking this class with all different kinds of content. I saw a Lego building stream. I saw a couple that streams at Disneyland. But my favorite streamer by far was this kid, Plushy Orca.
If we don't get this dub, I'll eat a spoonful of mayonnaise. No spoonful of mayonnaise for me.
Tell me that that's not the most badass clip you've ever seen. To their credit, the class does have its own TA that goes around, you know, interacting with people's posts, but it's never anything super specific to that person. What's your favorite piece of decor? What's your favorite conversation piece? What's your favorite piece or prop? Are you working on building connections in other communities? Are you working on building connections in other communities? Tom, are you building connections? Let's go. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? And before you ask, the TA is not Ninja himself. Not that I would expect him to be, although it would be really funny if he was commenting on these in third person. No, the TA is a mysterious and unknown entity. One who's really only there to make the community section seem more valuable than it actually is. The one silver lining with this course, if you spent almost $200 and you got to this point and you're like, that's it? Is that you're still able to watch a shit ton of content on Masterclass. It's just a matter of whether that's something that actually has value to you, because it might not. You might have noticed Marquez Brownlee just launched his own course about video creating and posting, and I feel like this class is just so much beefier than the one I just watched. He has a 21-minute video entirely dedicated to lenses. If you've ever watched his content, you know that he's extremely tech savvy, and he also has a much more natural teaching cadence with the way he lays out information. Whereas Tyler, I assume, was just riffing things off the top of his head, which is probably why he constantly trailed off into silence.
Streaming just gave me the platform to, and I think that's how, you know, but I mean, my recommendation is
But you know what? It's not fair of me to just sit here and criticize Ninja without taking his tips and tricks into the real world. So for the next 3 weeks, I will be following his advice to a T as I create my own Twitch channel and try to build it from the ground up with no promotion whatsoever. Now, obviously, I don't want this Twitch account to link back to me in any way. If someone finds my channel, I want it to be entirely organic. So I'm going to try to create a persona that's both generic and yet still true to my own brand. I can't believe that name wasn't already taken. After some light branding and a little bit of finagling on OBS, I hit start on my very first stream ever. And I forgot to enable VODs beforehand, so there is no record of it. And of course I had one of the most insane Fortnite wins I've ever had. I somehow escaped so many near-death experiences and made it all the way to the end, and then I won because the last player left just died. I didn't shoot him, I didn't see him, he must have just walked into the storm, I guess, because I won without doing anything. And you can't even see my reaction to it. Once I realized that I had nothing important to do for the rest of the day until my wife came home in a couple hours, I went live for another first stream. This time I had old school RuneScape open while I spent 8 minutes trying to figure out how to get a chat overlay on stream. If you're wondering, I learned how to do that from a free YouTube video, not the class that I paid for. But right as I was settled in and satisfied with my work, the unexpected happened. Someone showed up. The possibility of this happening was so minuscule in my mind that I was not prepared for this at all. I actually almost panicked and ended stream.
What if I panicked and ended stream?
But I stayed on for a few minutes and had a short conversation with her. She told me she plays RuneScape too and was literally just scrolling through the OSRS tab on Twitch, and she clicked on my stream because my name was Scoliosis King. So 1 point for my awesome branding. What a great day. But obviously I still wasn't satisfied, so before my third stream, I did a little bit of work to make the viewer experience better. I put the Finding Nemo DVD menu on the TV in this stock photo I found. I made a couple playlists for different moods I might find myself in. And then I started stream with my microphone off for 2 minutes. You know, and that's the thing about going live in front of 0 viewers. There's no stakes, no pressure, no one to tell you that your audio levels are terrible. Oopsies. For stream number 4, I made sure to test the audio levels beforehand, so that was good to go. And then I put on a hat. I guess you could say I was learning. Even though no one technically watched the stream or, you know, even tuned in at any point, I felt good about my growth as a streamer. I was kicking ass in the game.
No spoonful of mayonnaise for me.
I was being relatable.
Y'all ever drink water before?
I felt like if I just stuck to it, things would turn around eventually. And then my next stream took all the wind out of my sails. It was a combination of things. I was doing one of my least favorite Slayer tasks in RuneScape, a game I've already been getting kind of bored of lately.
I am bored of this game.
I was really tired that day, and the repetitiveness of what I was doing certainly didn't help. When there's no one there to bounce energy off of, it's really hard to maintain energy. And you feel like you should the whole time, just in case someone pops in and you have like 2 seconds to lure them in, and you never know when it's gonna be, so you have to always be ready.
Thank you so much to everybody who watched today, which from the looks of it was nobody.
But even at this point, I tried to stay optimistic and keep focusing on improving the quality of my stream. I thought I had a pretty funny idea for the alert that would play whenever I got a new follower or subscriber. The thing is, like, that doesn't matter if no one's doing either of those things. So I took matters into my own hands by blowing the dust off the Stream Deck that I bought in 2020 and never opened. With this device, I could repurpose all of the sound effects I've saved on my computer over the years, including this fart compilation that I forgot was over a minute long. For my 7th attempt, I put everything that I had learned thus far together and had what I think was my best stream yet.
Thanks for jumping out of the bush so I could see where you were, dude.
I was energetic. I was being a little goofball.
Just being a goofball.
I was making wacky faces left and right, just like the master himself. But yet again, I looked over and no one was there to watch. It was frustrating to feel like I was finally starting to hit my stride creatively, but it wasn't making a difference because no one was finding my stream. At this point, I had utilized just about every tip that Ninja had given me and then some. and still it wasn't working. I knew that something drastic had to change, but what?
My crazy hair, like crazy blue hair. Blue-haired person. My recommendation is dyeing my hair blue.
I'm not seeing enough blue.
I probably could have just bought a wig. Too late. Didn't think about that in time. So at this point, you're probably wondering, Drew, did you really spend 4 hours in a hair salon just because Ninja mentioned his hair a few times? And also, did you have to download Instacart this week because you're too embarrassed to go to the grocery store? Yes to both. But the reason I dyed my hair is because I had something crazy in mind for the culmination of my journey. I was going to do a 24-hour stream. This was a big leap for me. Up until this point, I had only streamed for like an hour or two at a time, just to dip my toes in the pool. And now I was going to jump upside down into the ocean. So with my wife away for the weekend and my hair the color of toothpaste, around 12:30 p.m. on Saturday, I began what I assumed would be the most successful night of my Twitch career. I was wrong. I got off to a pretty hot start, honestly. I was feeling good. Turns out the beginning of a 24-hour stream is the same as a regular stream because you haven't done the 24-hour part yet. Really, this is no different than what I normally do. I'm just playing video games. No one's watching me. I'm talking out loud to myself. Well, I shouldn't say no one is watching. There was a point early on where a spam bot came in and advertised something. Sure would be great if they showed Ninja's screen during that lesson on how to ban someone from your chat, because then I would know how to do it. It was several hours before any real person joined. It was my follower, Samantha. She didn't like my hair, so that's not good. Now, before all this, I had recently begun a pretty regimented meal plan, and I didn't want to lose all my progress just because of this video. So I made sure to use sound alerts to build reminders into the stream.
Oatmeal time! It's time to eat some oatmeal and suck my own dick!
A fun surprise happened about 3.5 hours into the stream. A new viewer showed up. I got a new person. Welcome in. I've streamed so many times. I've only had one chatter. I was confused by his message though. He said 24 hours? Really? Like he doesn't believe that I could do it. You don't know anything about me, dude. You don't know what kind of resolve I have. Then he told me that I look really bored and that I should chew on something. You know, it's not my fault that I have resting bored face, because my face does this. That was his final message in the chat. He never came back. When 4 o'clock rolled around, it was time for my yogurt.
It's yogurt time! I'm talking Oikos 000. I hope it sends me to hell.
And it was around this time when the cracks were starting to form. The regret that I felt from blowing it with Chucky earlier was really sending me on a downward spiral. I started listening to Doodlebop songs. I took multiple Doodlebops quizzes. I found out I was Rooney. 6 hours in, I made me as Ninja on The Sims. And I designed him a beautiful house with no privacy except for one curtain by the kitchen toilet. He also had a basement stream room filled with trees and portraits of faraway landscapes, places he couldn't go to because he was on house arrest for tax evasion. I forgot that I accidentally made him really mean though, so every time he tried to talk to someone, it would turn contentious immediately. The only thing he ever wanted to do with them was get into a fist fight. I figured he was just lonely and didn't know how to express himself, so I put in an online order of a cat. A guy from the adoption agency brought him out to me, and I got him confused with a different cat that I spent the next 2 hours talking to. So the guy took the cat that I was supposed to adopt, and the cat that I was talking to walked off my lot and I never saw him again. So that was when I stopped playing The Sims. A third of the way there, my one follower Samantha suggested GeoGuessr, and this was perfect for the state of mind that I was in. A few weeks ago, I was watching this guy Banthony refuse to end his stream until he hit a state streak on GeoGuessr of 100. It ended up taking him 150 hours to do it, but when he finally did, it was one of the greatest moments I've ever seen on Twitch.
I can't look! I can't look! I can't look! I can't look! Yes!
Yes! Yes! Yes! Not to brag or anything, but I'm pretty good at GeoGuessr too. My state streak is 5. At this point, my focus was solely on marching forward. No one else had popped in at all, so I was just trying to kill time. I got over 2 hours out of Roller Coaster Tycoon. I even beat one of the hardest scenarios in the game without breaking a sweat. I am a gamer god. Why is no one here to appreciate it? Around 4 a.m., I was starting to get a little tired, so I began a new playthrough of Wolfenstein 2 on the hardest difficulty.
This is how you go down, Nazi.
All things considered, went all right for a bit, until I hit what proved to be an impenetrable wall. So I mumbled something incoherent, exited out of the game, and went on a short break of 3 hours and 42 minutes.
I didn't go to sleep, and I don't want to go back to sleep, I don't want to go to sleep for the first time.
I guess I thought about it, and I was like, no one even knows that I'm here. If I go to sleep right now, it's not like anyone will say, Drew, hey, buddy, wake up, you gotta finish your stream. They wouldn't say anything because no one even knows that I'm doing this. As I drifted off to sleep on my couch that's not quite long enough to hold a human-sized man, I started to have crazy dreams. The viewer count was climbing fast. 100, 1,000, 10,000 people all here to cheer me on and say Pog and whatever KEKW means. I got to show them the game I invented that had a perfect score on Metacritic. It was Harry Potter themed. I don't know how I got the rights to that. Everybody applauded my effort and congratulated me on a job well done. And then 3 hours later, I woke up and no one was there. Obviously. If people weren't joining the stream before, they weren't gonna pop in now and wait an indefinite amount of time for me to return from my hiatus. At this point, the stream was just a Spotify playlist gone rogue and my be right back screen that I was probably using a little inaccurately. But I went and grabbed my cold brew from yesterday out of the fridge and popped on some GeoGuessr while I slowly woke myself up.
Oh no. It transported me back to the past. I gotta find Doc.
Even in this mental state, I managed to reach a new record-breaking state streak. That's right, 6. Time was melting away, and as the sun moved further and further towards the center of the sky, I knew that the prison sentence I had forced upon myself would soon be complete. With about 90 minutes left of stream, I decided that I would get a Fortnite dub right as time expired. A lofty goal, I know, but I was up for the challenge. Just kidding, this is some of the worst Fortnite I've ever played in my life. Turns out video games are way harder when your brain doesn't work. With a little under 30 minutes left, my boy Eddie popped in, and it was a glorious moment. 4 years ago, my Twitch career began alongside him, and even though I followed that up with roughly a 1,500 day break, it felt so poetic to be right back where I started. And during our second of 2 games together, he died because he went to ping an enemy and his controller made him take a selfie. But not even yet another quick loss could bring me down at this point. I was so close to being done. Who gives a shit? Fuck this stupid game. When it was time to get my dub right as the clock hit 24, I realized that wasn't going to happen, so instead I jumped off a cliff and lived. The stream is over. I never have to do this again. I'm never going to do this again. Fuck you, Ninja. So let's recap. I streamed for about 40 hours on this account, and during that time, roughly 25 people came in at different points, but almost none of them stayed for more than a few seconds. 3 people actually typed a message in the chat, but one of them was a bot. After spending $150 to dye my hair and delivering 24 straight hours of high-octane content, except when I fell asleep, I grew all the way from 1 follower to 1. I still have 1 follower. Big shout out to Samantha. You were there from the beginning. You were the only one there at any point. So even though things didn't exactly work out for me, I don't think Ninja's class is entirely useless. He taught me how to set up OBS. Everything else, like all of the specific overlays I wanted to do, using the Stream Deck for sound effects and scene changes, I fucking Googled all that.
And it was free! There are a handful of people on Masterclass who don't speak much publicly, so if you're like a massive fan of them, it would probably be worth it to hear Mariah Carey, for instance, talk about singing. I'm not trying to learn how to sing, but it'd probably be pretty cool to hear her talk about it, you know? But even if you are the world's biggest Ninja fan, I promise you, you have not run out of Ninja content to watch. He's probably streaming right now. And if you want to learn how he streams, pay attention to what he does and take notes. That's it. He's good at his job. He's been doing this for a long time. I think an aspiring streamer could learn a lot just from watching him. But you don't need to pay him $180 to tell you, you know, sometimes I talk in a funny voice. Out of all the jobs on Masterclass, his is the most publicly available. Like, I can't just walk into a kitchen and look over a chef's shoulder to see how they made something. I don't know the process of writing poetry just because I read a finished poem. I don't know what goes into getting a series picked up just because I watched the show. There are plenty of classes on here where that kind of inside look is something that's unique and valuable. But Ninja is showing you how to do his job every time he does his job, because that's part of the job. You can't stream if you're not showing people. I lost my mind. My hair is blue and I lost my mind. I'm gonna take a walk. Babe, there's a guy in our kitchen? Don't worry, it's just me. And I'm here to cook today's sponsor, HelloFresh. Having food delivered straight to your door is one of life's greatest luxuries, especially when your hair glows in the dark. Here's the thing, if I'm not looking in a mirror, I forget about this. I can't see the top of my head from this angle, so I forget that I look like if a cupcake came to life. I had a neon billboard painted onto my scalp demanding that everybody stare at me, and I don't like to be perceived. So HelloFresh is good for that. The reason I've been subscribed to HelloFresh for years before this, though, is because of how much structure it adds to my life. When left to my own devices, I will often eat the worst and possibly most expensive food I can imagine because I waited too long to plan a meal and now I'm too hungry to think clearly. But every day that I have one of these bags in my fridge, I don't have to resort to that. My brain can stay on Dumbo mode and I can still have a fun and tasty meal. There's so much variety on their menu and they're constantly adding new stuff. I'm talking meatballs, fish, burgers, chickpea fritters, buffalo pork chops. They've got a bunch of vegetarian and kid-friendly meals. They've got lunches you can make in 10 minutes, dinners you can make in 20, and they even have little cheesecakes. Anything you could possibly be in the mood for, they probably have it. And not only does HelloFresh help me save time grocery shopping, it also helps me cut down on food waste. Their supply chain is more streamlined compared to traditional grocery shopping, which helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions, according to a University of Michigan study. And on top of that, I'm about to save you so much freaking money. If you go to HelloFresh.com and use my promo code I'mALittleStinker16, you can get up to 16 free meals and 3 surprise gifts. Surprise, I'm in the box. Imagine. No, I don't actually know what the surprises are. They won't tell me. They said I haven't earned their trust yet. Again, that's code I'mALittleStinker16, link in description. Hey, so does like anyone know when blue hair goes away, or? Don't get me wrong, I love it. It looks so good and it suits me really well. But I keep turning all the pillows in my house blue and I'd like to not do that anymore. So I'm sure a bunch of people are gonna go follow the Scoliosis King account on Twitch, and that's great, I appreciate it. I'm never gonna stream on there though. If I do ever stream on Twitch in the future, just follow me at DrewIsGood and I'll put the link in the description. There's people I've been subscribed to for like 3 or 4 years now, and I'd like to keep that streak on there. So I'm not gonna make a new account and lose all that, you know? To all the people watching this video 1,000 years from now, hello, I'm dead. I probably died 940 years ago, I don't know. But if you are watching this in the year 3022, comment down below what life is like. Is Florida underwater? Who's the president? Is The Simpsons still on? To everyone else, I will see you in the next video that I make, where I will be spinning around the whole time until we all get dizzy. So, see you then.
It's yogurt time! I'm talking Oikos 000. I hope it sends me to hell.
Hey guy, want to start this video by telling you about something very dumb that I did recently, and I'm going to preface this story by saying that this was entirely my fault. There are probably 50 things I could have done differently to avoid what ended up happening, but I didn't. and that's on me. So I got a new car last month. For most of my adult life, I've been driving a 2012 Honda Civic that I bought from CarMax in 2015. I'll never forget the day I rolled up to my job at Popeyes and felt like the coolest guy in the parking lot. Took the Max part of the sticker off so it just said car on the back. Had a lot of fun back then. And even though this car was very reliable for pretty much the entire time I had it, it was starting to show its age, and I got to a point where I kind of just wanted something that felt nicer to be in. So I splurged a little bit, traded it in for one of the coolest sports cars on the market right now, a 2021 Hyundai Sonata. Now that's not the dumb part. There are so many things about this car that are massive upgrades over what I had before. There's a rear view camera, there's blind spot indicators, I don't have to plug my phone in anymore to play music, it beeps at me if I move 1 inch in either direction on the highway. It's a great car. But there are also things about cars made in the past decade that aren't necessarily better, they're just different. For one, why as a society did we get rid of the Prindle? I have spent the past 15 years of my life building the muscle memory of yanking around my car's joystick to tell it where to go, and now it's just buttons? And I don't have the muscle memory for that. I'm starting to develop some due to time passing, but for the first couple weeks I owned this car, I would have to stop looking this way so I could look down and see where the backwards button is. So that brings me to my story. 6 days after I bought this car, I was leaving a U-Haul storage facility and the exit gate was open. Now I've been there enough to know that sometimes, even though the exit gate is supposed to close, it'll just not. So I gave it a couple seconds, decided, yeah, it's gonna stay open, and started driving forward. And you will never guess what happened the exact moment I made that decision. Yeah, gate started closing. So naturally I'm like, uh-oh, this gate is going to hit my new used car. I should move out of the way. So I hit the reverse button, start accelerating, and my car moves forward. Now, if you've ever been operating a motor vehicle that starts moving in the opposite direction that you intended it to, you probably know about the panic that sets in. And I was running out of time. I could feel the gate inching nearer and nearer. So in the heat of the moment, I very wisely decided to do the exact same thing that didn't work the first time. I hit the reverse button, hit the gas pedal, and once again, my car moves forward. At this point, the only thing I've managed to do is get more in the path of the gate. And before I could try my foolproof strategy a third time, it crashed into the side of my car and the alarm went off and it made a big old scratch that'll probably cost a couple $100 to get buffed out and repainted. I don't know the exact amount yet because I'm too embarrassed to tell anyone what happened. Anyway, I've had about a month now to process this, and I'm of two minds. On one hand, it is kind of hilarious that I waited 9 years to buy a new car and I couldn't even get through 1 full week without fucking it up. I would love to see the security footage of me stopping in front of a closing gate, quickly accelerating, stopping, accelerating again, stopping again, before getting out and yelling, "God damn it!" It probably looked really fun. But then, on the other hand, I am kind of like, well, what the fuck happened? Because like, I know that I hit the reverse button 2 separate times, and both times my car just decided not to do it. I tried recreating this exact scenario in a parking lot to pinpoint exactly where I went wrong, and my best guess is just that I hit the accelerator and the reverse button at the same time, which triggered the car's computer to be like, hey, you can't do that. You're gonna hurt the transmission. Let's hurt the side of the car instead. And like, it's a good thing that there's a mechanism in place to prevent the car from changing gears when you're moving too quickly. If I hit the reverse button while driving 70 miles per hour down the highway, I actually would want my car to ignore that. I'm pretty sure there was a similar mechanism in my old car. The difference is, though, that if this exact scenario happened while I was driving that one, there would have been physical feedback to tell me it was still in drive, and maybe I would have been less likely to floor it twice. In order to get the same confirmation from a button, you have to press it, look down at the dashboard, find the part that indicates what gear the car is in, process that information, and then react accordingly. And even if you can do all that very quickly, it still takes longer to send that information to your brain than if you can just feel where your hand is. And again, I'm the dumbass here. There are so many things I could have done differently. If I had just immediately accelerated as soon as I got to the gate, I would have made it through with time to spare. I also could have taken 3 extra seconds to just type my code in. I even could have stayed in bed all day and never gone anywhere near this gate, and that would have been a better decision too. But unfortunately, I didn't do any of those things. I did this, and I'm gonna have to live with that for the rest of my life. But my funny little mishap got me thinking about all these things I've seen over the past couple years of people getting screwed over by like modern features in their cars, and it made me want to do some research about it. And my takeaway is that while it would be untrue to say that cars have gotten worse, I do think they've gotten dumber.
I looked up why cars made the shift from the Prindle stick to just buttons, or a touchscreen on the ceiling, or a wheel that's right next to the volume knob that hopefully has never caused a hilarious but unfortunate accident. And it turns out the main reason is just that the stick is not necessary anymore, because you're not physically changing the gear, you're just telling the car's computer what to do. Which, like, I get it. You know, I'm not here to stand in the way of progress. I just think that if you have to create a new problem in order to fix something that wasn't really a problem to begin with, you're not being as innovative as you might think you are. Without a doubt, my biggest personal gripe with how cars are made now is touchscreen dashboards. Almost 80% of new cars in 2022 had some kind of touchscreen display built into it. It's just the norm now. And on the surface, it seems like an improvement. I mean, obviously this is more advanced technology than this. Gross. I bet this one doesn't even have 12 different menus I can flip through to try to figure out how to get my turn signals on. It just doesn't make much sense to me when there's already such a massive increase in distracted driving and accidents and deaths that happen because of it, that they're adding this thing into cars that you literally have to look at to be able to use. There's a Swedish magazine that ran this test a couple years ago where they had people drive 12 different cars down the highway and timed how long it took for them to complete the same series of tasks in each of them. And the winner by far was a 2005 Volvo. Now, this doesn't mean that 2005 Volvo is the best car. It just means that for basic tasks like changing a radio station or turning the AC on, physical buttons that you can memorize the location of are the quickest and safest way to do those things. You don't have to look away from the road to be able to find where the button is. I think ideally modern cars are built with the right combination of actual buttons for basic tasks and the touchscreen for more advanced features, most of which you don't really need to use while driving anyway. And it does seem like some of the companies that maybe over-embraced this technology a few years ago have started to peel back and find a happy medium. But what absolutely drives me crazy is cars that have consolidated the entire dashboard into one giant iPad. Windshield wipers? We put it on the touchscreen. Want to turn the air down a little bit? We put it on the touchscreen. I think the irony of these kinds of interfaces is that they give the illusion of luxury. This certainly seems like the more innovative option until you realize that the main reason they're so prevalent in cars now is because it is the cheapest way to build one.
It actually costs a lot of money to engineer all of these buttons and switches and to have the wiring. Doing all of that in software is a lot cheaper.
It is more expensive to produce actual knobs and buttons than it is to just throw every function onto one screen, make it compatible with Apple CarPlay, and call it a day. And then when something goes wrong, it's just a software problem. We'll figure it out. Or maybe we have to replace the entire thing and it's gonna be $4,000. Who's to say? And I didn't even mention the fact that if the screen does end up malfunctioning in a car that's entirely reliant on it, it's not just a minor inconvenience, it means you can't drive the car until it gets fixed. Some of the extra hoops I've seen people have to jump through in order to accomplish basic tasks now are mind-boggling. You know how sometimes you have the AC on, but it ends up blasting right into your hand, so you have to reach over and change the direction of the vent? Well, that's fucking dumb, okay? That's how a caveman would do it. It makes way more sense to go on over to the car tablet, find the AC control button, select the air vent you want to change, and then drag it where you want it to go, all while barreling through a school zone. While watching a bunch of videos of car dashboards, I happened upon this 1989 Toyota, and there's something so beautiful about it. Look at that subtle burgundy interior, the tasteful thickness of those buttons. Oh my God, it even has a seatbelt. But I'm aware that I'm over-romanticizing the past a little bit, because if I truly wanted a car that looked like this, I could have just bought one. Like, I do want modern features. I do want a car that's able to do the things that my phone can do. But if these things are implemented in a way that forces you to look away from the road in order to be able to use them, I think we should reconsider how we got here. Cars have been around for about 100 years now, and it kind of seems like maybe we figured out the best way to make them and ran out of ways to meaningfully innovate. But that doesn't really work when you're trying to get people to buy a new one every single year, so you have to find something you can add to make it seem like there's been a big improvement. Things like door handles that retract into the car, which I guess is cool. I don't know if I've ever thought of the handle sticking out 3/4 of an inch as being an issue, but I'll admit it adds some sleekness to the car, and it's not like it's making things worse, right? What's that? If it gets too cold outside, the handles don't work anymore? Yeah, no, I could see how that might not be great.
Tesla fixed this problem with a software update last October. You can just press this to pop the door open when the door handles are frozen.
Great news, everyone. We've updated the app so you can now get into your car during the winter. So consider that problem solved.
But didn't you create the problem in the first
We're
place?
actually not taking any questions at this time. My favorite thing about these door handles is no matter how many times I get an Uber driver that's in a Tesla, I don't know how to get inside. I'm sure it's very simple, but clearly I'm struggling enough as it is. One thing I haven't seen as many people talk about, but has driven me crazy for the past few years is headlights are getting brighter, right? Like, that's not just me. I cannot tell you how many times I've been driving down a 2-lane road at night and a car passes me with headlights so unbelievably bright, I cannot see anything for like 10 seconds. Hopefully I'm still in my lane. I guess I'll find out soon. Now, this is one of those things that's a double-edged sword, right? Because in theory, brighter headlights should make driving safer because visibility is improved. But I feel like it has to negate a little bit of the safety when those headlights don't just hit the road and instead shine directly into the eyes of oncoming drivers. I looked it up, and the two things that are causing this are, one, manufacturers using LEDs now instead of the softer and yellower halogen bulbs from the last couple decades. LEDs tend to be brighter and more compact, so they hit even harder when you're staring down the barrel of one.
Oh, this one for sure.
But the other reason for this is a byproduct of something that I think is in itself a problem, which is that cars are so much bigger now than they've ever been. So if you're driving a sedan in the opposite lane of a brand new Suburban, those lights are gonna have to go through your eyeballs in order to hit the road. There's something a little paradoxical about the safety of cars now, where they are much safer than they've ever been, while also posing more of a threat than they ever have. A brand new truck may have great safety ratings because it's twice as big as every other car around it, but now every other car around it has to worry about getting demolished by a truck that's twice as big as them. Pedestrian deaths in America have skyrocketed over the past decade, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that's happening while cars continue to get taller and heavier for mostly no reason other than because they can, because there's no regulations stopping them from doing it. And if a truck being way bigger than it needs to be is what convinces someone to sign up for a $1,200 a month car payment, why would those car companies have any incentive to stop? It's created this cycle where I think a lot of people feel like the only way forward is to fight fire with fire. Everyone else has a giant car, well, I guess I need to get one for myself. I remember seeing this post a few months ago where this guy talked about how lucky he was to have been driving in such a gargantuan SUV when he got in an accident because he and his family were able to walk away unharmed. And obviously, that's great that they're okay. This could have ended very tragically, and I'm happy that it didn't. But for someone to see this and their takeaway to be, see, this is why everyone should buy the biggest SUV they can because it's the only way to keep your family safe. You're not taking into account the fact that in a lot of cases, these giant trucks and SUVs are the danger.
Since the introduction of SUVs, there has been a massive increase in what are called front overs, a person, usually a child, getting run over by an SUV by a driver who can't even see them. Over a 10-year period, over 500 American children were killed by being run over by SUVs.
I mean, shit, why stop here? I think every American citizen should drive around in a military-grade tank. Yeah, we might run over a few more kids, but as long as they're not my kids, who gives a shit? Now, of course, I cannot make a video about cars that are bigger than they need to be, and dumber than they need to be, and more dangerous than they need to be, without talking about the one that lies squarely in the cross-section of that Venn diagram, the Tesla Cybertruck.
Welcome to the Cybertruck unveil. It is literally bulletproof. Ultra hard stainless steel. Really hard. Of course, it will come with autopilot standard. Franz, could you try to break this glass, please?
Oh my fucking god. So this awesome car, which looks like when you first boot up a video game and not all of the textures have loaded in yet, was announced a couple years ago as starting at $40,000. Fast forward to today. Anyone who is driving one of these right now, the bare minimum that I've seen any of them spend 100 grand. One of the biggest reasons for this absolutely bonkers price jump is this $20,000 foundation fee. That's right, there's an additional fee tacked on that is almost as much as what I spent on my entire car. So you're probably dying to know what that bonus gets you. Well, some people who paid for it don't even seem to know.
$20,000 for it being a foundation series. Now, I don't know what that really means or anything, but yeah, I paid it because I wanted the truck.
So at first I thought it was just that it says the word foundation on it, which would be really funny. But apparently most of what that fee is meant to be attributed to is the self-driving feature that you would otherwise have to pay a separate monthly fee to access.
Of course, it will come with autopilot standard.
Now, one tiny little thing to note about this feature is that it is not available yet, and no one can even hazard a guess as to when it will be. So as it currently stands, the only thing this $20,000 fee gives you is priority access to a car that's littered with problems.
Oh shit. Oh, we already broke it. All right, so my Cybertruck is completely broken. My foot is on the floor and it's not moving.
This gear selector at the top, it just dropped down. Something's going on with the windshield. What? I got all these warnings I never seen before. I'm trying to open up the trunk. It won't respond. I'm going back and forth trying to close it. It won't close. It won't close. It won't close. When the tailgate's down, the camera's showing you the street. I have had enough.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth.
I have to say, I have really enjoyed watching videos lately from people who may or may not be in denial about the absurd amount of money wasted on this stupid car. They'll make these update videos where they complain about so many things they hate about it, and then be like, and that's why it's a perfect car. And I have no regrets.
This car is definitely worth the hype. This thing right here is a fingerprint magnet. I just got my car washed yesterday and there's still water spots. I noticed that my roof was starting to come off. Their navigation system sucks. It's rusting on the inside. It was like this when I picked it up. I definitely think it's worth $100,000.
So included with the Foundation series, you get all weather floor mats, and if you look right up here, there's a little Cybertruck logo.
Wait, did you say floor mats for all weather? Well, never mind then. They should have charged an extra $50,000. Sorry, I should be more sensitive. These people are going through enough right now. It's bad enough their car is falling apart, but they're also getting relentlessly bullied. Cyber clown trucks for stupid. Give it to the stupid clown to spend their life away. And this guy just said gay truck. That's like a truck owner's worst nightmare. I will say one thing I do really love about this car is that the rear view mirror doesn't work. Its view is completely obstructed most of the time. I mean, if you want, you can just look down at the screen at the rear view camera, but that also becomes useless if it gets even a little bit dirty. And isn't driving through dirt kind of the whole point of having a truck? That's all they do in commercials. Now, if off-roading is the thing you want to do in this truck, good luck, because it doesn't seem to know how to do that.
My friend in the 4Runner wanted to take that incline challenge, and he killed. The Subaru also went up that incline. The Cybertruck did not make it up that incline. And once we got to about the middle of the incline, it would stop. We tried airing down to 30 PSI, but it still did not make it up the hill.
Also, you're not gonna believe this, but part of his car broke while he was doing this. How does this keep happening? To be fair though, look how easily it navigates this puddle of mud. I mean, if I tried to drive through that in my old Civic, I literally would have drowned. But this truck can do things that I've never seen any vehicle do before. Yes, technically, this road is paved, but they're still in the woods. That's gotta count for something. This truly is the all-in-one vehicle. You can drive out in the middle of nowhere and sleep there if you want. It even comes with its own tent that you can attach to the back of the truck for an additional $3,000. Now, considering you can get a pretty big tent for like $100, you'd probably assume that this thing is decked out with premium features. No, it's just a tent. A 1-inch thin mattress, a couple of straps, a zipper that barely works. But since it's an official Tesla product, you know you're getting that signature high-quality engineering.
Oh, that didn't sound good. It's broken.
It even comes with a bicycle pump, so you can spend 10 minutes manually blowing it up. For $3,000, you should be able to hit a button and watch this thing assemble itself. It is crazy to me how much they're able to overcharge for the most basic shit. Cosmetically, this stainless steel, absolutely gorgeous. It does pick up the occasional fingerprint.
if you touch it at all. But as long as you don't get in the car or anywhere near the car, you've got nothing to worry about. And if it does get a little spotty, not a problem. Just take it through a car wash. But if you do that, make sure you put it on car wash mode first. Otherwise, it'll break the truck and void your warranty.
The Cybertruck does not work anymore. Listen to the noise this thing makes. Has a weird popping sound. So what did I do different? Today I went to the beach, took it through the car wash, make sure all the sand's off. Then I pulled it in the garage and nothing.
This thing is practically invincible. You can hit it with a hammer. You can hit it with a shopping cart. But if it gets any bugs on it, you need to clean that off immediately or you will ruin it forever. The Cybertruck is also famously bulletproof for some reason, although I'm not really sure why they've made that one of the primary selling points.
When you shoot a normal truck, the bullets go in one side, straight through, and out the other side. You cannot hide behind the vehicle to be safe, so it's something to keep in mind.
Keep in mind for what? Who are you marketing this car to? John Wick? The things they chose to prioritize while making this truck are baffling to me. Who gives a shit that it's bulletproof if the material they had to use to make it that way makes it so razor sharp you cut your hand every time you open the door? Who cares how strong the interior is if it can't even get wet? They're calling it a car made for any planet. Guys, why don't we start with making it work on this one? As far as safety goes, I've seen conflicting reports about this. There's a crash that happened between a Cybertruck and a Toyota Corolla, and if you look at the photos from the accident, you might think, wow, this truck is invincible. It barely got a scratch on it. Meanwhile, the guy in the Corolla is probably seriously hurt, right? No, he's fine. The problem with this rigid outer body is that cars are designed to crumple in an accident. That's their way of absorbing as much force as possible. If your car doesn't crumple, that force will be passed on to the passengers inside of it. So while the Cybertruck may look like the world's most indestructible car, a lot of people who know more about physics than I do aren't so sure this is a good thing. I think what Tesla has done the most successfully with this truck is make it so their target audience doesn't care about any of these problems. I've seen people online who are actively enduring nightmare situations still go out of their way to defend this company. Cybertruck broke down on my first road trip with my family, lost the back motor and was unable to drive, had to get it towed 2 hours back home. First year problems. Always good to wait a year or two on a brand new model. I know this as an early 3/Y owner, but man, come on. I had to grab the Cybertruck. No, you didn't. And it definitely seems like you shouldn't have. I found this guy on Twitter whose experience perfectly encapsulates the Cybertruck launch. His truck broke pretty much immediately. He got that patented flashing red critical service error, couldn't even drive it, had to pull over. Since then, it's been in the shop for weeks with no word on how long it's gonna take to fix. There's apparently at least 10 different things wrong with it. Wire harness needs replacement, ripple in windshield, driver's seat rubbing on center console, headliner sagging, chip and foundation series dashboard trim, mobile connector provided with Cybertruck not charging the truck past 6 amps, front misalignment, one side is higher, rear side arch misalignment sticking up. It could be another month before this guy gets his $100,000 car back. In the meantime, they're making up for all the trouble they've caused him by letting him borrow a regular Model 3 Tesla, which he himself described as being filthy with a strong, unpleasant odor that has persisted even after he went to the trouble of cleaning it inside and out. And it is fascinating to watch this guy, who has been absolutely fucked by Tesla, continue to go to war on Elon's behalf. People often criticize what they don't fully grasp, but the moment you take the wheel of a Cybertruck, everything changes. You'll quickly discover that all other trucks pale in comparison, becoming obsolete in the Cybertruck's shadow. Hey guys, it's been like 2 weeks since you took my car. Are you almost done fixing it, or? They've got it all twisted. Instead of comparing the Cybertruck to other trucks, they should compare the other EV trucks' features and capabilities to those of the Cybertruck. Then it becomes clear just how superior the Cybertruck is and how the other trucks are stuck in the dinosaur era. Hey, my car has been in the shop for its entire life so far. Do you think I'm ever gonna be able to drive it again? While other trucks are busy playing catch up, the Cybertruck is already in the future, being the undisputed champion. Hating on the Cybertruck might get you more engagement and clicks, but I'll never fake it to make it. I love my Cybertruck. Really wish I could get my truck back this weekend. Still no update. Dude, if I was this guy, I would be furious. He has every right to be pissed off here, but he seems to be more mad at the people telling him he's been scammed than at the company that actually scammed him. I've spent so much time this month watching videos of people driving this car and talking about this car and hating on this car, but at the end of the day, it's not fair for me to fully judge something that I've never even seen in person, let alone actually driven. Sure, I can pick and choose clips that fit the argument I'm trying to make, but can I really condemn something I've never even stepped foot inside? No. But then I found out there's an app you can use to rent other people's cars for a day, so I spent $700 to pretend I own a Cybertruck.
Love that sound. This is my nightmare. Everything on the screen, nothing's here. I don't like how many buttons I have to press to like turn the AC off. For a truck as big as this is, I don't love how sensitive everything is. The steering wheel, you barely have to turn it. You don't need to brake. I instinctively, when I'm slowing down, I want to take my foot off the accelerator and brake, but it brakes when you let go of the accelerator, so it's like really jerky. I guess I would get used to that if I drove it more often, but so far it's just like, I feel like I'm really drawing a lot of attention to myself. Going to a Costco parking lot, probably a bad idea. Everyone is turning and looking.
When I drive, I do not want to be perceived or looked at.
That guy right there is stopping to look at us right now.
Another Tesla is looking at us.
He's like, my big brother.
When we got inside Costco, though, something weird happened. People stopped looking at me. I had to get out of there as soon as possible.
Look at all these normies. Only I'm in the Cybertruck. Okay. So many steps to open the mirror. They have something called karaoke. Look at me, took me, shook me, feeling me, singing from heart. Like a lot of reviewers said, you cannot use this rearview mirror. It is just complete darkness in there. It is very smooth to drive. It doesn't feel like you're driving a giant truck, but I kind of wish it did. If you forget that your car weighs 7,000 pounds and you're driving it like it doesn't, like I just feel like it's way too easy to accelerate as fast as you can and slice someone in half, which I'd rather not do.
It was a beautiful spring day outside, so the next thing on my agenda was a romantic picnic in the park with my lovely wife.
What's wrong? You've hardly touched your cereal. We don't want Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I got a banana instead.
I've driven a little bit now. I'm pretty sure every time I've parked and gotten out so far, I've left the car on because I don't know how to turn it off. There's not like a button or anything. But I finally figured out, it's very intuitive. You hit this, and then was it safety, right? And then you scroll all the way down, and you want to scroll past Joe mode. Don't put it on Joe mode. Then you just hit power off, and then that's it. And that's how you turn off the Cybertruck.
Getting the truck to fit into my garage was a lot closer of a call than I expected it to be. If I did own this car, this would be quite the fun little adventure to get to go on every single day.
And that's how you park a Tesla Cybertruck in your garage.
Despite all my issues with the truck, the more I drove it around the city and felt the enamored stares from mesmerized bystanders, I was reminded of what the guy I rented it from told me. You'll feel like a celebrity. And god damn it, he was right. I've never felt more popular. What, is that freaking Brad Pitt over there? Nope. Just little old me driving the best truck in the world.
Please, no pictures. I'm a regular person just like you.
I like the way this car makes me feel.
I don't care how much it costs. If it's not solid gold, I don't want it.
Hey, can I talk to you for a sec?
Sure, but make it quick.
Ever since you've been driving that car, you've been acting kind of weird.
How exactly do you mean?
You're like a completely different person now.
Oh, I see. You're jealous.
What?
You're jealous because I own the world's most awesome car.
You don't own the car. You're renting it for one day.
Oh, tell me how I knew you'd bring that up.
Because it's true, Drew.
I'm sorry, I can't deal with this right now. I need to go clear my head. I'm gonna take a nice scenic drive dangerously close to the edge of a cliff. We interrupt this slow motion car montage with some breaking news. Somehow the Cybertruck just got even dumber. Tesla has officially recalled all 3,800 of the vehicles due to a problem with the accelerator pedal. Turns out the pedal has a cheap plastic cover over it that's been fastened on so poorly, it's sliding off, getting lodged under the piece in front of it, and causing drivers to go as fast as this stupid car can go.
It held the accelerator down 100%. Full throttle?
This is a real thing that's actually happening. We here at Channel 300 News urge you, if your husband is about to drive one of these death traps near or around a cliff, you must go stop him. His life could be in danger.
Honey, I just saw on the news.
Who's a big, strong truck? That's right. You are.
I had to give the truck back last night. It was one of the hardest moments of my life. Technically, I still had a few hours left on the rental, but Amanda said she felt weird or something. I don't know, it's all a blur. Final thoughts on the truck. I think it should cost $1 million, and I wish it had 2 accelerator pedals and no brakes so I could drive twice as fast and never have to stop. Please subscribe.
Protein, one of the internet's most fervent obsessions.
This buffalo chicken quesadilla has 100 grams of protein.
This high-protein pizza will change your life.
High-protein cheesecake.
Protein strawberry mousse.
Protein cookie dough.
We're making protein peanut butter balls.
All you do is take a container of cottage cheese, add some cottage cheese,
1 cup of cottage cheese,
A pound of cottage cheese.
blended cottage cheese,
Cottage cheese.
cottage cheese, cottage cheese, cottage cheese, some cottage cheese, and a cup of cottage cheese. Then sweetener of choice, I use
Cottage cheese.
Cup of cottage cheese.
Cottage cheese and
cottage cheese.
You're gonna want to make these.
But all of this got me thinking, what actually is protein? And how do I get everyone to stop yelling at me about it? So I decided to consult my friend Justin. He's been a weightlifter and nutrition coach for several years now, and he's also the only person I've ever met with the exact same physique as me. All right, so what is protein, and how much do I actually need?
Protein's an essential.
I'm zoning out. I mean, can you blame me though? This guy's boring as fuck.
I need you to pay attention to me, all right? Now listen, we have macronutrients, right? Protein,
Why did I fly across the country for this? We could have just done this on Zoom.
I gotta be smarter about how I spend my money, man. I haven't uploaded a video in like 3 months.
The last one I posted got demonetized just because I accidentally made cocaine sound fun.
I think I'm actually just gonna Google it.
Protein is the part of food that helps you build and maintain muscle. It's how guys like Justin and I have gotten jacked out of our minds. No, I know this may come as a surprise to you, but I'm not actually jacked. I've just been lying about it for years. But if I'm allowed to be somewhat vulnerable here on my own YouTube channel, it has been a goal of mine recently to not constantly hate the body that I'm stuck in. I've been in what I would describe as suboptimal shape for pretty much my entire cognitive existence. Like ever since I was old enough to be self-conscious about my body, I was and have continued to be every day for 20 years. And I think like a lot of people, I've always had this thought of, well, you know, eventually I'll be better about that. You know, it's not gonna be this way forever. And then a lot of time passes and you realize it doesn't really matter what you intended on doing if you never ended up doing it. And to be fair, you know, a lot of us grew up during a time where the messaging around fitness was a little toxic and also just shrouded in misinformation. Remember Slim Fast? I used to drink those after I ate because I thought it would like undo the calories I consumed. That's not how that works. Remember when Subway sandwiches were treated as like the healthiest thing a person could eat just because one guy had big pants? That's not how that works. Also, whatever happened to him? I feel like he's never in commercials anymore. And I don't mean to imply that there's not still conflicting and confusing information out there. There's no shortage of people who will try to sell you on a miracle diet that somehow only they know about and science just hasn't caught on to yet. But I think there's also more useful information readily available now than at any other point in history. Just on YouTube alone, you've got Jeff Nipples, Lean Beef Patty, that guy who looks like if a thumb learned how to blink. And the main thing I've learned from watching all these people and talking to my friend Justin, who's so hot but so boring, is that, oh my God, you have to eat so much protein. You can't just go to the gym, throw back a bottle of muscle milk and call it a day. It kind of has to be the thing you plan your entire diet around. Like I've been trying to eat about 150 grams per day, and it turns out it's actually incredibly easy to come nowhere close to hitting that number. Even if you're very deliberate about eating eggs and chicken and salmon for every meal, it can be hard to reach that quota without supplementing it in some way. So this is where protein products play a really important role in rounding out your diet. The only problem with those is that, I don't know, 90% of them suck. They always take like an hour to chew, and they never taste like the thing they try to say that they will. Come to think of it, are there any other products besides protein bars where they're allowed to just put a photo of a completely different food on the box?
That cheesecake looks really good. Is that what's in there? No, that's just what we wanted it to taste like. Oh. Well, does it? Not even a little bit.
And on top of that, they're all so expensive that you have to blow a bunch of money before you can even find out that it's terrible. So anyway, here's my goal for this video. Okay, I see ads for protein bars constantly. I am going to buy every single one of them. It doesn't matter how much it costs or if it even looks like something I would like. If I see an ad for it, I'm gonna buy it and eat it, and if you're lucky, I might even spit it out on camera. That way, if you're curious about one of these things, you can indulge in my suffering and maybe even save yourself some money in the process. Another reason I wanted to make this video is because I'm fascinated by how protein has become increasingly used at times solely as a marketing buzzword, in the same way that like vegan and gluten-free have for foods that already were those things before more people started seeking them out. But now they cost more money because of all the boxes they check.
Why would anyone choose to eat this boring old regular apple when our premium version has no added sugar and is vegetarian friendly? It even comes with this sticker that guarantees it's never been used as a torture device. Weird, I don't see that sticker anywhere on regular apple, and I have to say, your silence is deafening.
So there's a lot of products that tack on what I like to call the protein tax. Many companies have realized that by putting the word front and center on their packaging, they can get away with charging more for what is often exactly the same thing. This protein pasta is more than 1.5 times the cost of the regular version from that same brand. That's a pretty significant price difference, but I do like protein, and this one has 10 grams per serving. Before I buy it though, I'm curious, how much does the regular pasta have? Surely it's nowhere close to 10, right? Because it's so much more expensive. 7. 3 grams? That's what we're making a big stink about? I saw this ad pop up and I was intrigued because I like the idea of protein snacks that aren't just trying to be a dessert replacement. And then you go to their website and they're like, high protein super snack. Whoa, this is incredible. 11 grams per serving, only 100 calories. These guys are wizards. How do they do it? But I was curious if they supplement it in any way or if that's just how edamame beans are naturally. So I found a random brand on Amazon and saw that it has 14 grams of protein per 130 calories. So for all intents and purposes, it is exactly the same. There is no difference between these two products, except this one costs 37 cents per ounce, and this one costs $1.76. Almost 5 times more expensive for exactly the same thing. They just market it differently. This is a vegan, low-carb, high-protein superfood. And this is just a bag of nuts. I know I'm probably not telling you anything that you don't already know, that marketing can be deceptive and is easily swayed by whatever's popular at any given time. But it's still something that I have to remind myself of because I can be very stupid. I can know that I'm probably being tricked and still fall for it anyway. Like with this one, I saw 36 grams of protein and I was like, damn, that's crazy. Turns out it is crazy. It's crazy to advertise the total amount of protein in something that has 9 servings. This flavor only has 3 grams per serving. That's not a protein snack. A donut has 3 grams of protein. I mean, I gotta buy this though. The flavor is unapologetic. Good, I'm so tired of biting into foods that are like, I'm sorry I taste like this. I didn't want to. I guess I also have to try out Khloe Kardashian's new protein popcorn.
Cloud popcorn, my protein popcorn. What was the idea of putting a protein on a popcorn?
Money. I feel like this website is so emblematic of what I'm talking about here. This scroll of brags that just goes on forever. Gluten-free? Wow. Just like every other popcorn ever made. Real ingredients. I love that as a tag because it's so vague. I mean, technically every ingredient is real in that it exists. I'm sure they mean something along the lines of like all natural, but saying something is made with real ingredients doesn't mean it's made without whatever the opposite is. It just means that some of it is real. You could put this sentence on just about any food. I mean, this one has sodium phosphate in it, which in pill form is prescribed as a laxative for people who are about to get a colonoscopy. Does that count as a real ingredient? I mean, why list it here but not here? And I'm not even saying I care about this. I've never looked out for sodium phosphate. It's a very common preservative in a lot of foods. I'm only pointing it out because it's like, yeah, maybe these buzzwords don't actually mean anything. The guy in this video has talked a bunch in the past about how much you should avoid this substance.
Here's public enemy number 1 when it comes to deli meat. sodium phosphate.
But then suddenly he turns the other way when he gets a chance to work with Big Kardashian. I guess my point is I don't know what to care about when I'm looking at a list of ingredients, and it's exhausting to try and figure it out. And sometimes this bombardment of arbitrary certifications listed on every food item that's supposed to help you quickly identify things at a glance just makes me feel more skeptical. I feel like the more stuff you're bragging about, the more you must be trying to distract me from something. I think the effect it's had on me is that ultimately I've adopted this like blissful ignorance when it comes to chemicals and preservatives and standing too close to the microwave because I like to watch my food spin around. I think step one is to just find things you like eating that are mostly healthy, that fit into your diet, and then later down the line, you can start to get a little bit pickier about ingredients once you've established a good foundation.
Loser Bites new protein brownies come in 2 flavors and 2 sizes, chocolate and cookies and cream.
Okay, I get what they mean by the loser thing, that they're talking about losing weight, but I still feel like we're getting off on the wrong foot here. Hey, dumbass. You wanna buy a little cupcake thing? Yeah, I bet you do, you stupid bitch. Also, this image is 100% AI generated. You can tell because it doesn't have the right number of fingers. I'm gonna try out these protein donuts because they look really good. Unfortunately, they don't come like that. You have to make them yourself, which is fine, obviously, because you guys know I'm a very good chef. Plus, according to them, it's the best tasting protein on earth. And what reason would they have to lie? Oh, looks like they've got a video of their happy customers. Maybe they're still working on that. Sorry, I have to rant about how every website is exactly the same now. You walk in the door, they're already yelling at you about cookies. Do you want all of them or just most of them? For like 6 months or 12 months? Okay, hold on. You can't just say no cookies. You have to do some of them. Come on, man. Don't you want to join the Bean Squad? We'll give you 1% off if you let us text you for the rest of your life. This item is hot. We just sold 15. 38 people are looking at it right now, and one of them just added it to their cart. Ooh, you should probably do that too before this button slides right off the screen. There's so many symbols and check marks on all of these websites that are supposed to make everything seem more legit, but I don't even know what some of this means. As you can see here, there are exactly 38 reviews. Trust us. We count. And we're honored to say we have 100 points of diamond authenticity. I like how the opacity on these ratings gets lower the further you go down. I think some people gave it 1 star, but it's hard to know for sure. I've seen this one a lot. It's called Meal Boosters. I guess you can like sprinkle it on stuff for some extra protein. Pretty convenient, I suppose. Unbelievably expensive though. I mean, this is just dust. I still have to pay for the food I'm gonna sprinkle it on top of. $4 per bag of unflavored protein powder? I feel like you can buy that in bulk for pretty cheap. I mean, if you're not even gonna flavor it, what am I paying you for? Also, savory? It's unflavored. It's quite literally impossible for something that has no flavor to be savory. Because what are you savoring? The type 1 and 3 collagen peptide? Shit, my mouth is watering just thinking about that. Now I'm just gonna get cheesy cheese. Oh, but not before agreeing to their terms and conditions. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. And then for shipping options, I can do USPS, UPS, or Meal Boosters Special with no information on what that means. Why is it more expensive? Are they gonna come straight to my house and feed it to me? Hey, me from the future. I think I learned what the Meal Boosters Special is. It's when you pay for the most expensive shipping option and then 12 days later, they haven't even started packing your order. I guess the special is you spend $33 on 1 sample pack and then they never give it to you. Now, I'm just gonna kind of eat these as they show up. I think it will be a more accurate representation of what it's like to actually eat these as a snack. To just sort of eat them one at a time rather than sitting down to do a giant protein bar mukbang and then shit my pants. So this is called Munch Better. They're protein brownies, and I know they're gonna taste exactly like a brownie and not just sort of vaguely look like one. Wow, what a roller coaster that was. Half the time it's in my mouth, I taste nothing. And then the other half, it tastes like what I imagine brownie mix straight out of the box would taste like if I just had a spoonful of it. It is also very dense, which I think like can be a bad thing, but in that way, it feels like it would be very filling. Like if I ate one of these, maybe it wouldn't satisfy my sweet tooth as much as an actual brownie would, but it would take so long to eat this and then digest it that my body's gonna be so busy working on that I won't even have time to think about other food. I feel like I've been eating this for like an hour. It wasn't as good as I hoped it would be, but it certainly wasn't as bad as I feared it might be. Whoa, way to go out on a limb there, buddy. Now, there is a lot of protein in these, so you gotta temper your expectations a little bit, but here's how I would rate each flavor. The hazelnut was actually really good. I would definitely eat that again. The chocolate and coconut were both fine, and the peanut butter?
Do not talk to me about the peanut butter. It smelled bad, it tasted bad, I was physically unable to finish it. And also I just wanted to share this review from their website. Pretty bad experience for Tammy. She gave it 1 star and then ended her review by thanking Tammy. You know, I was just craving something sweet, and then I remembered I have a box full of Hornble's Chornbles in the fridge. Good, nice, normal Hornble Chornble. And there's my foot.
Hornble's Cornble sells protein chocolate, 100 calories per bar and 10 grams of protein. I want to know how it stacks up to its regular version. I'm definitely going to choose the Reese's.
I'm gonna have cookies and cream, because this one had the worst reviews, so I kind of want to try what I think might be the worst, and then it would only get better from there, right? It's very lumpy. That's gotta be the lumpiest candy I've ever seen. It's got like goosebumps. That's not that bad. I spoke too soon. I actually think I like the texture more than I like the taste. I like how crunchy it is, but I'm not crazy about the taste. And I'm not making a mess. Almost all of these have the same aftertaste, and I guess it's monk fruit. I think monk fruit is like a really common sweetener. I don't know if the value is there. For such a little thing, it's almost definitely overpriced. Honestly, I kind of think I just hate the name. I get that they're like, oh, we're silly, you know, we're not like other brands, but it just kind of feels like that girl with the bag of chips on her head, like if she was a chocolate brand instead of a person. I think this is the one I have looked forward to the most. I've definitely gotten this one advertised the most.
ProMix Protein Puff Bars are made by dietitians with 15 grams of protein in each bar.
These are quite literally Rice Krispie treats with 15 grams of protein in them.
It's like a Rice Krispie treat, but not as sweet.
The vanilla is pretty much identical to a regular Rice Krispie treat.
I love Rice Krispie treats, and if this is anything like one, which, let's be honest, it won't be, then it'll be really good. Okay, it looks good.
Best part is they don't have that chalky, chewy consistency all those other protein bars have.
It does not taste as good as it looks. Man.
And these other flavors are fire too. I mean, the blueberry tastes just like my grandma.
It just looks so good. It's so shiny. It's glistening. Then you bite into it and you can only be disappointed. I'll give them credit. It's different. If you're tired of eating Quest bars all the time and you want something that just feels completely different to eat, this is like a fun change of pace. I just wish it tasted better. They smell so strong. The moment you open them up, you're like smacked in the face with this odor. Doesn't this look like it'd be delicious? Doesn't this look like you're 13, you just came home from school, you put Nickelodeon on, and you're about to have a delicious treat? That's what it looks like, but it doesn't taste like that. I'm so disappointed.
I kid you not, the box is pretty much gone. Good thing they're almost always out of stock, because I don't know if it's safe keeping these in my house.
Snack time. I like that you could tell their printer was running out of ink before they put this on. It really makes me feel good about consuming the contents of this bag. Wow, can you believe that this cup of dirt only has 150 calories? Oh, yeah. Oh, it looks delicious. Now that's a brownie. Went from dirt cup to poop cup. I think I liked it better before I microwaved it. Kind of like just licking the spoon. For something that you just mix with water and throw in the microwave, it does have like a cakey texture to it. It's pretty solid for what it is. I don't remember what I paid for this, but it's also like a crazy protein ratio. I think I judged the book by its cover. The cover being a shitty AI generated image, but still, you know. I judged it. One thing I'll say about this though, it's gotten a little worse as it's cooled off. It was too hot to eat, but then now that it's cold, it tastes gross. There are definitely no chocolate chips in here. It's a pretty misleading photo to use. I mean, I know for a fact there aren't chocolate chips in here because it was a powder that I mixed with water. They are not just gonna materialize from that. Is it still pretty good for what it is? Yeah. But don't lie to me. Up next, we've got Magic Spoon, the high-protein, keto-friendly, gluten-free, grain-free, soy-free, wheat. As far as bars, I got blueberry muffin and double chunk chocolate. Comment down below how many booms you think I'm gonna give. They got 12 grams of protein, 140 calories, pretty solid ratio there. I gotta say, looks pretty good. They nailed the appearance. What I've learned so far in this video is sometimes the better something looks, the worse it tastes. Sometimes it's like they put their entire budget into making something look good, and then they are like, oh fuck, I forgot to taste test it. The texture is really good, actually. It's as crunchy as it looks. It doesn't have like an overwhelming aftertaste, or a before taste for that matter. I couldn't taste it at all until I put it in my mouth. That's really solid. I gotta say, that's one of my favorite things so far. All right, I'll pour myself a little bit of cereal. Okay. It's such an ungodly pink. Like, this color is not of this earth. I could use this table, but I'm not going to. It's more interesting for you guys to watch me struggle a little bit. Because at the end of the day, I'm not a person, I'm just sort of a clown. Why is it kind of like pre-soggy? I was gonna say, it has like kind of a sour taste. And I guess that's the cheesecake. Because it's not just strawberry cereal, it's strawberry cheesecake. And that cheesecake has like a little bit of tartness because of the cheese. Can't tell if I like it or not. Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say, I don't really have an opinion on it, but I did eat the entire thing. Fine, I'll have some of the other one too. Maybe I don't have to make dinner now. Ugh. I don't like that smell at all. When I review stuff like this, there's the devil on my shoulder is like, you can't like it. Even if you like it, people are gonna think you're shilling for it. You gotta come on here and you gotta shit on the brands, because brands are bad. But then also, I feel like if I shit on every single product, then it's gonna come off like I'm just doing it to be a hater. And I don't wanna be a hater. I wanna like these things. I spend a lot of money on them. This is how I pour cereal now. Yeah, I'm not really digging this one as much. I would never buy this again. I'll probably eat it because I have it, but I can't recommend this. The cheesecake's not that bad. I've actually been thinking about that old video recently because I've been trying so many protein things. And I think at the time, I was just comparing it to regular cereal, and that's not really a fair comparison to make. Like, yes, they're marketing it to be a Fruit Loops replacement, but it's like saying an ice cream sundae tastes better than a banana. Like, yeah, of course it does. It's not the same thing. It doesn't serve the same purpose. I definitely don't love the way this one looks in comparison. I assume those are supposed to be little blueberry specks, but they kind of look like bugs. Kind of looks like I dropped this on the ground, but got a bunch of bugs and dirt in it. Oh, that's nasty. Magic Spoon, what happened? We got off to such a good start. I will say, again, the texture is perfect, but it just tastes bad. It tastes bad. Also, I didn't get myself a drink, so the only thing I have to wash this down with is milk. And I don't want that. Guys, I have to confess something. All week I've been eating things off camera. Sorry, it's just sometimes I get hungry and I don't feel like stopping to set up a tripod first. But what I've learned this week is that these three things are all delicious, and I would put all of them in the same category, which is that they're good, but they don't have a lot of protein in them, so you can't really just compare them side by side with everything else. Like, this brownie is incredible. It's so much better than the Munch Better brownie. But that one has 2.5 times as much protein in it, so of course this one should taste better. It's still insane to me that this is bragging about having 36 grams of protein in it, when in order to have that much, you need to eat the entire fucking bag. I wanted to hate this so bad because of how deceptive that is, but I couldn't, because they're delicious. I've never had fried mung beans before, but they're all so good. The first night I tried them, I had 5 bags. 5 different bags! I was only supposed to have 1. And like, this box you can see is full. That's not because I haven't had any yet. That's because I got 2 boxes and I already ate the entire other one. And you might be thinking, Drew, aren't you gonna like gain weight making this video about how you're trying to find low-calorie protein snacks? Yes, in fact, I already have. But I'm doing research, okay? For the future, I'm taking everything I'm learning and then I can apply it to a diet going forward. It's just, for now, I need to like really be sure if I like something by having 12 of them. And then these are kind of mind-boggling to me because they taste exactly like a chocolate bar. Like, if you didn't tell me this had 12 grams of protein in it, I wouldn't even think that it did. I would just think it's a regular, like, French chocolate bar. The only thing that caught me off guard with this is that it says woman owned on it, and I'm sorry if this makes me sound like too woke or whatever, but I don't think anybody should own a woman. She can take care of herself. Yo, what's up, fuck fam? Today we're gonna be doing the viral Easy Mac Meal Boosters Challenge. I learned about this from what I would say was the most annoying ad that I got.
And y'all know I like to make it cheesy pleasy, but I also like to make it beefy. Make it cheesy pleasy, Easy Mac Kraft, baby. Kraft is the fam, but this is the health.
Kraft is the fam, but this is the health.
People just say shit, man. It's crazy.
The secret is, for one of them, you don't use the packet, you use this. And then you're healthy. Because this is the health. You know what's funny? I didn't know this. Easy Mac apparently already has 7 grams of protein in it. And this has 15. So if you swap out the cheese for this, it does seem like just yet another very expensive swap to get a marginal amount of protein in. But paying a hefty fee for a very slight difference in protein is sort of the theme of this video. Gonna do regular cheese for this one. Oh man, I thought the other yellow was a little unnatural looking, but this is bright orange. This shit looks radioactive. Before me sit two identical foods. There is not a single visual difference in between these two mac and cheeses, but there is an important nutritional difference. One of them has slightly more protein, and I bet it just might taste worse.
Haven't done this in so long. Hold on, guys. Oh yeah, that shit's good.
And now the meal booster. It's different.
It's different.
I wouldn't say that it's less cheesy than this one is. Like, there's definitely a very cheesy flavor to it, but it's not the right cheese flavor.
See, I guess the problem with this being super liquidy was also that a lot of the protein is now at the bottom.
And if I don't drink it, then there was no point in doing all that. I think if you want to have mac and cheese and you want to add more protein to it, just like throw some chicken in there. Throw a couple hot dogs in there, you know?
Now this takes me back to being a kid.
Just as salty as I remember. All done.
My stomach kind of hurts.
But of course, there's no shortage of meals you can boost with this powder. The next day, I mixed some into my eggs. And fun fact about this, while I was getting this shot, which I'm now realizing I didn't even need, my phone fell into the eggs. Now, I don't know if you guys have ever dropped your phone into eggs before, but I have to say, it's pretty gross.
Boy, oh boy, I can't wait to eat these.
They smell... It's kind of the end of that sentence. All right, well, let's see. Honestly, I don't hate it.
A couple of bites have been bad because it's just been a chunk of cheese powder that didn't get mixed in. But that's my fault, let's be honest. I actually don't mind it. I think it goes well with the eggs. I just don't know if it's worth so much extra money for this. And like, eggs are expensive already. This is like an $8 meal. I don't know if I can justify that.
Man, I just wish there was some other way to add protein to your food and make it taste cheesier, but I can't think of any other way to do that. A food that has protein in it and tastes like cheese. Tastes like cheese and has protein. There's gotta be something, right? Nope. Only meal boosters.
Protein candy. Crazy, right? I mean, the very phrase seems like an oxymoron, and yet the only moron here is you for not thinking that it was possible. Okay, expand your mind a little bit. Now, on the surface, this seems way too good to be true. 15 grams of protein, only 150 calories, and instead of sugar, they've loaded it up with a bunch of fiber. And that's good for pooping.
I'm gonna start with the blue raspberry.
I think in general, blue raspberry is one of my favorite flavors.
Like if I can only have one candy for the rest of my life, blue raspberry sour punch straws, no hesitation.
Well, they smell really good. I will say they also look a little vaguely of turds. If you told me this just came out of someone's butt, I would believe you.
Okay. If you've ever wondered what candy would taste like if it was sour but not sweet, wonder no more. I think this might be one of the grossest things I've ever put in my mouth. The strawberry might be better because the sour taste is really throwing me off. It's so gross.
Like, I think as humans, our nature when we taste something sour is to think that there's something wrong with it, right? Like fruit that's gone bad. I'm just tapping into my evolutionary instincts and they're telling me, spit this out, dude.
Yeah, strawberry's not as bad. I don't know if it would be possible. I had a pretty visceral reaction to that first one.
They nailed the texture. It feels like a gummy candy.
Like a gusher without the juice.
But you can't just replicate texture and then call it a day, you know?
As great as it is that there's so many protein foods that are designed to replace a specific craving you might be having, sometimes I think it might be better to just fight the craving and ignore it than it is to be like, well, I have to have candy right now or I'll die. So I'm gonna eat this rancid fiber ball and then that'll somehow satisfy the same taste. It doesn't. I love the idea. I really do. You know, 10 out of 10 for ambition alone. 0 out of 10 for everything else.
Still averages out to be a 5 though. Boy, oh boy, have I been putting this one off. I have had these protein donut mixes for like a month now. I'm not even exaggerating. And they look so tasty, they really do. It's just that every other protein food I got comes in like a bag and I can just eat it. But this I have to prepare. It's got instructions on the back. Some of it's in all caps saying what not to do or you'll fuck it up. I'm gonna fuck it up. Step 1, preheat the oven. I can do that. Maybe I was nervous for nothing. I'm killing it so far.
Huh. It does say I need to use a donut pan.
I don't have that.
I was just gonna use
the baking sheet. Okay, I had a month to think this through, and it never clicked for me. How the fuck would it be shaped like a donut if I just mix this up and dump it on top of a flat surface? I got it. Oven on. Generously grease the donut pan. Beat egg whites for 2 minutes on high speed until stiff. You know, the phrase on high speed suggests some sort of device that it has like multiple settings on it. I'm gonna be using my hands, which only have one setting. Also, beat until stiff. What is this, my nightly routine? Vanilla extract. Now I'm beating for 1 minute on low/medium speed. Hope I'm not going too fast. Now I use a spatula for this next part. Baking is so silly. Why couldn't I have used the whisk for this? Why did I need a separate tool? You just want me to do as many dishes as possible? Looks about even to me. Nice and smooth-ish. I think that's correct. While I wait for this to finish cooking, it's time for the most exciting part of the video, something I've never done before, a giveaway. Guys, I can't eat all these donuts. 6 donuts? I'm just one guy. It's mathematically impossible. And I love my fans. I wouldn't be here without them. So, whatever I don't eat today, I'm gonna be giving back to my community. If you wanna be entered to win this, the leftover donut sweepstakes, comment down below your address, your name, your age, your mom's name, your mom's age, a photo of your mom. I guess what's interesting about this is it's 90 calories, 15 grams of protein for a donut. That's really solid. But that's based on if you use coconut oil spray instead of butter, even though it explicitly tells you to use butter, which is about 100 extra calories on each donut. I just think it's a little deceptive to be like, okay, here's how you make these donuts, and here's all the nutritional information for if you made it a completely different way. Oh wait, you made it the way we told you to? What are you, fucking stupid? Awesome. Time to take these healthy protein donuts and just sort of put a bunch of butter on them. Nailed that. Strike! I am noticing that all the butter is kind of just pooling in the middle. Is that what they wanted me to do? Mix it around like this, you know? This is exactly what they had in mind, I'm sure. I can't lie, this is definitely me when I'm eating protein donuts. Did not stick the landing here, but when do I? Man. Is there anything I can do? I mean, they look good. And I know what you're thinking, Drew, no they don't. It's just that they look like they would taste good, even though they objectively look like shit. All right, moment of truth. It's all right. It's a lot of work to make this. I went to the store 3 times today. And I think as far as flavor goes, the butter's doing a good amount of heavy lifting here. You know, I feel like the thing with baking is the whole ends up being greater than the sum of its parts. But with this, I can very much taste every individual ingredient. It kind of tastes like eggs. It kind of tastes like applesauce. It definitely tastes like butter. I mean, it tastes all right. It's not like gross. If I was really craving a donut, you know, this almost would fill that. But I can think of so many easier and better ways to get 15 grams of protein in. Exciting news, everyone. We've made it to our final product. And it is, of course, Cloud protein popcorn. I had to go to 3 different Targets until I could find this. I'm not sure if that means that it's in such high demand it's flying off the shelves, or that it's not actually at most Targets and nobody really gives a shit. Either way, I'm just blessed to have gotten my hands on some. Now, there's a lot of like objective information you can put on the bag for a product to brag about it, the ingredients it has or doesn't have, but I love how many of these products advertise that they taste good. Where other popcorns have a bunch of crap in them, ours is delicious. Really? You think so? Yep. That's popcorn, all right. Not sure what I was expecting. Hey, what the fuck? What does that taste? It tastes like burnt. I think they burnt this. Some of them aren't that bad, but a few of them, yeah. Believe me, I know what burnt popcorn tastes like. I do it all the time. Sometimes I'll get a little high and I'll crave popcorn, and so I'll put some in the microwave, but then I'll forget about it because of the aforementioned being high. And then the microwave beeps and I'm like, fuck, it wasn't supposed to be in there the whole time. I messed up. So I've got a lot of experience with this exact flavor, and I can't believe that it cost as much money as it did. Also, I hate when food brands brag about having ingredients that you can pronounce. How dare you presume to know my reading level, okay? For all you know, every word is hard for me to pronounce. Or is it pranunk?
Pronounckie? Now, if I was watching a movie and I had this in my hand and I was very mindlessly consuming it, could I easily eat the whole bag and not think twice? Yes. But I could do that with a lot of food. That doesn't make your food special, okay? You put anything in my hands while I'm focusing on something else and I will probably eat it. I don't know though, I just feel like there's something missing. Like maybe I could boost it in some way. Now you're starting to see the vision, right? I can hear your mouth watering. It's actually really gross, the squelching noises coming from your mouth right now. Oh, look at that, guys. That's to die for. That's simply to die for. Dude, I've had 2 bites. Look at my hand. This was like the first ad I saw for them was put it on popcorn. Okay. And then get it all over your body and furniture. Oh, I feel like it's still missing something. Ooh, I know. Another bag of meal boosters. Why boost something once when you could boost it twice? I just feel like that's still not enough protein. One more should do it. Oh my gosh, guys. You know, cloud is the fam, but this is the health. What do you think? Do you think that's enough? It's gonna have to be. That was my last one. Oh my God. I can feel myself getting stronger. Like every bite is just going straight to my muscles. Wow, my hand is so covered in cheese that the autofocus on the camera prioritized my foot because it didn't recognize this as a human body part. That's how boosted this meal is. Every piece of dust tells a story. And the story is about how fucking yoked I'm about to get. Wow, that really hit the spot. The spot being the back of my throat where a kernel is currently stuck, but you know, it still hit it. Well guys, I've reached the end of my journey. After 2 long months of boosting my meals, eating Kim Kardashian popcorn, and even going to the gym 3 times, it's time to see the results. To be honest, I'm very nervous about this. I've never taken my shirt off on camera before. But if I want to inspire the next generation of bodybuilders, and I do, I need to let my guard down. Here goes nothing. Oh my God. I look so good. Go off, King. My pecs are so big I can hold the microphone right in between them. And my nipples, completely gone. I don't have to be self-conscious anymore. Oh, the perfect bicep shape. Narrow, but tall. That's a very coveted look in the gym community. All right, maybe I've been neglecting my back a little bit. That's all right. Gives me something to work towards. Holy shit, guys. I'm so proud of myself. It just goes to show you, when you trust the process and you do the right things and you don't take shortcuts and you don't buy a costume from Amazon to make it look like you're stronger than you actually are, you will get results. Well guys, that's going to do it for today's video. Thank you so much for watching and coming along on watching me come along, or for following on this journey where I went from being a scrawny little bitch to being a big hot guy who everybody's attracted to because of my body. Obviously, I couldn't have done this without your support and without all of the delicious protein products I tried, and also without the steroids that I took. To be honest, I was getting a little nervous that the results weren't materializing the way I hoped that they would, so I had been pumping steroids like crazy into my veins the past 3 days, and it paid off. I look incredible. One of my balls fell off, but that's fine. You only need one. Thanks for watching. Sorry I didn't post in 8 months. Probably won't happen again. Who knows? I love YouTube, but it's only part of my life, and sometimes I have to put it in the back seat while I focus on my health. And that's what I've been doing. I've never been healthier than I am right now. So, oh, there goes the other one.
Hey guy, welcome back to NASA headquarters. Today is December, which means it's time for Christmas movies, almost all of which are bad. Sure, there's a few gems, Home Alone, The Santa Claus, Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas Ever. These are all critically acclaimed, as they should be, but for every good Christmas movie, I swear there's gotta be like 200 bad ones. A lot of that has to do with the Hallmark movie factory, where they mass produce semi-attractive white couples to recreate the same film 100,000 times. After which, I assume they put them down and replace them with new actors. That's just the circle of life. But even though Hallmark movies are easy to make fun of for their formulaic simplicity, you gotta admit, their business model works. Their brand is synonymous with the holiday season. On the other hand, you have companies like Netflix, who this time of year want to be like Hallmark so bad, but absolutely suck at it. First up, we got Dolly Parton's Christmas on the Square, a musical starring Dolly Parton as a glowing hobo. Seems like even her biggest fans couldn't find a way to enjoy this mess. The best thing I saw someone say about it is that it's a good movie to watch while you clean your bathroom. Christmas on the Square. Looks like I won't be cleaning my bathroom anytime soon. Up next, we've got A California Christmas.
We have 3 weeks. If not, the deal falls apart before Christmas. Hannah, where's the water?
They seem to be going for the reverse Hallmark here, where a businessman falls in love with a small town woman. And they say Hollywood's not progressive.
I'm sorry.
You forgot your hat.
You lied about who you are.
Kelly, I had no idea who I was until I met you.
No, you don't understand, cowgirl. I used to like big city, but now I meet you. I like small town Christmas fun. For me, horse ate my shirt. Let's ride the horse. This one's not out yet, but luckily I can just click this little button here to be notified when it's time to cancel my subscription. Now I'm gonna list off some other Netflix Christmas movies, and you let me know if you notice the theme here. Christmas with a Prince, A Christmas Prince, A Christmas Prince the Royal Wedding, A Christmas Prince the Royal Baby, The Princess Switch, A Princess for Christmas, The Princess Switch Switched Again Part 2, The Night Before Christmas, and Prince of Peoria, A Christmas Moose Miracle. For some reason, all 9 of these movies revolve around a royal family, and almost half of them star Vanessa Hudgens. The Princess Switch is probably the most notorious one here. It's your classic Princess and the Pauper, Parent Trap kind of situation, where Vanessa Hudgens and her twin, Vanessa Hudgens, no relation, switch places before realizing that maybe the grass isn't greener on the other side. Just kidding, they love it. Nothing goes wrong, and now they're both princesses. Also, one of them's British.
Keep calm and carry on.
To be clear though, she's not the princess of Britain. She doesn't live in Britain, she just is British. I know it doesn't make too much sense, but half the people in Star Wars were British and they lived in space, so I'll let this one slide. I would say the most annoying part of this movie is how boring the prince is. I understand why Princess Vanessa didn't want to marry him, so she ran away to Chicago, but American Vanessa fucking loves this dude.
I love you more than I've ever loved anyone in my whole life.
They met 3 days ago. Maybe she hit her head when she fell off that horse, I don't know. But they don't seem to have anything in common, and also he's kind of weird.
You sound like my grandmother.
Meanwhile, British Vanessa, who's pretending to be American Vanessa, falls in love with a guy that the real American Vanessa had been friend-zoning, and they have a pretty decent relationship. He's charismatic, he's like a good dad, and she is just mesmerized by his torso.
Have you ever seen Kevin with his shirt off? Ew, Kevin? No. But Edward, you and Kevin aren't an item.
Ew, have I ever dated my handsome best friend? No. I like Edward. But he's like if a blank piece of paper was a person, yeah.
This is crazy.
If you thought that movie was crazy, the real fun begins in The Princess Switch Switched Again Part 2, where we're introduced to a third Vanessa Hudgens, only this one is evil.
Off with their heads. Yeah, people are gonna die. Minions, I need more champagne.
Is she really related to you?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they're related.
You're yummy.
The next scene looks like one of those infomercials where the actor has to try really hard to spill something on themselves so they can make the product look useful.
There's the sugar behind the flour.
I'll get it.
It's quite all right.
Oh, it'd be easier if I get it.
I told you.
Has this ever happened to you?
You're not just about to become the Queen of Montanaro. You've also become the Queen of my heart.
Somebody wrote that. And then they put it in the movie. You know what? I'm just gonna skip to the end.
To love and support you in everything that you do. And maybe someday teach you how to make a hot chocolate.
Crap, I don't understand that reference because I didn't actually watch the movie. Just try and act natural.
I love you, Margaret.
I'm just excited for the next sequel to come out when they all have kids, who I assume will also be played by Vanessa Hudgens.
What news?
As bad as the Princess Switch movies are, I really think they have nothing on this next one. This is the other Netflix movie that also has Vanessa in it, and it is so unbelievably dumb. So this movie is set in the 1300s, and also 2019. You see, Sir Cole over here wants to become a knight, but he can't until he completes the quest given to him by this old crone.
Old crone?
Her name in the movie actually is Old Crone. What if there was more than one old crone? How would you tell them apart? Also, what is an old crone? Well, in folklore, a crone is an old woman who may be disagreeable, malicious, or sinister in manner, often with magical or supernatural associations that can make her either helpful or obstructing. As a character type, the crone shares characteristics with the hag. What a description. Anyway, the old crone sends him on a quest which is, for some reason, 700 years in the future.
You shall travel to faraway lands, see things undreamed of.
Seems a little random to me. What, did they run out of medieval things to do? All right, gather around, gentlemen. Come get your quests. Okay, you young men, you're going to fetch an enchanted sword for the prince. And you're gonna scale the highest mountain and slay the dragon who lives on the top. And you're gonna date a middle school teacher. So she sends him to 2019 and he's hella confused, obviously.
Can we take a selfie?
Pretty, what might that be, Mary?
Did you notice anything about that shot? Well, let's see. Her hand moved. He went from being in the middle to being on the end. And where the hell did that merry-go-round come from? Not that continuity is important or anything. We're just making a movie. Also, the old crone time traveled here too, I guess to make sure he's doing his job. But she's posing as Mrs. Claus and no one notices. Wouldn't the guy playing Santa be a little confused that she just appeared out of nowhere? Like, wait a minute, where did you come from? Get away from those children. You share characteristics with the hag. It must be like the easiest thing in the world to write a Christmas movie because nothing has to make sense. Christmas is a time for magic and wonder and plot holes, but
if you believe, anything's possible.
As a result of that logic, these writers think that they can get away with anything and no one's allowed to question it. But I will question it. I am a professional movie nitpicker. I am the second most annoying kind of detective, behind those people who brag about noticing typos in deleted tweets. Anyway, later that night, she runs him over in her car.
I hit him with my car.
Which I gotta say is one of the more aggressive meet cutes I've ever seen, but luckily he's alright because he's wearing a literal suit of armor.
I think he hit his head.
Apparently, Sir Cole believes that he's a 14th century knight.
You are not sleeping under a tree when I have an empty guest house you can stay in.
Vanessa decides at this point that the strange man she just met, who she believes is suffering from a brain injury and is armed with a sword, should stay with her in her home. There's an idea that couldn't end badly. Good thing she has an entire guest house for him to stay in, because, you know, she's a teacher, and we all know how well teachers get paid.
You scared away my supper.
Skunk. I feel like even a knight from the 1300s wouldn't look at a skunk and think, I'm gonna eat that. But he's still hungry, so they go to Denny's.
Hot dog.
Delicious. Another one, wench.
Whoa. Okay, Sir Cole, that's kind of an offensive term.
Cole, you're being rude. We prefer to call them hags. So then he spends all night watching TV and I guess learns some of the modern dialect.
What do you think of these awesome new threads? Modern technology is lit AF.
He doesn't talk like that at all the rest of the movie. It's just for that scene because it's funny, or I mean lit.
We tweeted ours.
The next day, he chops down a tree with one swing, and then Vanessa lets him drive her car. Yep, the guy who spent the last 3 days talking like a Shakespeare play, who doesn't have a license and clearly has never been in a car before the night you met him. Sure, let him drive your car around by himself. Why stop there? Give him a gun too. See what more havoc he can wreak. Side note, time moves very fast in this movie. There are entire days that are only like 3 minutes long. On December 19th, they wake up, start watching TV, and then it's nighttime, and then they fall asleep, and then it's the morning again. December 21st, she sends Cole and her niece outside to hit each other with sticks, and they do it until it's dark.
That's called fist bump.
The next morning, Vanessa comes outside to see Cole beating up her lawn ornaments, and she's just like, oh, you. What a goofball. And I guess her neighbor was really impressed by his moves because she comes over and starts flirting with him.
Actually, just popped by to see if you were free tonight to do some Christmas caroling with friends.
I mean, shit, if I saw a homeless man winning a fight with plastic, I'd probably ask him on a date, too.
Lady Allison seems to have you green with envy.
Okay, first off, she ain't no lady. In high school, she was voted biggest flirt.
You see, Sir Cole, here in 2019, we don't call women wenches. We merely imply that they are one. I will say Cole is a very nice guy, which is probably why Vanessa and the police let him get away with literally anything. But he teaches the girl about kindness, and then he saves her life when she wanders onto a lake in the middle of a snowstorm. And then he and Vanessa share a little Christmas romance.
But the dough will fail to rise if you continue to wrest it like a dragon slayer.
Why can't I get my printer to connect? Need a hand? No, I'm good. Shh. Don't say a word. You'll ruin the moment. This isn't helping.
He loves them.
Pickpocket!
Should we let him keep his hands?
Yeah.
Yes?
Well, you're turning into quite the natural at this game, Cole.
You know, you should consider, joining the force.
Wait, so this cop is well aware of how insane Cole is. He just watched him use excessive force on a teenager, and so he asks him to join the police force? This movie's more realistic than I thought. They were about to kiss, but they got interrupted. I wonder if that same exact thing is gonna happen again 7 minutes from now. It did. All right, third time's a charm. But of course, the old crone, whose motives I'm starting to question, is just staring at them creepily in the background.
Cole, your medallion.
This thing's glowing. That means he did his quest. They figured it out. The quest was to kiss her. Still kind of weird, but they did it. They're in love. It's beautiful. They can finally live happily ever after. Wait, where is he going? Oh, he got sent back to the 1300s. Let me make sure I understand the stakes of this movie. So he was banished to go to the future, which he loves because it's awesome.
Play Deck the Halls.
Deck the Halls. And if he didn't complete his quest in time, he would have been stuck there forever, where he'd be forced to continue living happily with Vanessa Hudgens. But because he did kiss her before Christmas, he completed his quest, and his reward is that he gets to go back to his kingdom, where he'll probably die in his 30s. Yeah, that makes sense.
Brother? Jeffrey.
Wait, did they just do a bro hug? He seemed so confused by a fist bump earlier, but I get it. That's his ride or die right there. Obviously, he wants to go back, though, so he's got to find the old crone again.
Crone? Crone! Crone! Oh, crone! I beg thee, crone. I will do. Very well.
That problem resolved itself in like a minute and a half.
It's Cole, and he brought his horse.
Delighting in your company.
Cole, I thought you were gone. Like, for good.
I found someone else. I was gone for an hour. You have to move on, Cole. Well, it wouldn't be a rom-com if it didn't end with all the extras clapping for the main characters because they have nothing better to do. Oh. Did not expect that. Another thing I didn't expect was a random post-credits scene.
You truly are a handsome young knight.
Sir Geoffrey Alexander Edward Lyons. At your service.
Oh, the old crone is at it again. Are they hinting at a sequel? Is there gonna be like a whole Marvel universe of knights being sent in the future, only they all go to Vanessa Hudgens and she's just like, guys, I'm taken. You should know this. It was your brother. I give this movie a D. D's nuts. Before you unsubscribe, I just want to touch on one last movie. It's called Holiday, starring Emma Watson. It just came out. Amanda and I watched the entire thing, and I don't really have anything funny to say about it. I just need to rant about it for a sec because this movie pissed us the hell off. So the premise is that Emma Watson is tired of her family judging her when she comes home boyfriendless every Christmas. So she meets this guy who lives at the mall, and they decide that he'll pretend to be her boyfriend only on holidays so her mom gets off her back. Here's the thing though. The mom doesn't like him. She still spends the rest of the movie trying to set her up with someone else. Also, they go on holidays, not even in front of her family, which I thought was the whole point. So at this point, they're just friends with benefits, except without the benefits, and also they're not friends. And I'm sure you can see where this is going. They eventually start to like each other, but they don't want to admit that they like each other, and that's like the main conflict of the movie. Emma Watson also shits her pants on Halloween because her aunt accidentally gave her laxatives instead of Advil. You know, when you bring a giant bottle of laxatives to a Halloween party just in case you decide it's time to go have diarrhea in public. Shit, I haven't pooped in almost 15 minutes. I must be constipated. Then on Thanksgiving, this random guy comes over and immediately tries to eat the turkey out of the oven with his hands. The turkey's clearly done already, but they put it back in the oven and surprise, they burn all the food. So Emma has to go to the store, which is open on Thanksgiving, and she's buying waffles for some reason, and Ryan Gosling is there. And then she goes back home and it's dark outside, so she's been gone all day while they were all waiting, and they all start to fight, and then this guy has a heart attack, so they go to the hospital where, sorry, I'm out of breath, where the aunt tells the doctor that she loves him, and then they kiss. Also, Emma's sister cheats on her husband with King Batch, and they use it as the catalyst to fix their broken relationship. No! This poor guy, who doesn't have any time for her anymore because he's too busy being the only one to take care of their 4 children, gets cheated on with a Vine star, which, yeah, I know that's kind of a self-roast. And she's just like, oopsies, and everything's okay. No, fuck that. These people suck. None of them deserve a happy ending. And why the hell did they spend so much time at the mall? Nobody goes to the mall anymore. I guess what I'm trying to say is Netflix, Try harder. Christmas is good. Christmas movies should be good too. I know you can make good stuff. I watched The Chess Show. I liked Stranger Kids. Put some of that effort into a holiday movie that doesn't suck, and then maybe I won't have to go watch Lifetime instead. What are they working on right now? You know, on second thought, I don't think I'm going to be celebrating Christmas anymore.
Channel.
Thank you so much for watching today's video, guy. If you want to subscribe to my channel, go to how do I get to Google? It's Google. Crap, I think I'm stuck on this page. Search. I guess I'll search YouTube for Google.com. Maybe they have official. Maybe this will take Google. Take me to Google. Fuck. How do I get to Google.com?
The other day I was doing what I've been doing a lot lately, sitting near my computer pretending to work, when I decided to open up the Musical.ly app for the first time in a while. I go on Musical.ly about once every 2 months, and it always goes the same way. I'll spend about an hour or so having the time of my life, relishing in all of the ridiculous content this app has to offer. But inevitably, every time I end up stumbling upon something that makes me so angry, so confused, I have no choice but to delete the app. The thing I came across this time was #acting. And it's when someone takes a scene from a movie or a TV show and they lip sync along to the dialogue.
Please tell me she's just lying to screw with my head. Please tell me you didn't really cheat on me, especially
When he sees how I really look, he's gonna be disappointed. And
That does it! Katerina Valentine, I will not sit here anymore and listen to you talk bad about yourself. You're adorable.
Oh my god, thank you. Now, these Musical.lys can be split up into two distinct genres. There's for funsies and for serious. The for funsies ones are fine. They're literally just for fun. Most of them are kids just acting along to like Wizards of Waverly Place or some shit. I don't really get it, but that's not, just because I don't get it doesn't invalidate it. You know, everyone does whatever they want for fun. Where I think this starts to cross the line into like pretentious territory is with these very serious monologues done by like these pretty boys.
It wasn't on your tape. Did you put everything on your tape? You didn't deserve her.
Who are fully grown adults, but instead of like creating their own content or doing anything original at all, they get on camera and they do this. And then they add like sappy music and they make the caption. I love acting so much. It's almost as if they think they actually are acting. So we're gonna watch a few of these together now, but I need you guys to make me a promise, and I will do the same for you. No matter what happens, no matter what we see in the next few seconds, we will not cringe.
What?
I didn't say anything.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Because you're beautiful.
Oh my god.
I enjoy looking at beautiful people.
Every day you've spent in here has been because of him. Until today. Now you're in here because of me, and I'm so sorry.
Did you actually cry? Cause don't cry.
Klar, dass Sie nicht die gleichen Gefühle für mich haben wie ich für Sie.
I love acting, but you're not. I think the biggest reason that this bothers me more than like regular Musical.lys is because I think when people do regular Musical.lys, they aren't like, oh wow, I'm such a good singer. They just accept that it's like a performance. They're just lip syncing. But with this, they're like, no, I'm acting. This is acting. This is what acting is.
You like the idea of me. You like the idea of having a girlfriend. But really, you're just using me to make yourself feel better about everything in your life that sucks.
230,000 people liked this. I'm not saying this is bad. I'm not saying she did a bad job pretending to say words. I'm just saying, what's the point? Here's a few of the comments. Wow, your acting is so good. Do more acting, please. Sig, get your own show already. Get your own show. You were so good pretending to say 14 words. I think you deserve your own television show. Are you kidding me? Can you even imagine what would happen if one of these famous Musical.ly #actors
went to a real audition for like a real acting role, how do you think that would go? Next. Hi. Hi. Sorry, I'm just a little nervous. Hey, everybody's nervous, okay? Don't worry about it. Yeah, you're gonna do great. Thank you, I'm gonna try. So today I have prepared for you guys a monologue from an Elle Mills YouTube video. Okay, interesting. Well, whenever you're ready. Okay. You can do this.
Hi, I'm Elle Mills.
Oh.
And Valentine's Day is my favorite holiday.
This isn't-
But to be fair, I spend every year alone. But this year's gonna be different.
All right, pause. Stop for a second. Could you maybe do it without the phone playing? Yeah, we can't hear you over the video. Oh, that's because I wasn't saying anything. What? You weren't talking? No, I think Elle does a great job. I didn't want to step on her toes. Okay, but Elle isn't the one auditioning. You are. Idea. Maybe for this, instead of doing an Elle Mills video, you could read the lines from the script we gave you. Oh, that was the script? I thought that was a landmine. I destroyed it. Okay. Well, here's another copy. All of your lines are highlighted, so just go ahead and read that over and give it another shot. That's what I'm doing. You're not the boss of me. I can kick your ass. You're not my dad. All right, I think I got it. Perfect. All right, whenever you're ready. Not Elle Mills. This is all I know. All right, well, I think we've seen enough. You can go ahead and leave. Thank you. You won't regret this. Okay. And this is the exit right here? No, that's the ceiling. Oh, okay. You can just go out the way you came in. Guys, I got the part. Man, that guy sucked. I know, I thought he'd never leave. You wanna make out? You bet. At least that's what I thought would happen. But it turns out Musical.ly stars have been acting this whole time on a YouTube channel called Brat. This channel is home to some of the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. According to this article I found on Business Insider, Brat was created as a way to make TV quality scripted shows for kids that would rival Netflix and YouTube by casting pretty much exclusively Musical.ly and Instagram stars. From a business standpoint, it makes a lot of sense. You throw a bunch of teenagers with large online followings all in one place, you have them each promote it individually, and you're gonna get hella views. However, it seems that popularity might have been their one and only goal, because as you can probably imagine, the shows are terrible, and it goes beyond bad acting. Let's start by watching a little bit of Brat's flagship show, The Chicken Girls. Now, The Chicken Girls has been around for a little over a year now. It's by far their most popular series. I was amazed that it took me so long to hear about this show because each episode pulls in an average of about 10 million views, which is like insane. But Drew, what's the show about? Could you tell us? Okay. The Chicken Girls is a show about three best friends who may all be 4 years apart in age, but the one thing they have in common is an unbreakable bond over their lifelong passion for dance. They all go to high school together, despite this girl being 12, and drama ensues moments into the show when they realize there's not enough spots on the dance team for all of them. So that's the plot, but this show isn't about the plot. In fact, the plot is totally secondary to the real appeal of The Chicken Girls: constant production errors and shots that make no sense. There goes the bell. You know what that means. It's time to continue sitting in the middle of the hallway. That was always my favorite bell in school. After school, everybody goes to the arcade, where this guy must be getting mad because the game is asking him to press start. Later, the same guy takes a picture of these girls without even opening the camera, and this girl is enthusiastically playing a game that isn't on. Then the three main girls hear a song that I guess we're supposed to believe is coming from the speakers, but it's never explained. I mean, there wasn't music playing before, so it doesn't make sense for this to start playing out of nowhere, but whatever. They then do what anyone would do here. Throw down their jackets and dance in the middle of the arcade. They must be doing a good job because literally everybody in the room has stopped what they're doing to watch, including this guy who, in just a few seconds, goes from standing across the room to playing skee ball directly behind them. Who edits these? In the next episode, the youngest chicken girl and this weird guy flirt for a little bit. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. Then we're introduced for the first time to the greatest actor in the world.
Can you guys be adults somewhere else? I need to get my chemistry book.
Who grabs a notebook from his locker and then walks away without closing it. Not that it matters, I guess, because apparently none of these lockers have locks on them. Like, this girl was able to open someone else's locker to put a letter inside. And unlike what the guy did, this wasn't
wasn't a mistake. This was written into the show. Let's just skip to the next episode where one of the girls is in the guy's bathroom. He'll probably just say something normal, right?
Are you here to do the makeout?
Are you here to do the makeout? Has anybody ever said that? Unfortunately, we're not gonna have time to figure out the answer for that because this makeout session is getting cut short by, once again, the greatest actor in the world.
You pranked me. Rooney Forster pranked me. I hate Rooney Forster. Wait, am I in love with Rooney Forster?
All right, well, I've made it through 4 episodes and there are 18 more. So I don't think I'm gonna finish this, but lucky for us, Brat is about way more than just the chicken girls. You guys know Tessa Brooks, right? The former Team 10 superstar turned vlogger. Danny Gonzalez has a great video about her revolutionary style of low energy vlogging, and if you've seen that, you probably think she'd be perfect playing the role of an authoritative figure.
Didn't think so, started giving the top.
And that's exactly who she is in this show, the leader of a cheer team made up of a bunch of people in their 20s and one 11-year-old. This show makes no goddamn sense. Also, I love how vague the dialogue always is.
And I can't go back to my job at the restaurant, especially not after I left.
No one who works at a restaurant would say, my job at the restaurant. They'd say, my job at Chili's or my job at Longhorn Steakhouse. No one's that vague in real life. Hey Drew, what do you do for a living? I make videos on the website. Baby Doll Records is a show about baby Ariel, one of the most famous Musical.ly stars, trying to open her own record label despite constantly getting grounded by her terrifying mother. The shortcomings of the Brat channel start to get more apparent in this show. Like, I love this establishing shot of a very real and nice looking library filled with students and books, and then they immediately cut to the actual set, which couldn't look more different than the shot from 2 seconds ago. The shelves are different colors. There's only like 60 books. I love it. Also, there's this scene where Ariel is being yelled at by her parents, but everyone is facing the same direction. It's probably because the other side of the set wasn't finished or was left open to leave room for the cameras, but it just ends up looking so unnatural. Like, have you ever had a conversation like this?
What do you mean I'm grounded? But there's so many things I need to do this week. I've got to hang out with my friends every single day. Man, you know how much I love to make music after school. It's my passion. Plus, there's a guy I like who's clearly gay, but I can convert him. You guys just don't.
That being said, Baby Doll Records is easily the best show on this channel. The one and only reason for that being that the main character's name is my name.
Good night, Drew.
My favorite moment in the show is in episode 2. They're laying down a sick new track, but Drew isn't satisfied. Drew knows there's something missing, so she gives everyone a mission. At school tomorrow, listen to all the distinct sounds you may hear, and we're gonna use those in the background of the song to make it stand out. So that's what they do, and then they listen to the song at the end and dance along to the newest hit. That's honestly fine. That's a good plot point. It makes perfect sense considering like their age. I'm not gonna argue with that. But hold up, can we listen to the song? Where are the sounds they recorded? I don't hear a pencil or some guy chewing gum. Couldn't the producers have thrown just one of these sounds into the background to make the entire plot of this episode make sense? No, they couldn't do that because why would they?
Good night, Drew.
Brobot is the coolest and most intense show on the Brat channel. This show is about a family of hackers hoarding a powerful technology from the CIA. What's the powerful technology, you ask? It's Brent Rivera as a hologram. I can't believe I'm not making that up. What's funny about this is that they never explain what exactly it is that Brent does. Like, he's supposed to be this revolutionary, state-of-the-art technology the government is trying to hunt down. But all you really know about him is he's just like a charismatic guy who makes jokes sometimes and can do math quickly. Why is the CIA so hell-bent on stealing him? What is he gonna do for the US government? Help them talk to boys?
Bobby's coming, try the joke.
All in all, the show has potential, but Brent never takes his shirt off, so you can probably skip it. I found this one hard to watch much of, I think because it's supposed to be based in the 50s, and all that really means is they're wearing costumes and the color grading is a little bit different. The only thing I really need to show you from this is this real moment from the show. I did not edit this. You can go see this for yourself. It's about 8 minutes into the first episode.
What are you looking at?
These guys should win an award.
And lastly, we have The Overnights. This is a show about 4 teens who have absolutely nothing in common and 4 distinctly different tastes in music. And so naturally they start a band.
Nah, let's find a groove. Nah.
I really, really love.
More coffee house crap.
It's better than your top 40 nacho cheese fest.
Seriously though, none of them agree on anything. Do you know how much planning and coordination it takes to start a band? That's not just something that happens, especially not with 4 people who are practically strangers and one of them isn't even allowed to be here.
Crap, man, I gotta go.
But let's just fast forward to the end of the first episode. It's now Friday night, and it's their big gig they've been waiting for all week. Unfortunately though, things turn south pretty quickly. You know when you go to a bar and a band is playing music and you're not really a huge fan of it, so you and everybody in the room boo at them? Such a common thing to do. So the band is having a rough night so far. Not to worry though, because Instagram star Jordan Jones is here to save the day. Man, they've really improved in just a few days. They went from cluelessly holding instruments in a garage together to performing an entire song they've never practiced before. That's the power of friendship. All right, we're almost done. Great job, production team. Now let's just close it out strong with a solid shot of everyone looking happy and enjoying their triumph, or okay, I guess we could use a shot of Jordan struggling with the microphone and everyone in the audience totally stone-faced despite the sound of thunderous applause. All I gotta say is, love this episode. Everyone did awesome job. Love you, Brat. Waited so long for this episode to come. Now, can't wait for the next episode to come out. Love the song. Now, is it mean to make fun of these kids?
Yes.
Does that make me a bad person?
Yes.
Am I going to hell for this?
Yes.
But do I care about any of that?
Yes.
Oh. I think what I realized while making this video and watching more and more of these shows is that the kids have very little to do with like the shitty quality of the shows. It 100% traces back to the production team themselves, because it's very apparent while watching all of these shows that no one involved in the production gives even half a shit in the quality of what they're making. I went into this thinking that all of these Musical.ly and Instagram stars would just be atrocious actors, and honestly, some of them aren't even that bad. Even like Brent Rivera was okay in his show. The problem with these shows is because they're entirely motivated by money, and money comes from views. Views come from having as many Instagram stars as possible. How they write these shows is, how can we fit the most characters into the show? Because if we have more characters, then we have more people promoting them, and we have more viewers because of it. As a result, every series ends up with this convoluted web of secondary characters, none of which really stand out from each other. It's kind of like the Marvel movies, except instead of superheroes, it's just a bunch of angsty teens. The last thing I'll say about this is in response to what I imagine a lot of you may be thinking, Drew, these shows are made for kids. Why do you care? These shows aren't made for you. Why does it bother you so much? Sure, that's a good counter argument. But in my opinion, just because you're making shows for kids doesn't mean the shows have to suck. I feel like every company involved in making children's content, whether it's a YouTube channel like Brat or a big company like the Disney Channel, realized several years ago that kids are so dumb that they'll just put anything in front of them and kids will like it. So no one tries to make anything good because in their eyes, it doesn't matter. And I hate that. I hate that mentality. Part of the reason I'm so passionate about this is because Amanda and I just watched the Mr. Rogers documentary, and it was so insightful and just, I don't know, it's so wonderful to see someone whose number one motivation with the content he created was that he wanted to teach values to children. He saw what kids were watching and saw how empty and corruptive it was to their young, impressionable brains, and he was inspired to make things that would stick with them and make them better people. And it sucks that everyone involved in these shows doesn't give a shit about what they're making. It's just a mass production of barely passable content. I guess all I'm really getting at is Mr. Rogers was amazing, and now that he's gone, the world is missing someone like that. And that's where I come in. I, Drew Gooden, am gonna take the place of Mr. Rogers, and I'm gonna make a show that's good for kids and it teaches them lessons. And when I'm done with that, I'm gonna run for president of the United States. No, not really. I think I've just gone insane because I've spent like 12 hours this week watching shows on the Brat channel, and I don't know how to be a person anymore because of it. I also don't know how to end this video, so let's just cut to a commercial. Well, guy, that's it.
Thank you so much for watching today's video. If you liked it, remember to subscribe down in that comment section and leave a like on that bell. It's 12:30 p.m. and it's dark as fuck outside. I'll be back next week like I always am with some more spicy content. Follow me on Instagram and buy my merch. Goodbye.
Hi, welcome back to Circuit City headquarters. Sorry I haven't uploaded in a few weeks. I sat down in my moon pod and could not get back up. Lucky for me, it's the world's least comfortable chair. I would set it on fire, but I'm afraid he'd survive and attempt to retaliate. Anyway, y'all ever heard of TikTok? Of course you have. Maybe you've also heard of a show on Netflix called The Circle. Well, Awesomeness TV, the production company behind almost every Noah Centineo movie, has decided to combine those two things into the world's first, and hopefully last, TikTok star reality show. I say it's similar to the show on Netflix because it's also a competition based on social rankings, but where The Circle has people catfishing and anonymity and using hashtags and text conversations, the Awesomeness TV show is just a bunch of 19-year-olds yelling at each other.
You're ugly anyways. That's why Coley doesn't even want to you.
Even better, they're all from Florida.
This is Project 305, a group of friends and creators from Miami who have one common goal: be the next big influencer. Sounds easy enough, right?
Yes. And don't you dare try to tell me it's not.
Over the next 10 episodes, each of the members have to prove they have the creative chops of an influencer and the personality traits to go with it.
All right, guys, this won't be easy. You're gonna have to prove that you have the personality of a TikTok influencer. Do you think you can handle that? Perfect.
Yo, what's up? My name is Owen. I am the best person in the house. I'm the best looking, I'm the most outgoing, and I am the most fun.
I already regret this. This next guy is actually pretty cool. He's my favorite.
My name is Raul Ancio. I'm 19 years old. I'm still a full-time med student. I'm a content creator for the same reason I want to become a dentist, to bring people confidence through their smile.
What a nice guy. He does not belong in this house. Everyone else is like, yo, I'm here to make TikToks and get my dick sucked. And Raul's just like, hey, can you guys keep it down? I got dentist homework.
I brought all my energy drinks, 2 suitcases of candy. I got like packets of sugar.
She brought packets of sugar?
This morning, everyone had eggs. I had 9 bags of sugar.
Oh, right, because she eats them for breakfast. Why did I even ask?
Everyone head to the living room.
It's time to meet your host.
What?
Oh shit, time to see who the host is.
Honestly, I feel like it's gonna be like Brent Rivera, like Nikki and Gabby or something like that. Either Brent Rivera or Ben Asler.
It might be Brent.
Come on, Brent.
Ah! Surprise! Yo, Alex?
Daddy Alex?
I feel like I should know who this person is based on their reactions, but I don't. Where this show really shines, though, is in the competitions. These newborn babies are ruthless competitors. The first one is kind of lame, though. They just had to guess what other people's answers to personal questions were. Things like pet names, that sort of thing.
Her pet's name is Mouse. And it's a mouse. That's so dumb.
Really, it was just an excuse to push them into the pool in slow motion. But guess who wins?
Raul! I won?
That's right, my boy Raul. Of course, the nicest guy in the house won this competition because he's a good listener. And what's his prize? He gets to ask the host for advice. And what advice does he want?
And I just wanted to hear if you have any tips for me about how to connect with people and form lasting bonds with them.
He just wants to know how to make friends. What a good person. What a wholesome guy. Maybe these people aren't so bad after all.
The boys tonight are wearing flannels. Tonight we're looking fly, we're looking cute.
Flannel bros! Flannel bros, let's get it.
And we're back. So they've been here for like 20 minutes and there's already drama.
She scared me.
This is the first day. It is day one.
Drama, drama, drama.
Luckily, Coley has a brilliant idea to bring everyone together.
Okay, I have an idea to get us all closer. Let's all say one thing we don't like about each other. One thing. And then something we like.
Guys, I know how to get off on the right foot. Let's all insult each other. Don't worry though, she realizes her mistake and corrects herself.
Actually, forget the we like. Just we don't like.
Okay, well, that was the wrong part, but close enough.
That was the most cringy ever.
To round out episode 1, they all had to rank each other like they do in The Circle, and the results will be revealed in episode 2. which I also watched. So far though, the rankings don't seem to matter much. I mean, I guess it did determine how they got paired up for the next challenge, but the way they did it seemed a little arbitrary, like they were just trying to rig it.
1 is with 8, 3 is with 6.
And then 4 and 2, obviously, that's just how this works. That's what we were gonna do the whole time. So there's a series of competitions on day 2, starting with the lipstick challenge.
Your goal is to put lipstick on your partner as accurately as possible. The team whose lipstick looks the worst will be eliminated.
So one person has to use their arms without looking, and the other person has to shout instructions to them over all of the other people shouting instructions inches away from each other. Simple enough challenge, except one team cheated.
Larry, because you took your hand out from behind your back and wiped your face, your team is eliminated.
As soon as Raul was done, she turned around and tried to fix it with her finger.
Coley, because you removed your hands from behind your back, and Giovanni, because you were looking at Coley the entire time, your team is eliminated.
And then they got eliminated too, because he was just staring at her face the whole time. The point of the challenge is that you can't see what you're doing, and he just leaned over her shoulder like, oh, this isn't so hard, your lips are right here. And then this team loses because it was a try not to laugh challenge and one of them laughed. So guess what? Sabrina and Jada win. That's right, now they get to talk to Alex. Is that gonna be the prize every time? Not like a special dinner or an immunity idol. They just get to go ask David Dobrik Jr. one question. Side note, I had never heard of Alex before this video, but sometimes I would hear him talk and think, man, he sounds like David.
Do your best.
So I looked him up and was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's not just me, that's like his whole thing. I guess that just makes it even funnier to me that his advice to Raul was, be yourself, when he's formed his entire online identity around another person. Anyway, he seems like a nice enough guy. I'm not here to shit on him. I just don't understand why having a conversation with him is such a coveted prize in this game. Maybe it's just because you get to go into the other room for 5 minutes while everybody else continues to yell at each other.
I'm not gonna give you an apology if I don't mean it.
Yeah, but you're a bitch, bro.
Time to get back into it with some rankings. I still don't understand what these are for, but maybe it'll make sense eventually.
You already know what I'm going.
No, I do not.
Sabrina.
I did not know that.
Morning, everyone, and welcome to the War Zone.
Bro, what?
What? Wait, we're playing Warzone? Let's fucking go, dude. Well, not exactly. Turns out what they actually mean is they're doing what they call an obstacle course, but what I would just call TikTok dances.
Yeah, throw that stash.
No, I don't think I will be watching the full dances, but thanks for the offer. So Giovanni and Sabrina had the fastest times, but Valeria and Julian...
You guys have the best content.
Can't argue with that. And for the final round, they did a swim race where the winners get to, say it with me, talk to Alex.
He gave us so many tips.
Work together, don't be afraid to be yourself. I see it a lot, especially in this industry where, you know, it's very easy to become someone you're not.
After doing a real quick anti-vaping PSA,
I used to cope with it in a way that I'm not proud of. Like, I used to vape because all my friends would do it.
They revealed the new rankings and everybody's yelling again.
Just because I thought you guys were you said you're not interested. What is none of you guys? What are you interested?
Why am I watching this?
I hate everyone here and I don't want to be here.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
So I'm going to put Jada at the bottom.
Jada.
Okay, they keep ranking people, but no one gets voted out. So what is the point of the ranking? Are you gonna send someone home or not? Jada's practically begging for you to do it for her.
That's it. I'm done. Y'all won't be hearing no more from me. I'm out.
Flannel game, let's go!
But we're 3 episodes in and no one has been eliminated. I thought that would be part of the game. I guess I don't understand. Wow, really exciting challenge in day 4. They're doing trivia.
What shape is the like button on TikTok?
It won't be nearly as fun to watch as all those popular dances were, but at least this gives me a chance to play along at home.
Well, girl, we're Noah Beck and Griffin Johnson beefing over.
Never mind. Honestly, they might as well be speaking gibberish. I have no idea what any of these words mean.
Is Andrew Davila part of the Sway House?
Who left the hype house to start the clubhouse?
Finally, though, a pretty cool prize. The winning team gets to talk to Alex.
Talking to Alex today again, because you know I won today's challenge, was honestly super motivational.
Thank you, Internet Sherpa, for you have shown me the way. But it was worth it this time not to lose because the losing team received a punishment.
We'll have to spend the afternoon cleaning the house.
And the way they react to it makes it seem like this is the single worst day of their life. Episode 4 ends with some spin the bottle, so now they're screaming and kissing. I gotta say, I'm happy for Raul. He got to kiss the girl he liked, and that's about it as far as good news goes. In episode 5, they play a game where they pop a balloon on someone's head, and then that person has to spin a wheel, and then they talk shit about whoever it lands on.
Julian actually wet his bed. My bed! Literally the bed that we're sharing.
What the hell?
Are you serious?
Wait, you peed? Bro, what? You're 21.
As an honorary member of the former bedwetter club, I do feel for the guy. I used to wet the bed when I was a kid, but I never did it while someone else was sharing the bed with me. If I did, I don't think that shame would ever wear off. Okay, but here's the best part of the game. I guess Jada didn't realize she was supposed to pop the balloon, so she fucking chucked that shit right at someone's head. Move over, Raul. I've got a new favorite. For some reason, halfway through, they went inside for a rain delay, as if they weren't already soaking wet. But they never went outside and finished the game. They just skipped right to the rankings, which they all did on their phones. But then these girls were wondering what Owen was up to, so they went outside to Wait, I thought it was raining. Where's the rain, guys? Did they make that up? Anyway, these two lovebirds, who I thought just met like 3 days ago, went on a poolside date where he reveals this.
I might have wrote a song about you.
You wrote a song about me?
Yeah.
Yep. He wrote her a song and recorded the song and produced the song in the house. Well, let's hear it.
Here's the song.
I just wanna be with you forever. She makes me pancakes.
I just want to be with you forever. She makes me pancakes. This show is the best. Guess what time it is? FaceTime time. Now it's Jada who gets to ask for advice.
If I was to give you my best advice, I'd say is let your guard down a little bit, get to know the people, show them that you're not a threat, because I feel like they may view you as a threat.
That's actually really good advice.
Thank you, House Messiah. Your infinite wisdom shall prove invaluable. We are the same age. Wait a minute, there's a phone number you can text for exclusive next influencer content?
Hello?
Hello? Is this the number for...
Speak up, I can't hear you.
Is this the number for Is this the number...
This is a voicemail. Who talks on the phone anymore? Text me instead.
Asshole. Welcome to Awesomeness TV's Next Influencer Club. Cool. That was worth it. All right, nice simple sponge challenge on day 6. Should be pretty fun, right? Well, not for this group of adult toddlers.
No! Don't be a cheater!
You're literally blocking
Let's go!
You're a
Shut the up!
And now they're assaulting each other. These people are the physical embodiment of if I just talk louder, that means I'm right.
I came here to warn you! Shut up, Jovan!
Oh my god, this show is so hard to watch.
You guys are so dumb.
You want to know why she's yelling at him? Because she found out the guys have an alliance, and she thinks that's cheating. I'm sorry, but I've watched a lot of Survivor and Big Brother in my day. If forming an alliance is cheating, then every contestant who's ever been on those shows should be disqualified.
And you know you're not gonna win, so you need to have someone else help you.
That's how you win, dog.
I would love to lose.
Not that it matters, because the rankings have yet to mean anything. Also, note to the Awesomeness TV producers, just because you have footage of people yelling at each other doesn't mean you have to put all of it into the show.
Listen the up!
It's not always entertaining. At a certain point, it's just noise. Really though, this episode was a turning point for me as a fan, because this is when they started to go after my boy Raul.
And then Raul, like, he can't even make content with his, like, I don't even know how many followers he has.
Oh, I'm in college. I am a psychology dentist major.
Imagine making fun of someone for wanting to go to med school. But it's not just the kids, even the producers are starting to screw him over. While Raul was inside studying doctor's stuff, the host was like, hey, you guys want to see what Raul did? What the fuck? Even his new girlfriend doesn't respect him because she keeps calling him Rail.
Rail?
His name is Raul. And you're disrespecting a future US Army dentist. So because they found out he was lying about his rankings by betraying his trust and going through his phone, he had to apologize to Coley, and the boys knew exactly what to do.
Hey Coley, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. You know that I love you. Let me be your Mexican.
All right, forget everything I said. I like the show again. Later on day 7, they all do a TikTok duet challenge where they all have to duet Alex's TikTok, and he picks the winner. Now we're talking. Here's the video. Oh boy, that'll make for some wacky collabs. I tell you, what a privilege it is for us to witness firsthand the nation's best and brightest in action.
What the f am I supposed to do with this box?
It's hard to narrow down my favorite TikTok to just one. I mean, Gabby's was great.
What is going on? Whoa! Bro, what?
Meanwhile, Owen jumped into the box. And Valeria brought out the special effects.
Okay.
Gonna be hard to choose. Except not really, because Jada was the only one who put in any effort. Surprise! They're all yelling at each other again.
No, he's
But I'm more interested in the banner that they blurred out in the background. It very clearly says, "Happy birthday, Ian." Why did they have to blur that out? That's like the least revealing information. All right, so we know this was Ian's birthday. Now all we have to figure out is his last name, what year he was born, what day this was filmed, and who Ian is. And then we'll have all the information we need. In episode 8, they stole a competition directly from Big Brother, where everybody takes turn hiding something, and then everyone else looks for them, and whoever's thing doesn't get found, wins. They do that shit on Big Brother every season. I know this because I watch it. This show wants to be Big Brother, Alex wants David Dobrik to be his big brother, and Gabby wants to go home.
I want to leave this house. Like, everyone's really so mean.
I don't blame her. These people are so mean to each other, it's actually insane.
Get your hands off of me, you trashy ass.
All at once, they all started piling on Gabby. They screamed in her face, they trashed her room, and then while she was gone, they poured Sprite into her water bottle, which has got to be the lamest prank I've ever seen in my life. Also, Valeria's just a bully.
Raul is always going on and on and on and on about rankings, alliances, friendships. Like, nobody cares.
That's what everybody talks about. I don't know why I'm getting so upset. I feel like I have 2 brain cells after watching 9 episodes of this. Thank God it's almost over.
So this show ends today, but the friendships you guys are making don't.
No. These people are never going to talk to each other ever again. All right, so now that it's day 10, and these are the final rankings, these ones will finally matter, right? These will determine the winner? No. For 10 straight days, the rankings meant nothing. They still mean nothing because the winner is chosen by Alex.
The winner of the competition and Awesomeness TV's next influencer is Owen Holt. Oh my God!
Raul got robbed. It's probably for the best anyway. The grand prize was a show deal with Awesomeness TV, and I would hate for him to have to drop out of med school just to do that. I was relieved while reading the comments that most people were also hate watching this. I don't think anyone was like, man, this is some quality shit right here. And let me tell you, there have been some excellent comments, but my absolute favorite, the one that perfectly sums up how I feel about the show, is this. This is literally the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. When is season 2? So now we know what it takes to be the next top TikTok influencer. I guess Owen, good luck with your show. I can't wait to check it out. Raul, I'll be sure to hit you up if I ever need a tooth pulled. And Alex, just try not to copy everything David does. Anyway, sorry for introducing you guys to this show. I know your life would have been better off without it. Be sure to smash that subscribe button and comment something nice to me. If you say something mean, I will not go to your birthday party. But I will still buy you a present. Anyway, I will see you all next time for part 12 of my vasectomy vlog. And until then, happy birthday.
That was the most cringy shit ever.
Hey guy, welcome back to 2020. New year, new me? Hell nah.
I'm still a little bitch. In the spirit of entering a new decade and looking back on the 2010s and all the fun times we had, I want to start this year off by revisiting some of the topics I've talked about on this channel over the past 3 years and see if things have gotten better or worse or changed at all. And today we're going to start that by looking back at Edfluence, which was one of the most blatant scams I've ever seen from a YouTuber that weirdly didn't really affect Jake Paul at all. I guess because he was pretty busy with some other scandals at the time. I called him out about it back in 2018, but haven't addressed it since then. And since so much time has passed, I'll get DMs on Twitter every so often asking me to post an update. And I'm also just curious myself to see what has come of his scam, to see if they've done anything to validate the cost or change it at all. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. First though, let me real quick recap what Team 1000 actually was. Or I guess wasn't, because it was nothing. So in late 2017, Jake started advertising on his channel his new service called Edfluence, where for a small fee of just $7, you could learn all the tips and tricks that he's used to become the most hated YouTuber in the world. The thing is though, once you paid the $7, thinking you had then unlocked all this extra content, you were immediately prompted with a second screen where you were asked to pay an additional $57 to unlock everything you thought you just bought. So at that point, you could either just give up and forget about the $7 you just wasted on nothing, or because you're a child and you're using your mom's credit card, you could just click the big button that says pay an additional amount of money because you have no concept of money. What's another $57? Money doesn't mean anything to you. You've never had a job, you're a child. And then once you click the button, it would automatically just charge you again because it already has your mom's credit card information saved onto the website from the previous smaller payment, and you're fucked. Very shady, not cool, but that was just the scam part. Once you got onto the actual website with all of this brand new content, it was very obvious right away that Jake just kind of filmed all of this shit in an afternoon and was speaking out of his ass most of the time.
Oh, you're what, Mom? You're watching this Edfluence course? Oh my gosh, you're blowing up, Mom? Oh my gosh, yeah, I know, because everything in this course is right. You should follow it. Click. Here you go. Cool. Cool.
But the most disappointing and confusing element of this website was Team 1000, which is like Team 10, but with more zeros. This was a massive part of Jake's pitch on Edfluence, basically saying that for just a few bucks, you could join Team 1000, which he described just vaguely enough to pique the interest of young fans without really saying what it actually was. And so finally comes the big reveal. Once you've paid $64 to join what you thought was Team 1000, you click on the tab that says Team 1000 only to find out that Team 1000 is coming soon, which is not usually how transactions work. It kind of reminds me of that episode of Nathan For You where he would sell underage people alcohol, but they couldn't actually take the alcohol until they turned 21, except it wasn't as funny when Jake did it. So overall, Edfluence, Team 1000, whatever you want to call it, kind of stinky if you ask me. But it has now been 2 years since I posted this video, which I think puts us well past the window of soon. So the $1 million question is, did Team 1000 ever come? Actually, I don't like the way I worded that. What happened to Team 1000? Are you fucking kidding me? If you are a visitor, contact the website owner or try again later. Well, there's no contact information for the website owner, so I don't think I'll be able to do that. Don't think I can just give them a phone call if I don't have their number. Okay, let's go to Edfluence's Twitter page, which has not tweeted since November 2018. And the last thing they tweeted was, "Stay calm. There's still time to get Edfluence half off." Oh, and then the tweet before that was 30% off, and the tweet before that was 30% off, and the tweet before that was 50% off. Basically, they were just tweeting all through November 2018 with all these new sales, probably knowing full well they were gonna shut down the website almost immediately afterwards.
Team 1000.
Okay, you know, it was bad enough that 2 years ago I spent $64 to access an unfinished website, but now it doesn't even exist anymore? So I can't even retroactively enjoy all the useless informational videos that Jake Paul filmed. There are a couple breadcrumbs we can sort of follow here to get to the bottom of this. If you go to Edfluence's Twitter bio, they advertise another Twitter page, Demeanor, which sounds like the same thing as Edfluence, but maybe they just rebranded. Learn from the people you love, online courses taught by influencers. So it sounds like maybe they expanded Edfluence to include influencers besides Jake Paul, sort of like masterclass, but taught by idiots. All right, so let's visit demeanor.co because it seems like Edfluence no longer exists. Demeanor is a platform for influencers to make and sell their dream products. Tell us your vision and we'll make it happen. All right, sounds legit. Low upfront costs, so there's a small setup fee, but don't worry, then we won't charge you another cent until your products are selling. From courses to purses to games to watches, we'll make it happen. You just need a vision and a fan base. Okay, so this definitely sounds a lot different from Edfluence. Edfluence was willing to target anybody who would give them money. It didn't matter if they were an established creator already or not. This sounds like you need to be an established creator and have a fan base already, and then they'll help you. Sort of like an MCN or any type of management company that you would approach hoping for help with logistical stuff like this. So at this point, I'm invested, I'm curious, I gotta see what Demeanor's all about. So I'm gonna click get in touch, fill out all this information, and now I guess we just wait for a response. This could take a while. All right. So it has been one whole week since I sent that request, and the response I got was nothing. I'm really not surprised at all. Actually, after a couple days, I submitted another application pretending to be Summer Rae, that butt girl on Instagram with like 20 million followers. I thought it would have been a really good fit. I wanted to sell hats with her butt on it, and it would say, "What's that smell? It's my butt." Weirdly, that great idea wasn't enough to elicit response, so I'm just gonna assume that no one works at Demeanor anymore and they don't exist. So we went from Edfluence to Demeanor to nothing in a matter of 2 years. I'm so interested in this. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. How could you just like sell something and then act like it's gonna keep growing and you're gonna keep expanding, and then you never make good on the promises you made, and then get rid of the unfinished version of it? But that's Jake Paul in a nutshell, the ultimate internet salesman. He's not a creator, he's a salesman, let's be honest. He's a business person who's just always trying to sell a product, whether it's his merch or his online courses or himself. He's a salesman, that's who he is. If YouTube never worked out, I have no doubt he'd be working at like a Toyota dealership right now, slinging Priuses. To him, maybe after dominating social media for a couple years, he wanted to take on his biggest challenge yet. He wanted to sell the ultimate product. You give him money, and he gives you nothing. And maybe he just wanted to see how many people he could get to buy it. I mean, it's amazing what the power of a good sales pitch can do. Oftentimes, the marketing of something is way more important than the actual thing you're selling. Like, I think a lot of people tend to buy things based on how the packaging looks or the color scheme of the logo. I've been using Old Spice deodorant for years now just because I thought their commercials were funny. Edfluence was packaged in a really appealing way to his young fans. He used all the right words, threw in a couple obvious manipulation tactics that went right over their heads.
If you can't follow the roadmap, then there's just no chance you'll make it in the Team 1000 or maybe even as a social media influencer.
And they bought into what he was selling. I would guess he sold thousands, maybe tens of thousands of subscription packages. You can scroll through YouTube and see countless videos of like my Edfluence journey, day 1, joining Team 10 or Team 1000, and then fast forward 1 year, and you can't even access the website anymore. It's just gone. In fact, it was pretty much exactly 1 year. They launched the website in December 2018, and somewhere between August 2018 and January 2019, it had been downgraded into an error screen. Oh, but not before we throw out a couple last-minute fire sales to see if we can't milk a few more bucks out of this. And then he vanished into the night, never to be seen again. Well, that's not true. One of my favorite tactics he used to try and sell Edfluence was quoting a Chinese proverb and then saying, "See? That's why you gotta give me $64 because of this 1,000-year-old wisdom." What an insane connection to try and make. I feel like that's like trying to use Socrates as a testimonial. Let him that would move the world first move himself on a brand new bike. You know how I know demeanor is bullshit? If it's a service that handles merch operations and it was started by Jake Paul, why doesn't Jake use it? He uses FanJoy. He's been using FanJoy for years to sell his merch. He's not even using his own service, so why would people trust it? Speaking of which, let's see which creators they... Okay, I'm starting to notice a theme here. Well, I don't really know what to say about this anymore. I mean, the fact that they have just gotten rid of Edfluence is sort of a fitting end to the saga, but also it just means I don't really have anything to react to. Before we wrap things up though, I did say I wanted to revisit a few things I've talked about in the past, not just this. And although scrolling through my past videos, there's not a lot of things that are that interesting to me in terms of doing a follow-up. One of my favorite videos I've ever made was called Why Did You Think This Would Work? It was about a bunch of apps where people were frustrated that they didn't work, even though any rational human being would be able to tell you, of course it wouldn't work. It's an X-ray machine. That being said, I've downloaded a couple pregnancy tests on my phone, and we're gonna find out together if I'm currently with child. Looks like all I have to do for this one is start testing by clicking this blurry ass button. Sorry, just like when you buy a regular pregnancy test that you pee on, there is a mid-roll ad. Okay, now it's gonna scan my finger. My finger's on it. Is it doing? I knew it! Now that I've gotten that out of the way, it's time to answer the question, boy or girl do you have? Let's find out. What is this? Oh, that's my stomach. Also, what's this right here? If this is my stomach, is that my dick and balls? I knew it, it's a girl. A beautiful fetus girl. Wait, this developer also has an app called Baby Thoughts Simulator. I gotta know what my baby's thinking. All right, well, I don't have a baby yet, but I do have a Gooby. So let's scan him. What's Gooby thinking about? Is scanning. Thanks for the update. I want to sleep. That's all you ever do. Let's try this again. Is scanning. I want to sleep. Is this the only response they programmed? Get out of here. Now, the only thing left to figure out is what is this baby girl gonna look like? So let's get to the bottom of that using Future Baby. Why would I need notifications? Wait, babies don't wink. Babies don't have secrets. Dad's photo. Awesome, mom's photo. Here we go. Oh, well, I wanted to crop that one, but okay. Okay, so I guess I'm also the mom. I have to pay $5 a week to see my future baby? I knew this app wouldn't give an accurate image before downloading it. However, I am black. The other person was also black. How are we able to create twin white babies? The babies were adorable, but I thought it would merge me and the other parent's face to create a baby photo, not have someone's real baby photo. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess we'll just keep it a mystery then. I don't know what my beautiful baby girl is going to look like until the day she comes out of my ass. Well, I guess that's it. Not much else to talk about with Edfluence. I mean, I can only react to an error page for so long. I think it's a beautiful ending to the saga. Just like I said, there's nothing else for me to say about it. But I do have a few words to say about today's sponsor. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Sorry it wasn't as climactic as I was hoping. I guess 2020 is off to a bit of an underwhelming start, but that means there's nowhere to go but up. Oh wait, hold on, before you get out of here, I just want to say one more thing. Please go like my Facebook page. We're about to hit 10K on there, and that would mean so much to me because I don't actually post on there or use it at all. I don't log into it, and I don't respond to any of the messages, but if we hit 10K, that would just mean the world. So in my last video, I talked about why the internet is making me so mad lately, and it seemed like a lot of you resonated with that, which is good because it helped me feel seen, but also kind of sad because mad is bad. But I think a lot of us are at this point where we're trying to navigate how to use our phones enough so that we still feel connected to the outside world, but not so much that it sucks us into the endless depression scroll. And that brings us to a few nights ago. I'm laying in bed with my internet flashlight 2 inches away from my face, you know, to help me fall asleep. And I get this ad from Instagram. No video, no information about the actual app that it's supposed to be advertising, just 7 slides telling me to do a a dopamine fast. And it got me thinking maybe I am relying too much on constant quick hits of dopamine to get me through the day, and maybe that's having an overall negative effect on my well-being. I mean, if I get bored for any more than 2 seconds, I will yank my phone out of my pocket and open up Twitter. Sometimes I'll be playing a video game and a loading screen or a cutscene that I'm not fully invested in will pop up, and I'll pull my phone out to start playing a different game. God forbid 10 seconds go by where I'm not being fully stimulated by something. And so I'm starting to wonder how much subconsciously checking my phone at all hours of the day is having an effect on me. Have I trained myself to never focus too much on any one thing because I'm always willfully getting distracted? Like, think about it. How can I train my brain to enjoy what I'm doing if in the back of my head, I feel the need to always be doing something else? I don't know, these are just questions, but perhaps the very device causing all of these issues could also be what holds the solution. That's right, I'm talking wellness apps, baby. I've been getting ads for a stupid number of them recently, and I figured why not just keep downloading them until my brain is fixed. Important rule for this video though is that I will not be spending a single dollar. Every time I go down the targeted Instagram ad rabbit hole, I end up maxing out my credit card on a bunch of garbage that's just gonna collect dust in my closet till the day that I die. Anyway, it's important to establish the no spending money rule because I was very tempted when a few people tagged me in this on Twitter, and I have to talk about this before I get into the rest of the video. In the first week using Arrow, my phone time went down 25%. Mom, wife, business owner. Every time you walk past it, it's like, oh, you know, leave your phone here and go be present. Dad, husband, entrepreneur. Okay, so it's a box for your phone. But how does the phone get into the box? I have to be the one to put it there? See, I would probably just choose not to. And therein lies the problem. See how we're kind of just right back at square one now? Like, I already have time restrictions set on all my social media apps, and the only thing that's changed is now I have to press 2 more buttons before I continue to use them, which I never don't do, by the way. Arrow is the first in-home digital well-being solution designed for families. Well, I guess anything can be the first thing if you come up with a specific enough category for it.
Arrow combines a beautifully designed smart box that holds and charges your phone with a motivating and encouraging app that, together, make it easy and fun to be away from your phone, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
Having sex with your wife. Wait, so before you put it in the box, you have to tell your phone why it's going in the box? Like it's gonna be mad if you don't have a good enough excuse? Now, I'm sure you're wondering, how much does this life-changing device cost? And you're in luck because you can join Arrow for as low as $18. Of course it's a membership. Of course, you have to subscribe to the box. So they have a monthly option or a yearly option, but even if you do the monthly option, you have to pay for it for at least a year before you can cancel, which means, at minimum, this is a $180 purchase for an empty box. Every so often an invention comes along that reminds you why human beings are at the top of the food chain. This is revolutionary technology. Can you believe that it only costs $200 to put your phone in a box? Like, if you had asked me a week ago, I would have said, I don't know, $30 million to put my phone in a box. So the fact that it's this cheap just shows you that they're not in it for the money. They're just doing it to make the world a better place. Luckily for me, I can actually take my own advice here and not pay for this, because as I alluded to earlier, there's plenty of free options out there that might accomplish exactly the same thing. What's funny about this app is that this shit is not at all what the app is. There's no mention of a dopamine fast anywhere on the app. It's just some weird guy whispering at you, and if you want to listen to it forever, it's gonna cost $150.
Right now, you're using the most complicated artifact in the known universe to understand me. Your brain.
No thanks. So once I realized that I had no interest in what the actual app is, I figured why not just do the dopamine fast from the app? So for the next week, I will be letting these 7 screenshots dictate my life and my choices, and I'll also check out some other wellness apps along the way. Let's get started. So this is definitely gonna be one of the harder days of the challenge for me, but I am actually kind of excited to be forced to do this. Without a doubt, Twitter is the very worst thing in my life that I am fully addicted to. It has become a second nature impulse for me to open it up during every moment of my life where nothing is happening, and I would like to eventually get rid of that impulse, especially because I don't know if Twitter even does anything for me at this point. It's just so much mental energy wasted on the most pointless conversations. Most of the time it's just dumb person of the day saying the most asinine shit, like it should be illegal to own a dog, with a bunch of quote tweets of people being like, no it shouldn't actually, and they all have 100,000 likes. Even worse though is then my dumbass sits there like, they're right, it shouldn't be illegal to own a dog, that's crazy talk. Boy, I'm just glad we were able to put an end to this discourse that was not only based on a hypothetical scenario some guy just made up, but that I never would have been made aware of in the first place had I not been here to witness it. On top of that, half of my For You page is just people going viral for stealing other people's TikToks, and then once they get enough attention on it, they'll take what I can only assume to be like $20 to advertise some seal pillow or pills that make your dick bigger, which of course they deserve the money for because of all the hard work they put into downloading the video and reposting it with a caption. I'm getting tired just thinking about all that work. Also, content aside, it just breaks all the time now. Here's a new one that I think you'll really love because it still blows my mind to think about. For the longest time, the copy link button was here. So I knew if I want to send a tweet to someone, I just click this button and then this button, and then I can text it to them. But oh, wait, they moved the button. Okay, so now the bookmark button is where the copy link button used to be, so I accidentally saved the tweet when I was trying to send it to someone. Well, it seems kind of pointless that they would even switch that, but at least now that I know the buttons are moved, I can go ahead and open that back up and click the one on the left, which is somehow, again, the bookmark button. The buttons move now? Did Elon fire everybody? But that's this thing that blows my mind. I hate this stupid app, and I still choose to spend 2 hours a day on it. And not to get too existential about it or anything, but like, that's a lot of fucking time that I'm wasting doing nothing. I do fear that one day a lot of us in this generation are gonna look back on these precious years of our life and be like, oh my God, why did I waste so much time scrolling through shit that for the most part just made me feel worse? And yet, even as I say that, there's still part of me that's like, well, but that's where everyone is. I gotta go see what they're talking about. It sucks and I'm tired of it, and today I'm finally making a change thanks to what the other social media app told me to do. Today is the day that I finally stop wasting my life and I step out into the real world and reach my full potential. You know, I should probably do that more often. I was in a good mood pretty much all day. I still picked up my phone a lot out of habit, but I didn't stay on it very long because I wasn't getting sucked into a content vortex. I would say the worst part is just I had a little bit of FOMO, but a lot of that is just paranoia for me being a slightly notable internet person, and I'm scared of what people may be saying about me if I'm not there to see it. Like, what if I'm trending for some deepfake video of me beating up a child and I'm not there to defend myself, so people just assume it's real? Drew, your silence is deafening. Pretty challenging way to start, but I'm glad I did it. Today, though, is no Netflix. And this is gonna be interesting because if I can't use Netflix all day, then my life is gonna be pretty much exactly the same. I don't think I can even remember the last time I opened the Netflix app. It's one of those things I've almost entirely stopped using but continue to pay for because it feels essential. You know, just in case I wanna watch The Hangover Part 2, or Is It Cake, or The Hangover Part 3. I gotta be honest, I am so out on Netflix at this point. They make 1 million shows every year, most of them are awful, and even the ones that aren't get canceled after 2 seasons. What makes you think I'm gonna take the time to get invested in a show if there's only like a 5% chance they'll even get to finish making it? I don't trust you anymore, dude. Also, I'll say it, I'm tired of the binge model, okay? I like weekly releases. Part of the reason things like The White Lotus and The Last of Us have been so fun to watch is because there's a sense of community around them.
you know? I feel like I'm a part of something every Sunday night when a new episode drops. We all waited the whole week for this. We all get to watch it at the same time and experience it together, and then I can go on the Twitter app that I hate and hear people talk about it. It's fun. If you drop 8 episodes all at once, some people are gonna watch it all that night, other people are gonna watch it over the course of a couple weeks. The people who watch it quickly feel like they can't talk about it yet because they don't know if everyone's done. The people who go too slow get made fun of for being busy when they accidentally see spoilers online. It's just not right, okay? This isn't the way TV should be. I never realized this, but this is sort of like a metaphor, you know, for how even though we want instant gratification all the time, sometimes being patient can actually result in a better experience. That episode can wait till next week, you know, give it time to digest, to build up some anticipation for the next one. In the same way that your phone can wait until the end of the night. Just be in the moment now, here. Spend time with your loved ones. Cherish every second you have. Hey Dad, can we go play football? Oh my God, are you fucking blind? I'm filming YouTube right now. Sorry, Papa. Okay. You know, and I think the reason they call it the present is because it's a gift. Man, if only Ted Cruz was doing this challenge a few years ago, then maybe he wouldn't have liked Twitter porn on 9/11. Never forget. That was a weird thing to do that day. I'm not exactly the target audience for this because I've been in a committed relationship for the past 8 years, so I haven't looked at or even thought about porn in exactly 8 years and 1 day. Boobs, 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 boobs. But even still, maybe we should go look at some of those other wellness apps to distract myself. I mean, just for fun. One of the first things I got an ad for was something called Inflow, where this woman is pretending to tell someone just off screen about the app instead of just looking at the camera. Now, I feel like I'm not the right person for this because I haven't been diagnosed with ADHD, although my Instagram ads sure are trying to. But the whole process for this, I'm really not a fan of. So they target people with an attention disorder. They tell them that this app will fix all the things they're struggling with. Look, we handpicked this module just for you to help you live to your fullest potential. But before you can look at it, that'll be $200. You can't try it until you promise to give us money in a week. Sure, you could cancel, if you remember, but we're specifically targeting people who are more likely to forget stuff. They say they have a forgiving refund policy, which is nice, but I don't think it would even be up to them because in-app purchases go through Apple, which means the refund would also have to go through Apple. And are they gonna have a forgiving refund policy? Just kind of seems like a promise you can't make because it would be out of your hands at that point. Okay, but what do you get for the $200 a year besides push notifications with some unbelievable claims? Well, you get some pretty generic audio lessons, the kind of things you could probably find on YouTube or in podcasts for free. There's a community section where no one actually interacts with anybody else, although it is kind of interesting to see the answers that other people came up with. And then they have challenges that you can do where you can put everything you've learned thus far to the test. Challenges like, use this app. We recommend you do it for at least 7 days. Gee, I wonder why. I can't think of a single reason why the minimum for this challenge would be 7 days. Will I continue to pay for this after my trial ends? No. Here's an app that's supposed to help you sleep better. This one seems all right. They show you how much sleep debt you have, so if you're feeling extra tired, it might mean that you just need to catch up on sleep. Although most of us are probably already aware of that without needing an app to tell us, hey, you look kind of tired. Give me $50. I do think it's a little interesting to have actual metrics to look at that show you like when you can expect to have the most energy so you know when to try to be most productive. But I don't love that it sends you push notifications telling you you're about to be tired. I wasn't even tired when they sent this to me. You're gonna make me tired by making me think about being tired. Also, while I was initially impressed when I saw this graph and thought, how did they know that I have energy in the morning and then it dips and then it comes back? What are there, hidden cameras in my house? I then thought about it for 1 additional second and realized that that is probably true for 100% of people and could have been achieved by a lucky guess. Will I continue to pay for this after my trial ends? No. Definitely the most useless app is one called Schmoody, the first mental health app that's actually fun to use. I'm here to build better routines. Great. You're in the right place. You know, something tells me you would have said that no matter what I chose. I'm here to go to the bathroom. Great, you're in the right place. The first thing this app does when you finish signing up is say, hey, you want to give us money? That'll be $40. And you're like, no thanks. And they say, you drive a hard bargain. How about $20. And you're like, hey, can you please stop doing that? And then you go to make an action plan because that's like the main feature of the app, but realize for some reason you can only do up to 5 things at a time. So your entire action plan for the day will be like, drink some water, brush your teeth, take a shower. And I guess that's it. That's my day. This app tries way too hard to be like different and cool. They sent me a notification the other day that was like, attention, do not open Schmoody. Okay. Don't gotta tell me twice. And then the last app is called Opal, and it looks like they can get my screen time down from 17 hours a day to just 2 hours a day. Now this is the life right here. This dude slept for 45 minutes at 3 a.m. and then jumped right back into Subway Surfers. So it looks like the app rewards you with pictures of gyms the better your focus score is. The bad news is you're on track to spend 31 years of your life looking at your phone. The good news is we can help you get 9 years back. Well, you've successfully scared me, so now's a good time to go ahead and ask me for money. Can I see what the app is first? Is that too much to ask? What happened to the good old days when you could start a free trial of something and when it ended, they'd just be like, hey, you can't use this until you pay. And if you don't want to pay, that's fine. Now you have to commit to a yearly subscription within 30 seconds of downloading an app. I would be willing to bet that more than half of the expected profit from apps like these comes from people who forget to cancel their membership before the trial ends. Anyway, this one is kind of like a digital version of the phone box from earlier, but without a physical item to use. You start by making different app groups, so the ones that I guess distract you the most. For me, I'll do Twitter and Instagram and GoFundMe.com. I spend so much time donating on there. It's someone hold me back. Definitely the Home Depot app, the measurement app. Actually, I should probably go ahead and block all of the other wellness apps. What? They're distracting me. I do think something like this would actually be more effective than phone in a box because you can have a predetermined schedule that you're beholden to rather than needing to be the one to decide to put your phone in the box. I could see this benefiting me a lot, actually. I just think it's ridiculous that this costs $100 a year. This should just be included on the screen time app that comes with the phone. Also, the whole focus score thing is so fucking stupid. There's no nuance to it at all. It's not like, well, you were on your phone a lot this last hour, but it looks like you were on Gmail and Google Docs, so you were probably working, that's fine. No, it's literally just phone, bad. You use phone, bad score. You not use phone, good score. Wow, thanks for the insight, man. I wish this app was more expensive. Not much going on besides that. They have a leaderboard section, which is a little confusing because they'll be like, great job, you were in the top 40% of least amount of screen time yesterday, but you were not in the top 10 of most time spent on this app. I'm sorry, do you want me to not use my phone or do you want me to look at you all day? I can't do both. So I looked for free alternatives and I found an app called Screens In, which is basically this, but with even more features. You can make it so instead of just blocking an app altogether, you're limited in how many times you can unlock it for the day. And you can even make it so you have to wait a little bit longer every time it unlocks. And this actually works really well for me because I would click to open Twitter and be like, oh wait, I only have a few more unlocks left for the day. Do I really want to waste one now? No, I'll save it for later. And then I just never opened it again. Also, this app is free. So if you want to spend $100 on something that has fewer features, but is prettier to look at because they have photos of diamonds, go for it. But I would recommend that you don't. I feel like phone games get kind of a bad rap just because the ads are almost always misleading and there's like lawsuits over microtransactions and, you know, they're used in TikToks and are whittling away the attention span of children. Hey, don't look at the TV, look at me. But I think there's actually some real gems out there. And I'm not talking about the Opal gems from yesterday. Ever heard of Golf Odyssey? It's like the Dark Souls of 2D golf games. What's hard about it is you only get 2 chances on every hole, and if you lose on one of them, you have to start all of them all over again, so you basically have to be perfect for 20 straight holes in order to win. And it took me like 3 weeks to finally do that. Retro Bowl, another perfect game. Why would I spend $70 on Madden every year when EA stopped giving a shit about that series like 15 years ago, when I could just play this game for free? In one of my saves, I'm on year 54,
my coach is 89 years old, and retirement is not an option for him. Thanks to all the presumed advances in medicine at this point in the future, I can safely force this man to coach my football team until he's just a pile of bones being dragged across the sideline. I'm also really good at this sliding puzzle game. My high score is 12 seconds. I can go a full day without playing any of these games though. That's not the issue. The problem is some games you have to play every day or your streak ends. And for a lot of these games, the only reason I still play them is to continue my streak. You see, like a lot of people, I used to play Wordle every day and I never lost because that game is for babies. But then one day I went to bed early and forgot to play for that day. So my streak ended at like 120 and I was so devastated that I closed that Chrome tab and never opened it back up. But I didn't just do Wordle, okay? I also did Quirtle, and Purtle, and Turtle, and Cinna2Nerdle, and Framed, and Square Word. Not all of them rhyme. But the one that I still play now is called Mathler, and you have to come up with an equation in order to get the number, and I realize that saying that out loud sounds very dumb, but it's all I have. My daily streak is in the 50s, and you're gonna take this away from me just because of some stupid challenge? Last year I dyed my hair blue and it stayed that way for 4 months, but this right here is the biggest sacrifice I've ever made for this YouTube channel. So you better smash that freaking like button. This is gonna be a lot harder than the Netflix one was, because I actually do go on YouTube every day. But I mean, have you ever seen some of the videos on here? They're so wacky. They got comedy videos, informative videos, food videos, videos about food that are comedic and informative. You can watch really cool demos for guitar pedals and be so blown away by how cool it sounds that you decide to spend $300 on the guitar pedal only to realize that you have no fucking clue how to use it. You can save recipes for meals you'll never make. You can watch 3-hour video essays about shows you'll never watch. It's the perfect website. Except for all the bad videos that make it a terrible website. I guess I can avoid it for one day. Let's see what's going on the rest of the internet. How do you even know how old mucus is? My head hurts now. We made it, everyone. The end of the week. I'm calm, I'm enlightened, and I'm mucus-free. Today will be the culmination of everything I've gone through up until this point, and this is gonna be very hard. My morning started by realizing that my toothbrush has a screen on it, so I guess I'll just have stinky mouth today. I'm pretty sure everything I do for work or for fun involves a screen. This means no TV, no video games, no computer, so I can't edit at all, which is like my job. No looking at my phone. Damn, if only I had a box to put it in. This is so scary. Well, what if I get lost and I need my GPS? What if I get a time-sensitive text message or phone call? Or what if my wife accidentally steps into a hot air balloon at work and they didn't put any sandbags on it, so there's no way for it to come back down once it starts floating up, and she just keeps going higher and higher, and by the time the day is over and I can finally look at my phone again, she's already up in space. It's cold up there, and she didn't bring a jacket. Well, I'm pretty hungry. Guess I could drive somewhere. Who put screens in my car? Fine, I'll eat my leftovers. Who put screens on my microwave? Kobe. Hey, I guess windows are kind of like TV, huh? They just only have the one channel. Hello, wife. I missed you today.
You're doing that no screens challenge? I heard about that on TikTok.
Talk.
About what?
No, I was saying it's called TikTok.
Whatever. You're only paying attention to me because you're bored.
Well, yeah, duh. That's the whole point. I'm learning to love you. Even though as a mere human, you could never provide as much entertainment or stimulation as my cell phone, which I do miss.
I want to watch a movie.
No! So as I spent my night watching the reflection of La La Land off my wife's glasses, a loophole that isn't against the rules as far as I'm concerned, because they didn't say you couldn't do it in the ad. If you weren't allowed to look at screens through reflective surfaces, they would have mentioned that somewhere in the rules. But as I watched the mirror image of one of my top 5 favorite Ryan Gosling musicals, I realized I don't think I need screens after all. My cat doesn't give a shit about screens, and she seems happier than I am most of the time. Hell, whenever I try to get her to look at my computer, it just stresses her out. You know, I could probably learn a thing or two from her. She's so wise. My ancestors didn't have screens, and they survived just fine.
I mean, not as long as they could have, probably because of like the plague and stuff, but that's not something an Xbox would have prevented. Life is filled with so much potential for joy. You just gotta be willing to look up from your phone every once in a while to see it. There's beauty in everything around you. The ambient noises of nighttime outside your window. The cat grass you bought slowly dying behind your sink because you don't know how to take care of plants. Fucking, I don't know, silverware is pretty shiny to look at.
Oh, thank God.
Wow, what a week. I feel like I've really matured, you know? Now, obviously this Instagram ad was an oversimplification of what would probably be a much longer term fix, but I don't think just cutting out one thing you enjoy every day is gonna suddenly rewire your brain. All it's gonna do is make you wanna do those things even more, so then the next day you'll just go twice as hard to make up for lost time. It's like if you've ever gone on a short-term diet, like, I don't know, the TB12 diet for exactly 1 month, where the entire goal is to just avoid certain foods, but without establishing viable alternatives. As soon as the diet's over, you're going to be so excited to eat all of the foods you missed out on for the past month that you'll almost immediately undo all the work you did. Because you didn't really learn anything new, you just avoided something for a few weeks. Thank you for watching video. Hope you like, I like make. Sorry, YouTube has this new policy where you only get a limited number of words to say in every video, and as soon as you run out of them, they'll just cut you off in the middle of this. Hey guy, welcome back to the same room I've always filmed in. So I think it's pretty obvious by now that my favorite thing to do on this channel is talk about the most relevant topics that are on the forefront of everyone's minds, which is why today I will be defending the hell out of a show that came out 17 years ago. Not you, Joey. That would be an impossible task. This video's about Lost. For a couple years in the mid-2000s, Lost was the biggest cultural phenomenon in America. Everyone was talking about it, all the late night shows were doing bits about it, and it was widely considered to be must-see television, until a lot of people started to turn on it. Its reputation eventually shifted to being a show that's too convoluted, and the writers are just making shit up as they go along. Why is there a polar bear here? The island is hot. You know, things like that. And when the show ended in 2010, it didn't quite leave behind the impact that at one point it seemed destined to. Now, when most people talk about Lost, the popular opinion is that it was a really promising show that just went off the rails. That was the opinion that I adopted myself and just kind of accepted as fact, because I was a kid when I watched it, and that's what kids do. And then recently, Amanda and I were looking for something to watch, so she put the pilot of Lost on as a joke. And then we watched the second episode and the third episode, and 2 months later we'd watched the entire series, cried dozens of times, and now it's one of our favorite shows ever. We got the DVDs, I have this book, I bought the soundtrack on vinyl. What is happening to me? It actually made me kind of frustrated to watch this near masterpiece of a show and think about how much I had been discrediting it over the years. Lost helped pave the way for a complete shift in our approach to television, and it's been largely cast aside. Nowadays, it's super common for shows to feel like a series of short movies with high budgets and these big ensemble casts, but Lost was doing this on ABC, the same network that was premiering Wife Swap. This is not what TV was like in 2004. Primetime dramas were simple and formulaic. They were filmed on cheap-looking sets and made to be easy for people to tune into any random episode without missing a beat. Lost was different. It was heavily serialized, it was intense, and it started right away. You watch the chaotic first few minutes of the pilot episode, and then the initial music kicks in as the opening credits roll, and it's like, wait a minute, this was on television? You could just watch this show for free? Apart from just the writing and production quality though, one of the things that stood out the most to me upon rewatch was the music. I forgot how fantastic this soundtrack was. So many of the moments in the show can be triumphant or heart-wrenching on their own, but then you combine that with these beautiful strings, this big booming orchestra that comes in and crescendos over a scene, and you go from thinking, this is a pretty good show, to, oh my god, I'm already crying and it's the third episode. After a few episodes, I had to look up who the composer was, and I found out it was someone named Michael Giacchino. Interesting. I've never heard of him before. Let's see what else he's done. Oh, just some of my favorite movie soundtracks of all time. The
The Incredibles, Ratatouille, Up, fucking Speed Racer. I never realized that the same person was responsible for so much music that I grew up loving, which is why now, before I even get into the show itself, I want to do a quick sidebar just about him. When it comes to world building in a fictional universe, the soundtrack can be so vital in establishing a transformative atmosphere. There's a reason John Williams is generally considered to be the gold standard of movie composers, and that's because the music becomes so iconic that just hearing it can make you feel like you're there, whether it's Harry Potter, Star Wars, the line to the Jurassic Park ride at Universal Studios. The music is what creates the world. Like, yeah, Darth Vader looks pretty cool, but how much less intimidating would he be if he wasn't always accompanied by one of the most menacing theme songs ever made? But if I were to nitpick one thing about John Williams, which I guess is what I'm doing now, it would be that a lot of his compositions sound very similar. There are songs in E.T. that sound like they could have been in Indiana Jones, that sound like they could have been in Jaws, and so on and so forth. But what I've really grown to admire about Michael Giacchino is how much his instrumentation varies based on the tone of the project he's working on. So, for example, the Incredibles soundtrack has a heavier focus on these deep brass instruments.
Most of the time, we're just there as color stuff. This movie, the whole brass, all the brass, French horns, trombones, tubas, everything, are so out front.
And this like little sweeping percussion that you wouldn't hear in any of his other work. The movie is about a family of retired mid-century superheroes, so it's a stylistic choice to have the music invoke this vintage cartoon vibe, which makes the songs sound nostalgic even if you've never seen the movie before. On the other hand, you have something like Inside Out, a movie that takes place mostly inside someone's brain, so the music is fittingly more ethereal. And then you've got Ratatouille, which is very French. But if you want to talk about someone adapting their style to fit the project they're working on, Lost is the perfect example because they literally used pieces of the plane wreck to create certain sounds in the music.
I wanted to kind of set up a very different sound for this show. I just didn't want it to be, okay, I'm scoring another show and it's going to have that sound to it. We want stuff that's like bizarre. So what we did was we shipped home sections of the airplane. We used that on the show, and in the percussion booth, the guy plays the airplane pieces.
This is a show that takes place on a mysterious island with supernatural and even horror elements, which the music accompanies perfectly. Listen to something like this. And then replace that with just standard, like, epic stock music. It's a completely different vibe. Now, instead of pissing my pants and cowering in fear, I'm just rolling my eyes at something so generic. Lost can be an extremely unsettling show, and I think so much of that intensity can be attributed to the sounds that they compose. But that's not even my favorite thing about the soundtrack. Each of the main characters in Lost has a theme song that's centered around a specific melody, which Michael is able to reuse in different contexts, somehow changing the emotion attached to it every time. Arguably, the most famous song he's ever composed was in the opening sequence of the movie Up, which he won an Oscar for. As most of you probably know, this is a beautiful yet heartbreaking scene with a beautiful yet heartbreaking song carried by one simple melody.
12 seconds later.
There were several scenes throughout the course of Lost where you knew what was coming. You were already in an emotionally vulnerable place, and so you're like, come on, please don't play the song. Oh my God, not again. And just when I thought I couldn't like this guy's work anymore, I was listening to the song that plays during, spoiler alert, Boone's funeral. It's not a huge spoiler, he dies pretty early on, just watch the show. But I was listening to the song that plays during Boone's funeral, and then I looked at Spotify and realized it's called Booneral. Holy shit. Where a lot of network TV shows have soundtracks that seem like they're straight from a stock music website, Michael Giacchino took what the writers gave to Lost and used it to orchestrate songs that invoke even more emotion out of the material. I know it's kind of weird to start my review with the music, but honestly, if it wasn't as good as it was, I probably wouldn't even be making this video in the first place. So the music definitely added depth to the characters, but the casting itself is another reason why I love this show so much. I love that almost no one in this show was an established actor at the time. I feel like it's so much easier to invest in a world when it's not like, oh, and there's Matt Damon pretending to be a doctor. Oh, what's that? his name is Robert in this. No, it's Matt. I'm not going to call him Robert. When I watched Lost, it reminded me of something Bo Burnham said once on Pete Holmes' podcast.
No one would see a movie if there wasn't this idea of a movie star, but it's completely antithetical to the art. I want to show up and watch a movie and be like, I don't know these people. I only see the characters.
To me, Matthew Fox just is Jack. When I see Jorge Garcia and anything else, my brain says, hey, it's Hurley. Wait, shouldn't you be on the island? Part of the fun of the first couple seasons of Lost is that you don't know anything about these people. And it slowly gets unraveled over time, but in the beginning, it truly is just a group of strangers trapped in the same predicament. You don't know what any of the individual actors are capable of, so you don't have any expectations until you see it happen. The writers do a great job of building out the world early on, too, by devoting each episode to an individual character. By flashing back and forth between what's happening on the island and a thematically similar event from earlier in their lives, it helps fill in the blanks of who these characters are by showing instead of telling. And what is slowly revealed is that each person is not exactly who you assume them to be on the surface. In fact, they're all kind of lost in their own ways, right? Thank you. Thank you. I am the first person to say that. I think the reason that Lost was so good is the same reason that it wasn't fully appreciated for what it was, and that's because it was about a decade ahead of its time. I think it would have been a much larger part of the pop culture conversation if it had been made by Netflix 10 years later. The seasons would have been more concise, so you wouldn't have had a situation where you get to season 3 and you've run out of flashbacks to do. They'd be given more flexibility to end the show when they felt it was time to. They could have had one of the characters say the F word. I mean, let's be honest, the two most unrealistic things about the show are that they crashed a plane on an island and none of them say shit or fuck, and also they're all wearing jeans the whole time. You can't wear jeans on the beach, I'd rather die. But if they had the creative freedom that's been given to Netflix and HBO shows in the years since, I think the audience that ultimately turned on it would have been more forgiving of the somewhat bizarre twists. What I'm saying is Lost walked so Stranger Things could run. It's kind of unfathomable that the show is as successful as it was in spite of all that, in spite of dealing with a network that wanted them to stretch it out to, at minimum, 10 seasons.
There were all these compelling mysteries, and so we were saying we want to have this stuff answered by the end of season 1 and this stuff answered by the end of season 2, and then the show basically ends after about 3 years. That was the initial pitch. But they were just like, do you understand how hard it is to make a show that people want to watch? And people like the show, so why would we end it? You don't do that. You don't end shows that people are watching.
And wanted to do to Lost what they've done to Grey's Anatomy, which I assume will just go on forever. Hey man, people keep going to the hospital. Someone's got to treat them. I think for the most part, the Lost writers did a masterful job of balancing having to add new characters and plot lines while still developing the existing ones. Some of the characters added in later seasons ended up being my personal favorites of the entire series. I think they managed to create a thoroughly compelling story from start to finish, even if it did get a little too complex for a while. So because of what ABC forced them to have to do, I don't blame people for falling off the Lost wagon at the time. I certainly did. I had never finished the show until this year. I think it was somewhere during season 5 when I was like, guys, I appreciate what you're trying to do here with all this time travel stuff, but I'm in middle school now. I can't be taking notes in order to wrap my head around this show. I'm just trying to play RuneScape and get my first kiss. Maybe at the same time. But I think it makes sense why so many people struggled to keep tuning into Lost in the later seasons. This is a show that 100% needs to be binged, that needs to be consumed in quick succession if you want to stay fully invested in what's going on. And that just wasn't possible with the way it was released. There were so many times when an important plot seed would get planted but then not brought up again until 4 episodes later. And that's fine if you just watched that episode yesterday, but in 2006, that could mean a month and a half of real time passing where you're expected to retain that knowledge. I couldn't tell you what key information I saw in a show last month. I don't even remember how I started this sentence. It's almost as if the creators knew that Lost could be more appreciated as time went on because they made a couple important decisions to help future-proof the show. For one, they somehow convinced ABC to spend an unheard of amount of money on the pilot. More money than had ever been spent on a pilot before. Just think for a moment how insane it is for a major network to greenlight so much money for a completely unknown IP. It's not like they were making like the Spider-Man show. It's a show about a plane crash with a cast full of unknown actors. It's so crazy, in fact, that it actually got the executive who approved the money fired. You'd think they would have hired him back once they realized how popular the show became, but I guess the bridge had already been burned. Why did the pilot have to cost so much money though? Well, mostly because they had to figure out how to ship a commercial airplane to a beach in Hawaii. Sure, they probably could have CGI'd it, but given how impactful that first impression of an on-fire airplane crashed on a beach is, I don't think they could have done it any differently. Maybe now you could pull that off with CGI, but special effects in 2004 looked awful. In fact, that's one of the only things that hasn't aged well about the show is some of the special effects. But as long as they're not trying to computer animate a submarine, the show generally looks really good. It doesn't look like something that was filmed 2 decades ago, and that's because of another conscious decision made by the creators to shoot Lost on 35mm film, which was the less convenient and more expensive alternative, but another way of future-proofing the show. Because of technological reasons that I'm too stupid to fully understand, let alone explain, film can be almost endlessly upscaled, which is how you can have movies from like the 70s remastered to look practically brand new. Had they instead shot Lost digitally in 480p, that's just the resolution it would be forever. There's nothing you can do about it. In fact, the more you stretch it out, the worse it's gonna look. Well, okay, Drew, so if the show was so good and so popular, why did people turn on it? Without a doubt, the biggest contention that people have with Lost is the way it ended. But a lot of that contention is predicated on a belief that is untrue. Because of the somewhat vague nature of the finale, coupled with ABC's decision to show an empty island during its credits, a lot of people came to the conclusion that everyone must have been dead the entire time. That they all actually died in the plane crash in the pilot episode, and the island was some kind of afterlife purgatory. If that was the ending, I would be upset too, because that would undermine everything that happened on the island. It would mean that all of the people who died over the course of the show didn't actually die because they had already died, so it retroactively removes the gravity of their death because it didn't matter. All of the stakes of what had happened on the island would have been reduced to nothing because turns out it wasn't real, it was all just some shared fantasy. That is not what the ending was. The writers have said adamantly that that's not what the ending was. Frankly, I'm surprised so many people thought that that's what the ending meant because that idea is verbally refuted by one of the characters in the finale. I have to fight the urge to go into more detail because one of my hopes with this show is that people who have never seen it will watch it for the first time, and if that's the case, I don't want to spoil the ending. I know I spoiled the Boone thing earlier, but again, it's minor, all right? In the grand scheme of things, not a big deal. I think what a lot of people ultimately wanted out of Lost was a Scooby-Doo style ending where they rip the mask off someone and go, "Mr. Jenkins, you were at the island the whole time?" And then he gives a 40-minute PowerPoint presentation covering every single plot point from all 6 seasons. Instead, you have to accept that in spite of all the mysteries and the science fiction elements, what the show was ultimately about was the characters on the island. And the ending of the show is a reminder of the journey they went on, how they grew as people, and how coming together on the island was the most important part of all their lives, even though the only thing they wanted to do when they were there was get the fuck off of it. I thought it was an emotionally satisfying ending, even if it wasn't necessarily the ending that I expected. But I'm also surprised how many people view the show as being super open-ended, like there's this long list of unanswered questions. There really aren't. I had always looked back on Lost as this like meandering improv scene where people just keep adding more and more stuff instead of focusing on what was already established. But to me, each of the 6 seasons had its own theme and answers most of its own questions while still maintaining forward momentum. I would say, if anything, the show over-explained itself sometimes. There was an entire episode in season 3 devoted to the origin of Jack's tattoos. No one asked for that. A lot of seasons 5 and 6 explore like the deep history of the island, where it came from, the first people to live there, and it's like, okay, that's interesting, I guess, but I didn't really need to know all that. Some of the things that were explained in season 6 sounded like dialogue from a Kingdom Hearts game. And that's not good.
Because I'm you. No, I'm me.
But filler episodes aside, the first 3 seasons of Lost are pretty much perfect in my opinion. And with a little bit of tweaking, I could see how the season 3 finale could have just been the end of the show. But it kept going because ABC demanded that it would, and ultimately I'm glad it did. I've never seen a show with an ending quite like Lost. It was a left turn for sure. It's the kind of thing that if you were just to describe to someone what happened, it would sound ridiculous. But for some reason, I think it worked because those 2 things are what Lost always was. It's funny, I think if the show had ended after 3 seasons with everyone just getting off the island, there would be far less criticism about all the unanswered mysteries. People would just be like, well, that place was pretty weird, huh? Glad they're all home safe now. But instead, the show made audiences stay invested for 6 years. The final season was heavily marketed as something that it ultimately wasn't. And that's where I think a lot of the bad taste in people's mouths came in.
The time for questions.
Why is my name written down on this?
Is over.
That's where ABC and the creators themselves fucked up the most. It's only now that we're over a decade removed from that, with expectations fully subsided, that I think Lost can be appreciated for what it was instead of detested for what it wasn't. The show was not always perfect. There were moments that made me roll my eyes. There were conflicts that could have been easily resolved had 2 people just spoken to each other. There were some really disappointing character arcs. But in a world where so much media is unoriginal, where it seems like every movie is a sequel and every show is a spin-off, Lost was one of a kind. There was nothing else like it on TV, and in the years since, very few shows have come close to accomplishing what they did. Certainly none under the same circumstances. It was bold, it was unique, and it was ahead of its time. Thank you so much for watching today's video. Since you made it all the way to the end, congratulations, I am awarding you with 10 Gooden bucks. Redeemable at any Firehouse sub. But again, that's it. Thank you so much for watching. You can get your parking validated at the front desk, and then you can go home. So drive safe. Bye. Hey guy, Merry Christmas. Hey, I got a question for you. What 2 things do the following phrases have in common? That's right. Not only are they bullet points used to describe the plot of a very weird dream I had last night, but they're also actual names of real movies. Look, I love Christmas. That's why we put our tree up on like November 15th. But I will say it kinda sucks that my favorite holiday will forever be associated with something called Santa with muscles. It's absurd. But the reason films like this exist and why they all have such ridiculous titles is because we've simply run out of Christmas movies to make. You could come up with any holiday-related plot right now, make up a title for it, and I promise you, that movie already exists. Like maybe you want to do something like, instead of Home for the Holidays, it's Homeless for the Holidays, right? A guy maybe gets laid off from his job and he's worried he's gonna lose his house, but through the magic of Christmas, oh, they already did that. Okay, well, what if instead it was about these twin girls, right? And one of them's a princess, obviously, and the other one's a baker, but through the magic of Christmas. Seriously? Oh, wait, I've got one. A postal worker. Yeah, no, I thought that sounded familiar. Nowhere is the overabundance of Christmas movies more prevalent than on the various Hallmark channels. That's right, there's 3 of them. But we're currently in the midst of their annual Countdown to Christmas, where they release a new movie every day, despite the fact that you could just watch one Hallmark Christmas movie over and over again and it would be the same experience. But you know what? It doesn't matter what I think about these films because they are a goldmine for Hallmark. I read somewhere that they bring in about $500 million every year just from cranking these things out. It's truly a factory of content, and normally you would look at a process like this and think that something so mass-produced would result in a lack of quality, but weirdly, it doesn't seem to matter with Hallmark movies. You see, unlike other movies, Christmas movies don't necessarily have to be good for people to enjoy them. They just have to make you feel good. They just have to feel like Christmas. And it seems like for a lot of people, all you need to accomplish that is 2 lead actors who meet the threshold for being attractive to fall in love in a random small town. That's Hallmark, baby. The Hallmark movie craze is so crazy that they now do fantasy Hallmark leagues. You know, like fantasy football, but instead of drafting NFL players, you draft, and this is real, a team of Christmas movies. The goal is to pick the movies that get watched the most, and apparently first place gets Gonna be hard to narrow it down here. There's a lot to choose from. You've got white couple in front of Christmas tree, white couple in front of Christmas tree, and of course, white couple in front of Christmas tree. I like how they've completely given up on even trying to make these movies look different. All right, guys, hear me out. I was thinking for the poster, we have the guy wear green and the girl wear red.
Yeah!
Yes!
I love it! Let's do that for all of them!
So I feel pretty good about my team. I think I'll throw double points on the shoe movie because Candace Cameron is in it and she's like the queen of Hallmark movies. Hopefully I can beat this other guy. He's got Patrick Mahomes on his team, so gonna be a tough matchup, but I think I can pull it out. I also just realized I'm like 6 weeks late to this, so even if I pick perfectly, I don't think I'll be catching up to Buster for the win anytime soon. You know what? I'm gonna say it though. This is kind of a cool thing that they put together. I'm not gonna lie. It's incredibly silly, but it's a pretty smart way to get people invested in these movies. It kind of incentivizes people who are already a fan of these movies to just have the Hallmark channel on 24/7. There's a cash prize involved. And they do stuff like this pretty regularly. Earlier this year, I remember Amanda telling me about their March Madness tournament where you could fill it out and vote for the all-time best Hallmark movie. In fact, it was while filling one out myself where I learned that Billy Ray Cyrus has been in not one, but 2 Hallmark movies. The first one, which came out in 2009, is actually a pretty well-received movie that attempted to tackle themes like race relations and maintaining friendships through adversity. And then the second one is about Billy Ray Cyrus falling in love with his son's doctor. The other thing I learned while taking part in this tournament is that Hallmark games are a lot of fun. So I decided to make my own.
That's right, baby. It's time for Christmas Movie The Game, America's most beloved game show, premiering today for the first time. As always, I'm joined today by my lovely wife, Amanda. Amanda, word on the street is you only agreed to do this because I'm driving you to the airport later. Care to comment on that?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right, so here's how this game works. Very straightforward. I'm gonna give you 2 movies. One of them is real, one of them I made up. If you guess the one that's fake, you get a point. But if you guess wrong, I get 100 points. And there's only 4 questions, so you really don't want to get one wrong. It's gonna be pretty much impossible to catch up.
Is there a bonus round?
Yes, it's also worth 1 point. They're gonna start off pretty easy, but they get a little bit harder as they go. So let's start. Round 1, question 1. Which one of these is fake? Snow Bride. A tabloid reporter lies her way into getting invited to a family's holiday celebrations and then feels bad after falling in love with one of them. Or is it Snow White? A tabloid reporter lies her way into getting invited to a holiday party thrown by 7 polygamous dwarves and then marries all but one of them. I told you these start off easy and get harder.
You said that?
Yes.
Then I wasn't listening.
Okay, good.
Final answer, Snow White.
Yeah, you're right. That was easy. Any guesses as to which one she didn't marry out of the 7?
I don't know any of the dwarves.
Okay, that's what I thought. That one was easy. This time we're gonna do sequels. Which one of these is fake? Is it A Christmas Story 2 or Santa Paws 3? Return of the Pups.
Well, A Christmas Story is a classic, and I don't think they made a second one.
You don't think they made a sequel? So that's your final answer?
Yes.
They did. They made Christmas Story 2
they did.
in 2012, 30 years after
All
the
the
first
same
one came out.
people? And the
None
boy,
of
but he's older.
Yeah, but he's still a boy. No, they made it with a bunch of different people, and no one watched it. And the people who did, they didn't like it. It has like a 37 on Rotten Tomatoes. So tough break getting the second question wrong, because as I said, they only get harder from here. Round 3 has 3 options. 2 are real, 1 is fake. Which one of these did I make up? Was it Jingle My Bells, a raunchy box office flub where Rob Schneider falls in love with a New York receptionist? Is it Elfman, a superhero movie where an elf saves a scientist from evildoers? Or is it Santa Claus versus the Devil, a title so self-explanatory that I will not explain it?
I feel like that one's real.
All right, I'll give you that one. I'll narrow it down to 2. Santa Claus versus the Devil is a real movie. It came out in the 50s. So is it Jingle My Bells or Elfman? Which one did I make up?
What year was Jingle My Bells?
Oh, I didn't look that up. I think early 2000s.
And how much did it make?
I don't know.
And what was their budget?
And was it real?
Okay, I'm gonna go with Jingle My Bells.
Is fake?
Yes.
Yeah, good job. I made that up. The score is 2 to, unfortunately, 100 just because of the rules of the game. All right, final round. This is sort of a bonus round, but not really because there's no bonus to it. It's just different in that these are not Christmas movies. These are just various productions made by Mar Vista Entertainment, who is behind Christmas Mail, our favorite movie of all time.
I miss it.
Again, there's 3. Which one of these did I make up? Is it Avalanche Sharks, This is a movie about a bikini contest that gets interrupted by a shark avalanche. Is it Skate Boy, a short-lived animated series about a young skateboarder who finds a magical flute that unleashes an ancient evil Chinese wizard? Or is it Doggy Bee? The B is short for boogie. It's called Doggy Boogie, and it's a live-action movie about dancing dogs.
So one of them's fake?
One of them is fake.
Can we watch the other two?
You want me to show you the trailer for the two that are real?
Yes,
So
and then
you
I'll decide.
I don't think that works.
I feel like the shark avalanche is the fake one.
You think I made up a movie about a bikini contest that gets interrupted by a shark avalanche? But is that your answer?
You giving me reverse psychology?
I'm just giving you good old-fashioned psychology.
Okay, Skate Boy you made up.
You think I made up something that involves an evil Chinese wizard?
Okay, first one, my final answer.
Avalanche sharks?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a trick question. They're all real. I know, I expected to be down 3-0 at this point, so I wanted to cheat my way into a victory, but I didn't have to. 200-2 is the final score. You want to watch the trailer for Doggy Bee? Thank you so much for coming on this year's show, Amanda. You'll be back next year, right?
Maybe.
Huh?
What?
As always, we here at Christmas Movie the Game would like to wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Christmas. All right, let's make fun of some dumbass movies. I will say it wasn't as easy to find some good ones as it was last year. Last Christmas, I didn't seek out a movie to make a video about. We just found Christmas mail and it was so insane I had to make a video about it. I had never even done a movie review on my channel before that, but as soon as I saw it, it was like, yeah, of course I'm gonna make fun of this. This year, though, has been an entirely different story. I've spent most of December so far watching various Hallmark movies and Mar Vista movies and straight-to-DVD movies, but almost every time it just goes like this. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. What a funny title. This ought to be good. The thing is, there's no shortage of bad movies, and boy, have I seen my fair share of them. But a bad movie isn't necessarily interesting just because it's bad. There has to be a certain quality to it that draws you in spite of its flaws. So it's been a bit of a struggle for me to find that perfect bad Christmas movie, but I will be talking about these two. My Dad is Scrooge and Christmas Cupid's Era. Let's start with Dad. This movie has everything. Painfully bad child actors.
I just want Dad to stop being so mad. I'm a kid.
The voiceover talents of Napoleon Dynamite, and of course, talking animals.
That's where babies come from.
So the first weird scene of this movie is when these four bullies come into a church to make fun of this kid for being in a toothpaste commercial.
It's the big Hollywood star. How about an autograph, Hollywood?
His name is Ollie, so they call him Ollywood.
See you around, Hollywood.
I don't think I get their motive here. Like, I know sometimes kids are just mean and that's all there is to it, but they're like, haha, loser. You got paid to be on television, idiot. Then we make our way home and meet the titular Scrooge dad, who can pretty much be summed up in this one line.
It's Christmas. No, it's Wednesday.
What a savage. Daddy lives up to his name when he forecloses on this old couple's farm right before Christmas in front of his kids, who he doesn't seem to give a shit about.
These are your kids, Evie.
Are they?
So it's pretty obvious they're setting him up for like a redemption arc here, which is kind of flawed because I already hate this guy. I don't even want to see him get better. I want him to lose custody of his kids. I think everyone would be better off. So anyway, all the animals from the farm start talking now for some reason, and the plot finally kicks in when they give the kids this book. Well, I guess they don't give them the book. They just kind of say, here you go, and then the book falls on top of the bed. You may notice it is a Christmas Carol, which is funny that they would give that to him because that's what this movie is. It's just a ripoff of that, but with a talking llama, so it's fun. But this movie does have some comedy in it. Early on, the dog accidentally convinces this guy that he's a ghost, and he just believes him. He believes the dog. And so for the rest of the movie, and presumably for the rest of his life, he thinks he's dead. He thinks no one can see him, and he's just stuck in like a weird afterlife, which is kind of fucked up when you think about it that they did that to him. They kind of ruined his life, but it does lead to some pretty silly moments.
Ghost massage. Floating bacon.
I don't think anyone's laughing right now.
Anyway, they do the whole Ghost of Christmas Past thing, and the dad starts to transform a little bit, but not really. And then there's this scene where he's talking to the mom, and you're supposed to think like, oh, this is cute, they're flirting, maybe they'll get back together, but it's just really awkward.
That? Oh, yeah, that's a smile. Is this the old Evie coming back?
You're a crazy person, so this is how crazy people start, so.
You're insane. Don't touch me.
Oh, mommy, daddy love each other again.
Well, I don't think I understand this next scene. Is this little girl flirting with a goat?
Dropped your tail.
Thanks, Judge. I love you.
All right, settle down. It's just a tail.
All right, nope, I'm done. Time for Christmas Cupid's Arrow. So this movie is about a dating app called Cupid's Arrow, and it's Christmas time, so Christmas Cupid's Arrow. That's how they came up with the title. You always know a movie's gonna be good when there's like 9 different production companies involved. ITN Distribution, and also the Wonder Film as well, and Lighthouse Pictures, of course. Oh, and Shavik Entertainment, Kalispell Films, okay. Free Dolphin Entertainment. What is going on? So the main woman's friend is trying to get her to find a boyfriend, so she makes an account for her on this dating app. So she gets a couple matches, and there's a montage where she's going on dates with 3 of them. And there's no subtlety in this movie either. Like, all 3 of these guys are just over the top awful.
Do you mind if I order the steak? Why would I mind? Just wanted to make sure you could afford it.
And you're paying for this, right? Because I'm a bad guy. I'm not gonna pay for it.
What do we get when you cross the engine from a 67 Harley, Ducati forks, and carbon fiber?
I like motorcycles. But I don't really care about any of that because the real star of the movie is this guy. This is a really great scene when we meet his daughter.
What's a date?
A what?
A date.
Where did you hear that from?
Who the fuck told you about dates? It's not like she was like, Dad, what's a dick? She's asking about dates.
A date is when 2 grown-ups go out and they have fun together.
Like the zoo?
Yes.
Or the movies?
Yeah.
Or the movie?
Yeah.
Do you go on dates?
No, I don't go on dates right now.
Why not?
Because I already have a pretty lady in my life.
Why did he say it like that? So weird.
That's right, it's you.
Don't worry, I'm almost done. This is the last scene I'm going to show you. This is what made me want to talk about this movie. This awkward-ass exchange between that guy and the girl from earlier. They both work at the same school and kind of know each other, but it really accelerates when they find out they're the only 2 people on this party planning committee.
Just us?
Oh,
I wasn't.
My vote is to have it be formal but not black tie, because that way women don't feel forced into wearing long gowns. It's kind of fun to wear something short.
Yeah, I would always err on the side of wearing something shorter as opposed to longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think skirt. I like skirts.
Tell me one bad Christmas song.
Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas by Paul McCartney is the worst song ever.
Oh, okay, first of all, Sir Paul McCartney.
Oh, well, that's, you know.
And he gets a pass. He wrote Yesterday, All Sins Are Forgiven.
No, he didn't. John wrote Yesterday. Yes.
Planet you on.
The planet that the
It is
Beatles-
Paul. It's Paul.
Oh, all right.
It is Paul, and I feel so sad that you don't know that.
We're going to have to agree to disagree.
I guess
I'm
so.
right.
Okay.
But,
I'm down.
Is this flirting? I'm almost 100% certain that this whole scene was improvised, because who would write this?
I'm sorry, did you just make an It reference?
Yeah, I've seen the movie.
Oh, okay. Did you read the book?
Yeah, when I was a kid. You?
Yeah, I read a couple of his books.
Which ones?
Oh, let me think. All of them twice.
He is the reason that I read as a child. He was my everything.
Yes, me too.
Obsessed with him.
Totally.
Stephen King is the reason you read as a child? What fucking kid is reading Stephen King books?
All of them twice.
All right, I'm not gonna bore you with the rest of the movie. It's not good. And I don't think I can watch another second of it. I think my personal journey I went on this month through dozens of hammy Christmas movies only to determine that these 2 are the best I could find has more than anything else just made me realize how special Christmas mail is. It's the kind of thing that only comes around once in a lifetime, and it's important we grab onto it and celebrate the joy that it's brought us all. And go rewatch my video. And I think ultimately, while stories of unexpected love and the rekindling of family bonds are nice, For me, they just don't quite capture the true essence of Christmas. Consumerism.
Have fun and drink milk.
This video was sponsored by milk.
Merry Wednesday, everybody.
Advertisements. The cost of using a free service. But at what cost? Advertisement. Or did I already say that? There are ads all over the internet. You probably saw an ad before this video. Most Google search results are paid ads. I'm actually doing an ad right now. Toilet paper. What is it? But for whatever reason, it seems like the worst ads are on Facebook and Instagram. Obviously, you've got all those mobile games that straight up lie about what the game is. And then another thing I've noticed recently is a lot of companies saying like, oh, the stimulus checks are here, so we've got a sale. We wanted to do our part during these difficult times, so we've decided to let you give us money. And then Facebook uses your interests to try to target related things to you. Oh, you like music? Then check this out.
I be going up that Molly. Too sick for that lean, I'm a zombie.
And I don't like it. I love it. But most of the time it's crap, or it's products that probably are good, but they cost twice as much as they should because they need to make back the money they spent on marketing. So I decided, you know what? I'm gonna actually review some of this stuff. Everything that I see advertised to me on Instagram for the next week, I will pay for, and then I will own it. Wish me luck. I don't know why I had to do a cutaway. I was already on day one. I had a feeling this would pop up. I've been seeing this a lot lately. It's a pillow that's shaped like a cube, and it's called Pillow Cube. First impressions from looking at it is that it does not look comfortable. It looks like it's made for people with very angular bodies, or perhaps a robot. So I guess this started as an Indiegogo and Kickstarter, and yeah, it kinda went viral. I don't know if 75,000 views, most of which were from paid ad campaigns, is something I would classify as going viral, but this is actually a pretty good commercial.
Wow, that is soft.
The price isn't terrible. I mean, there certainly are more expensive pillows out there, but for 70 bucks, this better be pretty damn comfortable. Potential red flag. I'm noticing an unexpected theme here with the reviews. A lot of people are saying that it smells like peanut butter. According to this guy, like a lot, ha ha ha. Almost like somebody dipped it in a jar and then shipped it. It's so weird, man. This pillow smells just like peanut butter. And every morning when I wake up, I have peanut butter all over the side of my face. So I rub it on some toast and it tastes just like peanut butter. And it's delicious. And now I have that for breakfast every morning and I have no regrets. 10 out of 10. Gotta say, I'm very intrigued by the peanut butter pillow cube. So guess we'll find out. Okay, this looks kind of fun. A lot of you have commented lately about how my futon mysteriously disappeared from the background on my videos, and it's not a mystery. He left to go to college. But honestly, ever since then, there's been this gaping void in my life that I'd like to fill with something else I can sit on. As usual, one of the first things I like to do when I find a product is sort reviews by lowest, and it's probably a good sign that all of the 1-star reviews seem to have been done by mistake. My granddaughter is in love with Moonpod Space Gray 1-star. Was this helpful? No! Anna A says, I live on my Moonpod. From sitting in my toddler's playroom reading stories, to watching TV, to working remotely, it suits all my needs. It has a very little footprint. Like carbon footprint? Is it a hybrid beanbag chair? As long as it doesn't hurt my fracking business. It is more comfortable than you think is possible. Excuse me? Who are you, Anna, to tell me what I think is possible? You don't know what levels of comfort I've imagined. And you know, you may think $299 is a lot until they compare it to similar products. A Lovesac is $850. Even a regular beanbag chair costs $400. Which beanbag chair are they talking about? At least name a brand. You can get Big Joe from Walmart for 35 bucks. But you can't do all this on Big Joe. You can sit in Moonpod. You can recline in Moonpod. You can even lay in Moonpod. And don't get those two things mixed up, okay? This is reclining and this is laying. You see the difference? Laying, reclining. Ooh. These are not the same thing. And when I'm done with this video, I'm gonna go use my 3-in-1 shampoo and conditioner that also washes hair. Why even advertise it as 3-in-1? You did not need to do this lie. How many people are gonna click on this and be like, 299 bucks? Hell yeah. But only if I can do 3 things on it. All right, enough yapping. This is probably gonna take forever to get here, so I should probably order it ASAP. Bye, money. I'll miss you. Okay, this I can live with. I just dropped $300 on a beanbag chair yesterday, so it would be nice to go with something a little bit cheaper. Plus, I do wear a lot of sweatpants. $89. These pants cost $89? Are they bulletproof? Yeah, these joggers are pretty expensive, but they might just foil an assassination attempt. What even is Vuori? How are you gonna have some obscure made-up name and also have the audacity to charge $90 for sweatpants? After only 2 washes, the side seams have completely frayed. I followed wash instructions exactly and didn't even put them in the dryer. Extremely disappointed with the quality for $90 track pants. Okay, so they're not bulletproof. Generally, I don't mind spending a little bit more for something if I know it's gonna be like high quality, but I have never heard of this brand in my life, so I have no idea what to expect. Guess we'll find out. Why did I buy those pants? Okay, now we're getting interesting. Remember the beginning of the pandemic when everyone bought like 400 rolls of toilet paper and then no one could buy toilet paper? Well, because of that, I had started researching bidets at the time, but those were out of stock everywhere too. Long story short, I haven't wiped my butt in over a year, but the tides may finally be turning thanks to this ad. I've definitely heard of Hello Tushy before. They seem to be pretty similar to Dollar Shave Club in that they don't do anything that's like revolutionary, but they have really good branding. Like bidets are a very boring product, but they make it seem fun. You can join the Clean Butt Club and get $5 off. Don't mind if I do. And if I have any questions, Real Pooping Human is here to help. So I am definitely curious to try this out. My only reservation is I don't know if we're allowed to install this on our toilets. I'm gonna have to ask my landlord about it. What's up? Were you just standing outside the door waiting for someone to mention you by name? No. I came here to tell you your dishwasher's broken. Well, then fix it. That is not my job. That literally is your job. Also, do you think my name is landlord? Yes. Landlord is not my name. It's my profession. My name is Ninja. My parents named me after the Fortnite streamer. How old are you? I gotta go. Oh man, this staircase is steep. Whoa! Ah! Ow! Ow! Ow, 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 I'm okay. You know, I'm 5 days into this, and I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed so far. In the past, I feel like I've gotten so many ads for snack boxes and candy, but this is the week Instagram decides to be like, you wanna spray your butt? And then put on some expensive pants. What I'm about to do is highly questionable. Some of you may even call it tampering, but I have to try to take matters into my own hands. If these ads are truly as targeted as they're supposed to be, then it's nothing a few Google searches can't change. Candy, 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 candy store near me. Delicious candy. Siri, text my wife, candy for dinner? Good news, it worked. Bad news. Did it though? It's spicy candy. I was hoping for mild. They must be pretty popular though, because they're sold out of a lot of their flavors at the moment. I'm just gonna go with the watermelon ones that I saw advertised to me and hope that I don't end up hating my life. It's been 1 week. I thought I had seen the worst. I thought spicy candy, well, at least tomorrow will be better. And then I saw this. Instagram has a cruel sense of humor for saving this one until the end. I was 1 day from retirement, damn it. Well, let's check it out. So a company called Microclimate is making this protective space helmet with a built-in fan and filtration system, and it costs $300. This is obviously supposed to be an advanced and very expensive alternative to wearing a mask. The transparent acrylic dome allows the wearer full peripheral vision. This helps the device quickly fade into the background after being put on. You know, I'm not so sure that's true. Maybe for you, you'll forget about it, but for the people staring at you in the grocery store, I don't think they're gonna be like, what the hell is... Oh wait, no, he has full peripheral vision? Okay, nothing to see. They've got a fair amount of testimonials. Reggie Watts is one of them.
If it dies, do you lose oxygen? That would be crazy.
Hey, if Reggie Watts likes it, I'll give it a shot.
You dumbass.
I also like how they're also trying to make it seem like it serves multiple purposes. It's not just for the pandemic, it's also for seasonal allergies. Now I'm sold. I'll be sure to wear this out in my garden and see how long it takes for my neighbors to stop talking to me. All right, let's go ahead and buy it. Honestly, this is a pretty good haul here. I'm excited for everything, not just for the helmet. Our total came in at just under $1,000, which is not great, but I guess it could be worse. Now all I gotta do is wait for everything to show up. Oh, there it is. Mail's here. I'm gonna go ahead and open the moon pod first because it's the thing I'm most excited about, and also so I have somewhere to sit for this part of the video. Excuse me. It says not to open it with a sharp object, so I'll try my best. I'm a sucker for instructions. I will always follow them. Did I get the white one? Smell test. You know how when you go to like Dick's Sporting Goods, the whole store just smells like baseball gloves? That's what this smells like. Ah, the cover.
Hole in one!
No, that's fine. You don't need to help. Just keep sitting there. Jeez. Having a little bit of trouble here. Maybe I should have done this last. I'm already sweating. Oh my god. This is kind of a nightmare, honestly. I did it! And it only took 9 minutes. It's more rectangular than I was expecting. I guess I thought it would look more like a beanbag chair and not a giant pill. Honestly, I'm a little underwhelmed. As far as comfort goes, this is like bare minimum. It just feels like I'm sitting on beads. The way they advertised it on the website, I thought it would have some kind of special material inside that would be unlike anything I've ever felt before. It's the moon pod. It's supposed to be out of this world. I don't know, for $300, I'm just not that impressed. I mean, it's definitely better than sitting on the floor. Like outside in the rain. All right, let's get these pants out of the way. Just a reminder, guys, I spent $89 on these, so they really are gonna have to blow me away here. I mean, they're definitely pants. They're a little baggier than I thought they'd be. That is what the one review said. They're very warm. Like, I've only had these on for about 30 seconds, and I can already tell I'm gonna sweat up a storm in these. When I take these off, they're gonna be just soaking wet on the inside. But pocket. This is where I can hold all of the money that I would still have if I didn't use it to buy these pants. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up the pillow cube next because I haven't eaten lunch yet and I'm kind of in the mood for PB&J. It does not smell like peanut butter. It smells like wet paint. I don't know if that's better. Obviously, I haven't gotten a chance to sleep on this yet. I'm gonna sleep on it tonight and let you know what I think. But first impression, as with everything so far, is I can't believe I spent as much money on this as I did. So I've slept on this a couple times now, and I think I like it. I kind of alternate between this and my other pillow, but I'll definitely get some use out of this. It is definitely as soft as advertised, but in hindsight, I probably should have gone with a wider one. Also, I woke up my cat. Sorry. Time for the bidet. Is it breaking? Let me tell you guys a little story about how crafty I am. So I wanted to install this in our second bathroom just in case I messed up really bad and like broke the toilet. But then I realized I needed a flathead screwdriver to take out the seat and couldn't for the life of me find mine. So I went out and bought another one. Then I tried to unscrew the seat and I kept turning and turning and turning and nothing would happen. So I gave up and went to our other bathroom. The same thing was happening there. And then I realized, oh, you also have to unscrew the lug nuts on the bottom, you fucking moron. So then I successfully removed the seat, inserted the bidet, and that only took a couple minutes. Now all I had to do was hook it into the water line, which I managed to loosen all the way until I realized I needed to replace that pipe with a more flexible one so the bidet attachment would actually fit. I didn't realize I could have just ordered this part from Hello Tushy when I bought the bidet, but I'm not exactly the most forward-thinking person. Anyway, I had to go out and buy one from Home Depot, and from there I had no issues. If I'd actually been prepared ahead of time, this whole process would have taken about 10 minutes, but instead I turned it into a 2-day project. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a butt to spray.
Hole in one!
Here they are. I've smelled a lot of smells in this video so far, and the smell I'm going to experience when I open this sealed pack of spicy candy is something I'm not excited for.
First impression, like all candy that gets delivered to your mailbox and just kind of sits there for a while, this is all congealed into one solid object. Like one of the commenters said, it's basically just like regular candy that they put red chili flakes on. All right, here goes nothing. Let me try one with more spice on it. I feel like there wasn't a lot of spice. Here's a nice close-up for you guys. No. The candy itself is good. I'm a sucker for sour candy. I just wouldn't put these two things together. I'll have one more. It's just weird. It's not for me. My final thoughts on Chili Chews is that they are not sitting very well in my stomach, and it's a good thing that I already installed that bidet. Boy, oh boy, am I excited for this one. Here it is. Some accessories in here. You've got like a microfiber cloth. Looks like the charging cable. Also a flight fact card. I believe that is what you show to like the flight attendant when you want to wear this on a plane. To show them like, look, this is legit. I don't know if that would actually work because according to the CEO of the company, he was like, yeah, they still made me put on a mask.
I started to explain what the device was that I had on, but they weren't having any of it and were about to take me off the flight.
You know, it's funny. The whole point of this is so you can have this on without having to wear a mask. But I have never wanted to cover my face more than I do right now. The only thing I really hear is the fan. I feel like if someone was talking to me outside, I would not be able to hear them at all. There almost needs to be like a microphone on the outside and then speakers on the inside. Oh wait, they didn't say anything about burps. It's very loose. Oh wait, I think I figured it out. Okay, and then that goes, I think I figured out the strap. And then I think I just broke. Oh, god damn it. All right, nice solid fit. My hair is very much in my eyes now. Not much I can do about that. Drink test. I just gotta... And it's that easy. Yeah, definitely shouldn't have worn glasses with this. It's pushing down on my glasses, and instinctively I want to like push them back up, but there seems to be a glass dome in my way. I would say overall the theme today has been overpriced and disappointing, but it's not fair for me to judge this just sitting here in my house. I shouldn't have to wear this sitting right here. What I need to do is take this out for a test drive.
Within minutes, I couldn't believe how wrong I was. This thing is incredible. I've never felt more safe in my life. Safe from contagious diseases and motorcycle accidents, from thunderstorms and rogue baseballs. I think I might be invincible.
Siri, cancel my doctor's appointment tomorrow. I don't need it anymore.
I deserve to be rewarded for this moment of clarity. I deserve a snack. So I guess there is one downside. So to organize my final thoughts on all these products, I'm gonna be putting letter grades into a tier list because my brain is broken and that's the only way it knows how to assess things. Right off the bat, MoonPod, straight up F. I wouldn't say it's an F tier product. If I got it for free, I'd say it's like C at the best. But I spent like $340, I think, for this thing. It feels super cheap. It's not that comfortable. It's very noisy. Every time you move, I feel like my wife can hear me from across the house. It feels like a $50 beanbag chair at the most. The Pillow Cube was actually pretty comfortable. If the MoonPod was made out of the memory foam that the Pillow Cube was made out of, it would be the most comfortable fucking chair in the world. My only thing with the pillow is that I wish I had just went ahead and bought the bigger one. It's not very wide, and if you move around in your sleep at all, which everybody does for the most part, you're gonna wake up in some weird positions, which kind of defeats the purpose of having something that's supposed to like keep you from waking up with neck pain. The pants definitely grew on me as time went on. Really the only thing with these is that you cannot possibly justify the $89 price tag. I would say like $40 at the most. This could go in either B or C. I'm gonna put it in C just because of the price, but they're decent pants. I'm also gonna put the chili chews in the C tier. Obviously, I didn't personally like them, but I've never had spicy candy before. That's not really my thing. Probably the product that is most accurately priced out of everything on this list. The microclimate mask is going straight to S tier. My only regret with it is I wish I had spent more money on it. I wish it cost twice as much. And then the bidet, I think I'm gonna put that in A tier. It works pretty well. It's the only thing on this list that I probably would have bought anyway, but it was pretty easy to hook up, and it's the kind of thing that I'm gonna use pretty much every day. If I were to take anything away from this video, it would probably be that if you see something advertised to you on Instagram, it probably costs twice as much as it should. It's probably not as good of a product as you think it will be, and the reviews can be misleading. I guess the last thing I'm curious about is after engaging so much with the Instagram algorithm, what it thinks of me as a consumer. Now that they've identified me as someone who literally buys everything, what are they gonna advertise to me next? Is it just gonna be crazy expensive stuff? Are they gonna try to get me to buy a car? I'm actually kind of curious. Get through some stories, and they think I'm depressed. God damn it.
Oh, I be going off that Molly.
A lot of well, I'm filming it now. Jeez. Thank you guys so much for watching today's video all the way up until the end, or for some reason, clicking on it and skipping directly to this part. I hope you all learned something today. I know I sure did. I learned not to buy stuff online, because most of it sucks. Or you know what, maybe that's not what I learned, because I had a lot of fun making this video, and I might do a part 2 somewhere down the road. That depression clinic isn't gonna research itself. Anyway, thank you again for watching. I will see all of you tomorrow for our big date at Olive Garden. Bye. Hey guy, welcome back to a channel. A few weeks ago, I turned 26. Today, I'm gonna be joining Kids Bop. Hopefully. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why? And that's a great question. It's because Kids Bop has gotten out of hand. They have been exploding in popularity, and I don't understand it. For most of my life, I've been led to believe that the only people who listen to Kids Bop are the children whose mother this is. But no, Kids Bop is a global empire. Children everywhere are listening to it, seemingly on purpose. Kids Bop 40 just came out, and there are 66 songs on it. An album with 66 songs. That's like watching a 12-hour movie. But the reason there are 66 songs on here is because Kids Bop is now an international brand. No longer content with simply just ruining American pop music, they now have songs in Spanish, German, and listen to this. Yeah, that's right. They got Kids Bop K-pop. When I was a kid, we made fun of Kids Bop, and now that other people are kids, they're listening to it? And here's the thing, I know I'm very passionate about Kids Bop. Who wouldn't be? But you're probably wondering, what's my plan here? What am I hoping to get out of joining something that I openly dislike? And I'll tell you, I'm gonna take down Kids Bop from the inside. Hopefully. First, I pose as a multi-talented child prodigy who just looks kinda old for his age of 12. Then, once I'm inside, I start working my way up the ladder. I find a way to get promoted to manager, then district manager, then assistant manager, then president of Kids Bop. From there, it's as simple as just firing all the kids. No kids, no bop. So today I will be auditioning, but before I get to what will undoubtedly be the biggest audition of my life, I first want to share with you guys some of the worst atrocities that Kids Bop has bestowed upon our eardrums over the years, starting with their first album. Kids Bop debuted in 2001, and it was the second worst thing to happen that year. But it's weird listening to this, you might notice one glaring difference between these songs and every other song they've ever made. Here's Blink-182's All the Small Things. It's some fucking old guy. That's not Kid. This guy's older than the entire band. This guy might be 182. What happened to the whole buy kids for kids business model? This is like buy weird uncle for nobody. Okay, don't worry, there are kids in this song, sort of. Let's get to the chorus. Now this is obviously a great song, but it does beg the question, huh? Is this what Kids Bop was supposed to be? The world's weirdest cover band? It's like one adult man and 4 kids. This theme continues on the rest of the album. We've got J-Lo, the Backstreet Boys, we got Smash Mouth.
Somebody once told me the world.
And it's the same thing every time. Bad adult singer accompanied by children who may or may not have been kidnapped.
I just wanna fly.
Now, this album was not sold in stores. You could only buy it by calling a phone number that you could only get by watching a commercial. And, as we already discussed, it's a karaoke CD made by a bunch of amateur musicians and 3 random kids. So naturally, they sold 800,000 copies. $21 a piece, that's a cool 17 mil. Someone's production budget just skyrocketed. So let's check out Kids Bop 2.
I've been thinking all about this relationship, and I wanna know, I really wanna know.
Man, this guy can spit some bars.
We're getting married, that's my loving and all my hugging.
All my hugging.
Can you take me higher?
I think there's fewer kids on this album than the first one. I guess we could try Kids Bop 3?
When I'm gone, you'll need love to light.
Okay, who is this guy? Whose uncle is this?
Wherever you will go.
You know what this sounds like? Have you ever been to a bar and there's some shitty cover band playing in the corner? It sounds like if they couldn't get a babysitter, so they were just like, all right, kids, guess you're coming with us, but stay in the back, all right? Oh shit, they got Simple Plan on here? Let's go, dude.
Another day is going by. I'm thinking about you.
It's still just some guy.
You didn't know.
Where are the kids? I thought this was Kids Bop. Holy shit. Ocean Avenue? Now, I don't often share this fact with people, but Yellow Card was my favorite band for like 10 years, so this better be good.
There's a place on Ocean Avenue.
When does the guy go away? It's gotta be soon, right?
I walk a lonely road.
Nope.
Look at this photograph.
No.
Go ahead as you wait.
Still no. Forget trying to figure out when the adults stop being a part of this. When does this get good? I mean, like, I don't enjoy new Kids Bop, but we can all acknowledge that there is some competent production there. This is awful. Remember Bad Day? The song most people probably know because they played it whenever American Idol contestants got voted out. Well, even if you've never heard of it, even just the title should give you a hint of the tone of the song. It's about having a bad day. So let's hear the Kids Bop riff.
Accidentally ran over my cat on one of those bird scooters. And
Yeah!
And it sucks because I just spent like $50 on cat food. And
Woo!
Sorry, and you said you're the only therapist my insurance covers?
Yeah! 18. That's when they finally fired all the weird adults and let the kids take over. I mean, it makes sense that they would wait until they were 18 to grant them their independence, but what doesn't make sense is that on this album, they did a cover of Justin Bieber's Baby, which is a song that was already sung by a kid, and they changed none of the lyrics. So I'm not sure how necessary this was. You know, it's a shame that they eventually strayed away from their original business model of having some weird old guy sing the songs, because that's what I am. But I will not let this deter me from the fact that I'm gonna be joining Kids Bop today, whether they like it or not. Well, I guess they would have to like it. I'm auditioning. Now, if you go to the Kids Bop website, you may notice there's no link on here to submit my audition. You have to manually type in kidsbop.com/casting. It's on this page where you can learn all about what it takes to become a Kids Bop kid. Wait, hold on. I think that might actually be... Now, if I'm gonna successfully pull off this experiment, I need to fully transform into a kid. You may have already noticed I'm wearing Danny's slime shirt, because kids fucking love slime. I'm also wearing the shortest shorts that I own, because it just seemed like something a kid would do, I don't know. But I'm not gonna keep the feds off my trail just by looking like a kid. I also need to sound like a kid, and that starts with my name. I can't use Drew Gooden for this, because if they look it up, my cover's blown. No, I have to come up with a different name that doesn't sound like my name, but also makes me sound like a kid. Perfect. With a name like that, they'll never suspect a thing. So the audition itself is very straightforward. I sing a couple songs, do a dance that they've choreographed for me. I can smell that acceptance letter already. Let's do this.
Hey Kids Bop, it's me, your newest member. Just kidding. Or maybe not. I've been singing and dancing my whole life. Actually, my first words were a whole song, and the first time I walked, I did the moonwalk. A few things about me that you should know. I have won awards, and I have hobbies as well, and I play sports too.
All right, I think I nailed that part. The tricky portion of this is gonna be the singing though. I don't have a very good singing voice, but luckily they don't know that. Yes, I think this will do nicely.
This is my song. Thank you for listening.
The next part was also a little tricky. I had to learn a 1-minute choreographed dance. And I almost gave up on this. It took me a few days, but I finally nailed it. Another minute or so of freestyle dancing, that shouldn't be a problem.
Look at this photograph.
Hi, Hollywood? Yeah, I'll take a one-way ticket. If your child plays an instrument, please showcase 30 seconds. Now, not to brag or anything, but this part should be a cakewalk. I've actually been playing guitar for about 7 years, so I don't even need to fake this. That was a fucking breeze. Now I just gotta send this off to some guy named Stuart. Stuart Stone Casting. Let's find out his deal.
All right, hey, Will Roberts out here in Hollywood, California. I'm actually at Stuart Stone. He's a casting director here in Los Angeles, California. A big one.
A big one.
All right, hey, Will Roberts out here in Hollywood, kind of Hollywood, California.
Wait, what? He just said a minute ago he's in Hollywood, and now he's in kind of Hollywood. I mean, technically, we're kind of near Hollywood. I mean, we're in Utah, but we're close.
Big one.
All right, this guy seems legit. There is one comment on this video, and it is, Stuart Stone is hilarious. Read sarcasm. Yeah, I want to work with this guy. Barrel of laughs. Not. I don't think he'd know funny if he sat on it. All right, well, if this is the guy in charge of Kids Bop casting, then I think I might actually have a shot. So I'm gonna go ahead and send this off. Looks like the only thing left to do now is wait for that acceptance email to come rolling in. He's probably just busy. Hey, in the meantime, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to go scope out my competition. And I know just the place.
All right, guys, we are here in beautiful Kissimmee, Florida, home of Gatorland, which is like a zoo, except it's all swamp animals. So we're here at Kids Bop Live, a real thing that I just found out is real and exists. And we're gonna see just how well these kids can bop. And if they can do it better than me, which probably not, because I'm really talented. And that's what we're gonna see, so let's check it out.
Entering the arena, my confidence was at an all-time high. These kids didn't stand a chance. Little did they know they were about to take part in the biggest performance review of their lives. I actually did a little research before the show. Get a load of this kid. He says his dream is to play professional basketball. Aww. Well, sorry to break it to you, Steven, but last time I checked, they don't let 11-year-olds play in the NBA. What an idiot. Meet the other kids? I don't want to. Anyway, back to this snooze fest. Wait, are they playing Thank You Next? I love this song. It's kind of like I'm at an Ariana Grande concert right now, but for half the price. Oh wow, they're really good dancers. No one's playing the guitar? That's pretty cool. Or, I mean, dumb, obviously. These kids suck, but shit, they're really working that stage. They're naturals. What the hell? I didn't think these kids would actually have talent. I can't compete with this. I'm old. And I thought they'd all be pooping their pants up there, but they actually look cool as hell. They managed to transform this giant arena used almost exclusively for professional bull riding into a bangin' rock concert? Fuck, I'm not better than these guys. I'm just some creep who paid $100 to bring his wife to a Kids Bop concert, and I think I'm a fan now? How did this happen? Why am I having so much fun? This is fantastic. You know, I guess it just goes to show you, sometimes things may not go according to plan. Sometimes they're even better. This morning, I thought I wanted to join Kids Bop so I could destroy them, but now it's because I'm excited to be taken under their wing. I have so much to learn, and I can't wait to start. Thanks, Kids Bop. This turned out to be the best day of my life. Man, fuck this, I'm going to Gatorland. Thank you to everyone who watched this video for watching this video. Okay, bye-bye. Some spoilers for Breaking Bad and Succession, and also the original Star Wars. Hey guy, welcome back to my Webkins account. As always, this video is entirely inspired by one Curtis Connor tweet. If you go on YouTube and search for Best Acting Compilation, what you'll probably see is a lot of videos with millions of views that look and sound kind of like this.
Get lazy, I make shit ugly, hate you! Yes, 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 yes!
While most of these scenes are incredible, I think it's kind of silly that we tend to view yelling loudly or crying on camera to be the epitome of a performance. Maybe it's just that anger and sadness are the two most relatable human emotions, or maybe it's cathartic when you have some amount of pent-up frustration to see an actor go absolutely apeshit on a mirror. But there are so many other types of acting that are just as important as the climactic rage outbursts that tend to fly under the radar. One of the biggest ones is just reacting. What are you doing while other people are talking? Are you visibly affected by what they're saying, or are you just waiting for your turn to talk again? It doesn't matter that you nailed all your lines if you just stand there with a blank expression while everyone else is giving theirs. Not only are you going to ruin whatever shot you happen to be in, but you just made it that much harder for your scene partner to focus on what they're saying. Subtle reaction shots can be just as powerful or devastating as the line that they're reacting to. That's what adds any meaning to those words. When you think about it, it doesn't really matter what someone says in a scene if the person they're saying it to doesn't give a shit. The gravity of words is the impact they have, not necessarily just the words themselves. If something is meant to be a big reveal, but the other person doesn't seem at all shocked, then kind of ruined the surprise, didn't it? I think one reason a show like Succession is so captivating to me is because of how into it every actor is, no matter who's talking. In fact, the show is purposely shot in a way so the actors never know for certain when they might be in frame, so they need to be constantly invested. Some of the cameramen are given free rein to move around the room and zoom in on whoever they want. This makes it so even when only a couple people in a scene are talking, you still know how everyone else feels because you can see it on their face. It's funny, in a lot of ways, this is a show about words. It's about clever insults and very deliberate dialogue. Some of the best lines I've ever heard have come from this show.
You can't make a tomlet without breaking some Greggs.
But in spite of that, a lot of the most compelling moments are entirely nonverbal. Whether it's Shiv silently seething at the end of season 3, Logan giving the most subtle smirk at the end of season 2, or the many looks on Kendall's face as he goes through an absolute roller coaster of gaining and losing power, the extreme highs and lows of his drug addiction, all while grappling with the guilt he feels for doing something awful at the end of season 1. And look, this is all just my opinion. I'm not a trained actor by any means. The most acting I do is in the little skits that I put in my videos. But for me, it is always so much harder to do a reaction shot than it is to give a line. Because when I'm talking, I'm actively doing something. I have words to say. I can focus on what I'm saying and how to say them. But if I have to just give a surprised look or look like I'm sad about something that's happening out of frame, it just doesn't come naturally at all. I have to do it 100 times before I can narrow it down to one not terrible take. So because of my own shortcomings, I'm often just as impressed when people give a really good facial expression in a scene as I am, when someone gives a really cool monologue. Going back to what I talked about in the beginning, rage is something that can be even more interesting when the actor's trying to hold it back, not necessarily just explode on everyone. Jack Nicholson in The Shining, before he goes sicko mode on his whole family, makes it very clear without even saying a word that he is actively snapping. This face is terrifying. He doesn't have to say anything here. He doesn't have to be charging you with an axe. I am scared looking at this. And all he's doing is making a face. That's incredible. Nonverbal acting goes hand in hand with physical acting. And for a really long time, I kind of rolled my eyes at the idea of physical comedy because when I thought about it, I just thought about Lele Pons falling down. And technically, yes, that counts, but there's so much more to physicality. The way your character walks, that's a choice. Whether it's Michael Cera embodying an entire personality with this defeated slouch, or it's kind of weird, the boss from Emily in Paris. I know, it's a terrible show, but I am fascinated by this actress's choice to always walk around with T-Rex arms. And then it hit me. Powerful people are always pointing at stuff. Rachel, I love your haircut. Matthew, no smoking in here. Can't you read the sign? And so, I guess it's more convenient to keep your hands up here. always ready to point. Okay, a better example of physicality that I love. Kieran Culkin as Roman Roy. There's a scene where he accidentally sends a dick pic to his father during a work meeting. His acting in the rest of this episode is so beautiful, not because of anything he says. Honestly, I don't remember a single word of dialogue from this, but I will always remember the way he shrinks into his chair, the way his face contorts and his eyes well up. You can see him actively trying to escape his body. Like maybe if he curls up enough, his body will fold into itself and disappear, but he can't. He's stuck. And all of the smugness and arrogance that has built up for him over the course of this season is whisked away in a matter of seconds. Depending on what role you have, physicality could also be your ability to dance or do action sequences. Obviously not the ones with stunt doubles, you know, the ones where they see your face, so you gotta do it yourself. Not every actor is good at everything, and you can't just sub someone in for one scene, so it's no small feat when someone is able to check every box. I think there's a lot of roles you can look at through this lens and maybe view differently. Like, it's easy to say that Hayden Christensen pooped the bed in the Star Wars prequels because of how robotically all of his lines were delivered. But in his defense, I think a lot of that had more to do with George Lucas's inability to write regular human dialogue.
The dialogue was a little bit difficult. I remember there was one line that I just begged him to take out of the screenplay, and he finally did. My line was, "But we can't turn back. Fear is their greatest defense. I doubt if the actual security there is any greater than it was on Aquilai or Soest, and what there is most likely directed towards a large-scale assault." And I thought, who talks like this, George?
A lot of Hayden's physical acting was really good. The choreographed fights, some of his facial expressions, where you could really see on his face the internal conflict that he's dealing with. And you maybe even start to feel some empathy. The problem is, you know, then he goes on the whole sand rant and it kind of kills the vibe. But did he write that? No, George wrote that. And George managed to make Natalie Portman look like a bad actress, and she won an Oscar like 5 years after this movie, so I don't think that's on her.
Suddenly I'm afraid.
A similar character, but on the opposite end of the spectrum for me, is Tobey Maguire. Like probably 100 million other people, I recently went back and rewatched the Sam Raimi trilogy, and I had always thought Tobey was really good in these movies, but watching it now I realize, you know, he's really good at playing Peter Parker. He's not very good at playing Spider-Man. The dude pulls off the sad, lonely nerd character like nobody's business. But when he's not crying or actively becoming a meme, he kind of always talks the same. He always talks really quietly for some reason.
Look at little Goblin Jr.
I'm gonna avenge Uncle Ben. And I'm gonna kill Eric Foreman. Not to beat a dead horse, because obviously a ton of people have talked about why Spider-Man 3 was a disappointment, but in order for a trilogy like this to work, there needs to be more growth exhibited from the main character. And I just don't know if Tobey as an actor was capable of doing that. Last Star Wars example, I promise. But to me, the gold standard of this will always be Mark Hamill. You ever go back and watch the very first Star Wars? Luke Skywalker is a little bitch in this movie.
But I was going into Toshi Station to pick up some power converters.
And then a couple years later, he's gone through some transformative experiences, and he's a total badass. He's cool as hell. If he was the same stinky little goofball the whole time, it would have ruined the series. Imagine if instead of showing up to fight Emperor Palpatine with a shiny new robot hand and a shit ton of confidence, he just like grew out his hair a little bit and moped in the corner. I'll take down the Empire when you fix this damn door! In short, a lot of actors are good at some things, but very few are versatile enough to be good at everything. And that brings me to Bryan Cranston. Bryan Cranston has played two of my favorite characters in two of my favorite shows, won awards doing both, and they could not be more different. Having watched Malcolm in the Middle like 100 times, I always thought that I wouldn't be able to take Breaking Bad seriously because I would only be able to see Hal. Hal is a total pushover. He's scared of everything, he gets really fixated on random obsessions, and in spite of his good intentions, he always tends to make situations worse. But more than anything else, he just loves his family, especially his wife, and it's one of the most wholesome and endearing characters on TV.
Lois, that boy needs a father figure, and I really think it should be me.
Walter White is not. Brian's physical comedy is so good in Malcolm in the Middle, and he has some signature mannerisms that every once in a while would seep into Walter, but for the most part, these two characters are so different that it doesn't even seem like the same actor. Through an unfortunate series of dominoes, Walter transforms into essentially the main villain of the show, but it's such a slow process that it doesn't feel unnatural. From the beginning, you can see the seeds planted, you can see some of that anger in his eyes, and as his situation gets worse and he does his best to survive it, in order to avoid the danger, he has to become the danger. Walter and the audience, to an extent, can rationalize just about every fucked up thing he does. But there will come a point where you suddenly realize, yeah, I'm not rooting for this guy anymore. He's done way too much. He's the BoJack Horseman of drug dealers. A happy ending is possible, but does this guy even deserve it? And that slow, organic shift is really impressive to watch, not just from the writers, but from Bryan Cranston as well. Aside from all the obvious big moments throughout the show, one of my favorite scenes early on was between him and Gretchen, a character played by Jessica Heck. Up until this point, she'd only been in 2 other episodes. She was barely established on screen, and all we really knew was this vague history between her and Walt, which makes it all that more impressive, the amount of tension they have in this scene. It's like we've been watching them go at it for years, but they've only been on screen together for like 10 minutes up until this point. It's incredible.
I feel so sorry for you, Walt.
Fuck you.
You ever watch a performance so good that all you can do is laugh? Because your body doesn't know how else to express how that made you feel, so you just let out an involuntary chuckle. This show had so many moments of that for me, from Bryan Cranston, Aaron Paul, Bill Allen as scientist. And it's all a good example of how acting, writing, and directing all go hand in hand. There are directors who have made great actors look bad. There's writing that's so clever that just about anyone who delivers the line is going to seem like a genius. And there's some actors who are so good in a role that it forces the showrunner to reconsider their entire plan. Jesse Pinkman was supposed to die in season 1, but then Vince Gilligan saw how well Aaron and Brian worked together, and he was like, you know what? Actually, maybe not. And it's a good thing they didn't do that, because by the end of the show, are you really rooting for anyone besides Jesse? All right, so I guess the last topic I want to touch on is this ongoing debate about the validity of method acting. Essentially, method acting is when someone stays in character all the time because they think it'll make them act better. And I don't have too much of a concrete feeling about this either way. I think, generally speaking, whatever works, works, you know, just do the best job you can. But you hear stories about actors who are playing villains, so they just treat everyone like shit all the time, because that's what my character would do. And that's where it's like, okay, maybe you're just using this as an excuse to be a dick.
So I always say about people who do method acting, you only ever see people doing the method when they're playing an asshole.
Maybe instead you could do what everyone else does and just do your job and then go home and be normal. I think what it comes down to for me is whether or not the performance you're giving warrants whatever nonsense you're pulling on set. Like, in my opinion, Jeremy Strong is giving the performance of a lifetime as Kendall Roy. But as an actor, he is very much an anomaly on that set with the way he goes through his process. He's notoriously not very fun to be around. He takes everything way too seriously. And there are other incredible actors on set who are able to access a similar level of performance without being a wet blanket. But ultimately, he never seems to cross a line. And if that's what it takes for him to pull this off, then just let the results speak for themselves. But then you have other examples of method acting, like Jared Leto as the Joker, doing insane things to his coworkers because, sorry, Jared's not here right now. This is how the Joker would act.
Who did you send used condoms to? Oh, everybody.
Yeah, he sent used condoms, sticky Playboy magazines.
I can't even begin to tell you the weird things I got.
I mean, the Joker is somebody who doesn't really respect things like personal space or boundaries.
So he's going around actively being a nuisance to everyone. And to make it worse, his performance wasn't even that good. I don't know if this was worth being an asshole for 4 months, dude. One thing you'll hear a lot about method actors is the people they worked with on the movie saying, oh, I never met that guy. I only met the character he was playing. And it's like, that's cool, I guess. I admire the commitment. But it's one of those things that better work, otherwise the ends do not justify the means. Anyway, as is the case in all of my stream of consciousness video essays, I don't really know how to end this. So let's do a lightning round. Reservation Dogs, one of my favorite new shows. There's such a talented cast, but Sarah Podemski is probably the highlight for me, as well as Mose and Miko, who are so goddamn funny every time they're on screen. Betsy Brandt is Marie. Holy shit, she nails this character. The overly nosy extended family member who has to know everything and also can't keep a secret. The fact that most people have probably met someone exactly like this is what makes it so good. But if I were to narrow down my Mount Rushmore of acting to just one person, it wouldn't be Bryan Cranston or Meryl Streep or Morgan Freeman or Marlon Brando or Adam Driver or the guy who plays Mayhem in the Allstate commercials. It would be him.
Kevin, your dog just died.
You want want to talk about subtlety? You want to talk about some nonverbal acting? That man did not even have to say a word. He barely had to move his face muscles. And yet you can feel the sadness through the screen. I kind of feel like my dog just died. That's sad. I'm crying. Anyway, I think he deserves it. I'm going to be giving him my Streamy Award because I feel like he's not getting enough appreciation for this, and I'm getting too much. I've only posted one video this year, and it's about Christmas movies, so I don't deserve this. Anyway, that's all I gotta say about that. Bad news, guy. I got stuck in the dryer. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm gonna be able to film an outro this week. I know for a lot of you that's your favorite part of the video. You usually just skip to the end to see my signature sign off, but given my current situation, I just don't think I'm gonna do that this week. Please don't unsubscribe. I'm trying my very hardest to get out of here and continue running the errands that I had to do today. Anyway, thanks again so much for watching this video. I'll see you next time for a video where I learn how to reverse juggle. That's when I take a bunch of things that I would juggle and put them away. Hey guy, welcome back to YouTube.com, a website I made on accident while trying to buy a pair of shoes from Amazon. In today's video, I hope to finally prove once and for all that I do know how to read. So you might remember a couple months ago, I made a video about the Hooked app, mostly just because I was really tired of seeing their ads all the time, specifically this one.
There's a rumor going around that Trevor Holt has the biggest dick.
Now, I was very happy that this video went on to become one of my most viewed. I actually got really worried while making it. I always get in my head when I'm editing my videos, but with this one specifically, I came up with this conspiracy theory that Hooked wasn't actually showing this ad to everyone like I assumed they did. They were only showing this ad to me. And so then when I went to make a video about how annoying the ad was, everyone was just gonna be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen this ad. Thankfully, that's not true. Most people were like, yes, I'm tired of this ad as well. I'm glad you made a video about this. So, lucked out there. Anyway, I'm here for part 2 of this video because Trevor and the Virgin are back. Kind of. Past couple weeks, some people have been reaching out to me saying, hey, there's a sequel to the Trevor and the Virgin story, the long-awaited sequel, the very much needed sequel, even though the first one was like an 11-minute long movie that totally buttoned itself up at the end. It's not like there was like a cliffhanger, something that had to be resolved. Maybe this is actually where the conspiracy theory comes true. Maybe they did only make the sequel so I would see it and make another video about it. Well, joke's on you, Hooked app. That's exactly what I'm doing. Now, I had to reinstall the Hooked app for this. I did delete it after the last one. Not before getting charged again because I forgot to cancel. But I re-downloaded the app and I was a little disappointed to find out that it's not another video. It's just a regular story that you gotta read. But then I realized, wait, no, that's even better because the only thing more fun than watching these cringy, awful stories is getting to voice act them myself. Now, I'll sum up the first story real quick in case you forgot from the first video or if you just never saw the first video. Basically, Trevor and the Virgin Part 1 was a story about Martha and this guy Trevor. She didn't like Trevor at first. She liked this other guy, Drew Longhorn.
Yeah, Drew Longhorn.
But then she and Trevor go to a party together. They find out Drew is actually kind of a jerk. And then they kiss.
And there it was.
So that's where we left off. The Virgin is no longer a virgin thanks to Trevor. And they're madly in love, happily ever after, right? Apparently not, because part 2 starts with Martha pretty mad at Trevor. And I'm excited to find out why. I've only read like the first 20% of the story, so let's keep going. Rumor has it that every girl on campus wants Drew Longhorn. Every girl except me. Now, I could have sworn that I owned a cowboy hat. I don't know why I was so sure that I did, because I don't. But this fedora will have to do. Martha, what's up, girl? You're looking good today. I give him a once-over. He looks the same as he always does, which you could pretty much say about every person. Hi, Drew. He pulls out the chair across from me and sits down at my table. Then he flashes his infamous smile. So, what are you doing here? I look down at my sandwich, then blink up at him. Eating lunch? He doesn't catch my sarcasm. Did I seriously have a crush on this guy? Cool, cool. So, why'd you leave the party early last weekend? Things were just getting good between us. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Clearly, he doesn't remember putting his tongue down Tiller's throat. I had to, study. Speaking of, I better get to class. I go to stand up, but he puts a hand on my arm to stop me. Whoa there, what's the rush? I wanted to ask you something. You got any plans tomorrow? I narrow my eyes with suspicion. Why? The wet party. Yeah, it really says the wet party. That's what the party's called. The wet party. I want you to go. That gets my attention. The wet party is the most exclusive pool party on campus. Only the most popular students get invited, and it sounds like I just got in. Really? I clear my throat to hide my surprise. I have to play it cool. Maybe what time? Starts at noon. Delta House. He reaches in his pocket and pulls out a ticket. His smile widens in challenge as he holds it out. You in? A part of me wants to decline. A wild party like this isn't exactly my scene. But then I think about everything that happened last weekend, and I know I'm up for his challenge. Can I bring a friend? Depends. Is your friend a girl? Yes. He grins wider still, then pulls out a second ticket. Then the more the merrier. But there's one rule. What's that? Hot bathing suits only. None of that conservative crap. Did he just eye my outfit? I nod, hiding my reaction. I lean forward to grab the tickets, but then I stop myself, 'cause there's one thing I need to know first. Do you know if Trevor's going? Drew's quiet for a moment. His gaze is uncharacteristically shrewd as it scans my face. Nah. I heard he has other plans. I reach out and eagerly grab the tickets. Then I'm in. Later that day, I pull a velvet thong bikini from the rack and hold it up to assess myself in the store mirror. Whoa, this is certainly sexy enough, but can a girl like me really pull it off? My best friend's whispered hiss interrupts my thoughts. Whispered hiss. I guess her best friend is a snake. You can't seriously expect me to go to this party. I turn to face her. Why not? I think it'll be fun. She gives me an incredulous look. It makes her glasses... Oh, wait, hold on. It makes her glasses slip down her nose. Fun? Since when do you consider skivvy pool parties fun? Seriously, those things are straight up meat markets. I think I'm gonna ditch the snake thing with this character. Usually on weekends, I can barely tear you away from your science books. Oh my god. I just feel like doing something different, okay? She crosses her arms. She can tell I'm hiding something and knows me too well. Wait, if I'm her best friend and I know her too well, why wasn't I in the first one? They didn't even mention me in the first one, and that was like a week ago. So now I'm the best friend? We met like 3 days ago and I know her so well and I'm her best friend? Yeah, okay. What's this really about, Martha? Oh wait, what the fuck? No! Oh no, I forgot. I'm not gonna pay you money, Hooked. You got $10 for me already, and that was $10 too much if you ask me. Even though a lot of people watched the video I made about you, and I definitely made that money back, but still it was too much, okay? It's the principle of it. Fine, if I have to wait 13 minutes, then I'll wait 13 minutes. Hi, Taco Bell? Yeah, I'd like to order a pizza. Yeah, you can put me on hold. 3. Been on hold for a while. Oh, wait, the time. Okay. Anyway, what's this really about, Martha? You've been acting weird all week. Does this have anything to do with Trevor Holt? I don't know why I gave her a southern accent, but I'm gonna roll with it. I blow out a long breath. It absolutely does. But I haven't wanted to say anything out loud. Deciding I need to tell her the whole truth, I gather my courage and finally meet her gaze. You know how I told you about our kiss last night? Yeah? Well, afterward, Trevor turned me down. What do you mean? I asked him to, I feel my face heat. I can't say the words, but Deb apparently doesn't have the same problem. Oh my god! You asked him to take your virginity? Ew! I didn't say it like that. I asked him if he wanted to sleep with me, and then he turned me down. Deb rears back in shock. This time her glasses fall off her face. What? After the kiss, we went into my room, we talked for hours, and then I rub a hand over my face, trying not to let my humiliation take hold. And then that was it. I put sex on the table, and he bolted. Trevor Holt bolted. Trevor Holt bolted. Deb looks floored, and I don't blame her. But Trevor never runs away from sex. He runs toward it. He's the guy with the one-night stand box. I know his reputation. You don't have to remind me. I put my head into my hands. He'd been so nice to me that night, Deb. We connected. We had Chemistry. Oh God, I really put myself out there when I told him that I wanted him. I squeezed my eyes shut with embarrassment. And now, I haven't even heard from him since. Whatever, I'm over it. It was probably for the best. I don't even know what I was thinking. He doesn't sleep with girls like me. Yeah, girls like me. Because, I read science books on Saturday night. Deb's face falls. Then she pulls me into a hug. It's his loss, Martha. Forget him, seriously. Let's go to this party. Really? Really. We're gonna have a blast at the party of the year. You don't need some stupid football player to do that. Then she pulls the bikini I've been eyeing from the rack. Go with this one. It's totally your color. I knew the wet party was gonna be wild, but as we stepped through the doors and into the backyard of the frat house, I realized it's not just wild, it's untamed. Shirtless guys are guzzling beer, girls in bright bikinis of every color sprinkle the lawn. There's pure, unadulterated chaos everywhere I look. A grin spreads across my face. This is exactly what I need. Dorothy, we're not in Kansas anymore. I guess she's British now, I don't know. I laugh. Haha! No, we aren't. Now let's... But my words get stuck when I look to the left, because there he is, the boy that isn't supposed to be here. Trevor Holt. My breath leaves my body in a whoosh. He looks just as good as I remember. Strong arms, corded with muscle, wide, solid shoulders, and bright, piercing blue eyes. My heart starts galloping in my chest. I don't want to see Trevor. I swear I don't want to see Trevor, but I can't seem to look away. Wait, that's the end of the episode? Oh my God, how long is this? That's only part 1 of 5? Fuck. Drew walks up to me, effectively blocking my view of Trevor and putting an end to our heated stare down. Martha, you made it. I forced myself not to peer around him, but I bounce on my toes, feeling fidgety. Beers are over there in the coolers, but you look like you need something stronger. He holds up a shot. When I toss it back instantly, Deb gives me I guess I shouldn't be wearing Deb gives me a look. I'm gonna grab us a couple waters. Be right back. I nod. What are you doing here, Martha? I stiffen and very slowly bring my gaze to Trevor's. He's standing beside Drew, hands on his hip. God, he looks hot, but he humiliated me last week, so you know what? Screw him. I have every right to be here. I can have just as much fun as the next girl. In fact, I deserve it. Hello to you too, Trevor. And for your information, I was invited here. Is that a problem? Drew throws Trevor a smug grin. She's my date, Holt. None of your concern. He puts an arm around my shoulders, and I do my best not to cringe. But I falter under the weight of Trevor's knowing stare. I turn to Drew. Are there any more shots? Your wish is my command. Yeehaw! And then he rides his horse to the beer cooler. A date with Drew? Really? Part of me wants Trevor to be jealous, but his stare is boring into my soul, and I can't help it. I have to be honest. It's not a date. Drew invited me, and I said yes. That's all there is to it. Trevor crosses his arms over his well-defined chest. I guess I'm just surprised. I thought this sort of party wasn't really your thing. My cheeks turn red, but I try to appear nonchalant. Maybe now it is. Could have fooled me. You look uncomfortable. He continues glowering at me, and I can't figure out what his problem is. What happened to the laid-back, fun-loving guy I met last weekend? Is my presence bothering him that much? My voice rises with my temper. Maybe I'm uncomfortable because you're glaring at me and I have no idea what I did wrong. He blows out a breath, then he looks around, seeming annoyed. Stop worrying, Trevor. I don't expect you to babysit me like last time. I can take care of myself. Are you sure about that? Cause this party gets pretty crazy and I don't want you to— Don't want me to what? Have fun? Live a little? Seriously, what's your problem with me being here? His nostrils flare. I'm worried about you. Why? Because you don't go to parties like this. You're... I'm what, Trevor? Say it. He's just about to respond, but a familiar voice calls his name. Trevor! We're setting up beer pong. Be my partner? I wore a scarf to a pool party. Guys, I was out of hats, I'm sorry. Drew is suddenly by my side again, 2 shots in his hands. Beer pong sounds perfect. I'm way too sober right now, and that needs to be remedied. You down, Martha? I take a shot from Drew's hand and toss it back. I can feel Trevor's hot stare on me the whole time. Drew puts an arm around my shoulder again. When we walk away, oh God, I'm sorry guys, I'm getting lost with all these characters. When we walk away, Trevor follows. He stares as Drew and I set up one side of the table, and he's forced to go to the other. Tilla runs a hand down his arm, then her eyes snag on me. Recognition fills her gaze.
I don't really know what that means.
And her red upper lip curls with disgust. You again, huh? She points a long nail in my direction. You better watch yourself. Trevor pushes her arm down. Be quiet, Tilla. Drew just laughs. God, I can't. Ha ha! Girls, come on. We all just want to have a good time. His arm slithers down my waist, and I see Trevor's eyes lock on the movement. When Drew starts to bring his lips towards my neck, Trevor claps his hands together loudly, startling everyone. Longhorn! Switch sides with me. The glare is too strong over here. I can't see. The sun's in my eyes. Tilla narrows her eyes. Where are your sunglasses? Must have misplaced them. Drew? Drew blinks once, then shrugs. Fine with me. I can see you better from down there anyway. I force a tight smile, but when Trevor walks over, the smile fades. I hate this new tension between us, but I don't know how to fix it. I suddenly feel Tilla's eyes on me again. Drew might not have cared about the partner switch, but I can tell she isn't happy about it. Her hands are crossed under her ample chest. You know, not every detail is necessary. She looks me up and down from head to toe, smirking at my conservative sundress, and then she smiles wickedly. I say we make this more interesting. Let's raise the stakes. Drew's eyes drop to her cleavage. What did your boobs have? What did you have in mind? Strip? Beer pong. Look, but if I have to start taking things off, you won't know which character is which. I'm game. How does it work? Every time Drew or I sink a cup, one of you has to remove an article of clothing. She licks her lips at Trevor, and vice versa. I shrug, trying to look casual. Sounds easy enough. As Drew and Tilla finish setting up their cups, Trevor puts a hand on my arm. I don't think this is such a good idea. I swing angry eyes his way. What is it? Playing strip beer pong? Or me coming to this party in the first place? That's not what I mean. It's not that I don't want you here, or that I don't think you belong. He pauses to rub a hand over his mouth. You're a sweet girl, Martha, and most of the people here are not. I don't want you to get hurt. I'm 21 years old, Trevor, just like you. I'm not some delicate flower, and if anyone has hurt me here, it's you. Crap! I didn't mean to blurt that last part out. Trevor's chest expands as he sucks in sharp breath. How did I? Luckily, Drew interrupts before he can finish. Trevor, let's face off. He tosses a ping pong ball at our side of the table. Trevor catches the ball easily and sets up against Drew. But when they both throw the ball, it's Trevor's that goes into the cup. Drew just shrugs good-naturedly. That's what I get for going up against the quarterback. And he takes full advantage of the situation. He pulls his shirt over his head in slow motion. And yeah, though his body is kind of a masterpiece, I can barely suppress an eye roll. All right, our ball. Hope you guys are ready to get naked. What am I doing?
Okay, I'm actually gonna skip a little bit of this, because I would feel really uncomfortable reading it to you.
Basically, Martha's like the first person who has to, strip off something. Then she gets all nervous because, she doesn't want people to see her tits and butt. But then she freaks out, goes inside, and Deb is there, and she's like, no, you can do this. And then she builds up the courage and goes back outside and says this. Tilla, you said top or bottom? How about both? And then she gets fully naked, which I get where the story's coming from. It's like she built up the confidence, but strictly from like the game point of view, you just lost. But anyway, she gets naked and jumps in the pool, and then everyone gets naked and jumps in the pool, and then Trevor gets naked and jumps in the pool, and then they kiss, and then they put their clothes back on, and then they leave, and then she goes back to her dorm, and it ends exactly the same way that the first one did, with them closing the door and implying that they had sex. So I can only assume that they didn't have sex, and there will be a part 3, and I will not make a video about it. I'm done, Hooked. I'm done with you. Also, I did just realize this was an audio story that did have voice acting, but after listening to a few seconds of that, I realized it was probably better that I did it myself.
He laughs loudly and spins me around. Splash!
So, in conclusion, the Hooked app. What do we think of it now? 2 months ago, I was very quick to say that the Hooked app was not worth the money because there simply wasn't enough content on it. And now that some time has passed and they've added more content, the new question is Hooked now worth $5 a week? No! I give this app 10 out of 10. Thumbs down. Now, normally this would be the end of the video, but I'm still bitter about the fact that I spent money on this app and I'd like to get it back with a brand deal.
Hi, I'm famous YouTuber
Drew Gooden,
and I'd like to say a few words at your face. Life is full of obstacles. Sometimes you'll be reading a really cool and awesome story, but then the app you're on makes you wait 13 minutes to read the rest. Sometimes you'll be trying to get out of your garage, but you can't because there's a skateboard in the way. Oh, and I will see all of you guys at the wet party. Hey guy, it's January, and for the 29th year in a row, my New Year's resolution is to get taller. To be honest, I used to be really good at getting taller. In fact, from 1993 to 2011, I grew almost 6 feet. But in the 12 years since, nothing. What am I doing wrong? Is my body stupid? Lucky for me, I just found out that there are dozens of tutorials on YouTube, each with millions of views, on how to get taller. There are real videos on this website made by self-respecting human beings who claim that they can teach you to become more tall. Now, I assume the majority of these views are from children, in which case I have good news for you. You will get taller. I just don't know how quickly or how much. But as far as I've always been aware, once you reach a certain age, that's it. You just have to live with the hand that you've been dealt. Or in this case, the legs, neck, and torso you've been dealt. If there was a simple and foolproof way to get taller, don't you think people would do that? Wouldn't everyone in the NBA choose to be as tall as Bol if it was a matter of choice? That's not how it works, okay? It's not possible. Or is it? It's not. But maybe no, it's not. Unfortunately, the only way to know for sure is to spend the next month of my life following each and every one of these tutorials and tracking my progress along the way. Now, before we begin, obviously I got to figure out what it is I'm actually going to be doing. So let's check out some of these tutorials, starting with the most handsome medical professional on YouTube, Dr. Mike.
What you should focus on to grow the tallest possible, making sure you get enough protein, make sure you're eating your veggies and fruit. You need to get enough sleep, because when you sleep well, you actually get a lot of growth hormone release.
Say less, I can do that.
And then on top of that, you want to make sure you're exercising. It makes you process food differently. It makes your muscles grow. And all of those things will contribute to your physical appearance, including your height.
You know, that kind of felt like an afterthought, didn't it? I feel like maybe he forgot what he was talking about and then just threw that in at the end. Because all he did was describe eating well and going to the gym. And that's how you get stronger. And taller, too. I'm a doctor. But yeah, no wonder all those really buff guys at the gym are also 10 feet tall, because lifting weights does both. I also found 2 very similar shorts from 2 different members of 100 Thieves. If you don't know who 100 Thieves is, they're a gaming conglomerate, sort of like FaZe Clan. And if you don't know who FaZe Clan is, then that sentence only made you more confused. So yeah, I think these guys live in the same house, one of those content mansions with 37 bedrooms and little dungeons for their editors to live.
There's a myth that stretching can actually make you taller. Is it true?
No.
Your boy is now 6'3".
I feel taller. I think
oh my God.
Actually, I think what happened is that one of these guys made this video and then the other one saw that it was doing well. So they thought, oh, I'll just do the same thing. I'll hang for a bit, do some stretches, tell everyone to subscribe.
Now, the most important step to really grow taller.
Go on, tell us.
Is hitting that subscribe button right now. If you follow each and every single one of these steps, I guarantee you will be taller.
I hate YouTube Shorts. I miss the good old days when YouTube only had longs. Like this video from Brightside, which has 33 million views.
Some exercises may help you become taller. Some of them are just so effective that it may take less than a week for you to see the results.
You know, if you told me earlier that I could do all this in a week, I would have felt good about that. But after seeing what the 100 Thieves guy did, I have higher standards. He grew 1.5 inches in like 10 minutes, okay? I don't have all week. I'm competing in a slam dunk contest tonight. So as far as exercises go, hanging is definitely the most common thing I've seen so far. Definitely gonna have to do that.
All you need to do is hold onto the bars tightly and try to hang, not touching the ground with your feet.
Right, because if your feet were on the ground, then you would be standing.
Stretching the neck backward helps to elongate the muscles in your neck, and a longer neck will give you additional height. This exercise improves stretchability, and a well-stretched body is a taller body.
Yeah, you don't have to say that every time. This exercise will make your legs longer, and if your legs are longer, then your height is more.
Number 10. Swimming. Try to swim a minimum of 5 days a week for several hours, and you'll see noticeable results.
Damn, they really saved the hardest one for last. Yeah, so you're gonna wanna stretch your neck for a little bit, do a few yoga poses, swim in the ocean for 20 hours a week. Dude, I make 1 YouTube video a month. How much free time do you think I have? Actually, don't answer that.
Remember to press 2 buttons after watching this video.
Wait, what was that?
Press 2 buttons.
To be fair, he didn't really specify which 2 buttons. So there's one. Let's see what's next.
There are 3 proven ways to grow taller. Wow. Drink milk, okay?
Not milk. This is what I feared the most.
Doesn't necessarily need to be cow's milk. You just need a daily intake of calcium because that's what makes your bones grow.
Hey, calm down, all right? No one else said anything about milk, so it's probably not even a common thing.
Number 2 is drinking milk. I drank tons of cow milk.
I can't believe Big Milk has infiltrated the medical community.
But really though, it all comes down to your DNA. So no matter how tall you are, just own it.
I appreciate this person for acknowledging that genetics play the biggest and perhaps only role in this. But by throwing it in at the end, aren't you kinda contradicting everything you've said so far? But remember, at the end of the day, you're either gonna be tall or not. And no amount of milk you drink could possibly change that. But drink it anyway. All right, so let's recap. Here's everything I have to do this month. I have to work out and eat healthy. I have to drink milk, specifically from a cow. I have to stretch constantly and hang from stuff, and I have to sleep a lot.
The more you sleep, the taller you grow.
And if all these videos are accurate, like I assume they are, then I will have no trouble hitting my goal height of 7 feet. That's right, other Drew Gooden. For years, you've towered over me, looked down on me in shame, probably had thoughts of squashing me like a bug. All it would take is 1 step. But not anymore. When I'm done with this video, I'm gonna be so goddamn tall that your opportunity to squash me like a bug will be over, Drew Gooden 2. And you're gonna rue the day that you blew your chance to do it. Let's get started. 5'11", just 1 inch short of being handsome and perfect, and yet it feels so far away. One of the first challenges of the video was finding a place to hang from every day. My initial thought was monkey bars at a playground. But the playground that I went to was right outside of middle school, and I just don't think it's a great idea for me to be walking around with a camera and tripod outside of a school. So I just bought a pull-up bar, and I'm gonna hang on that instead.
Hang for 3 minutes. If you can't hang that long, just know, the longer you hang, the taller you grow.
The guy from the TikTok said to hang for at least 3 minutes. I actually came really close on my first try. I made it all the way to 7 seconds. And I've slowly worked my way up to about 15. As far as food goes, I've been on a very strict meal plan. I'm eating the same things every day: chicken, rice, sandwich, oatmeal. Really trying to maximize on protein without overeating. Now, I should say, I've already been doing this for like 2 months now, before the video. And to my knowledge, I haven't gotten any taller, but I'm sure that'll come. I'm sure a growth spurt is just right around the corner. 1 more protein shake should do it. Or you know what, it's probably the milk that I've been missing out on. That's what I needed, is to buy cow's milk for the first time in 7 years and drink that every day. Just went on a walk through my neighborhood, better drink some milk. My favorite football team just got eliminated from the playoffs, better drink some milk. Got a giant pimple on my face from drinking so much milk, better drink some milk. I don't really mind the taste of milk so much, it's just that when you drink it by itself, it really coats the inside of your mouth and overstays its welcome, but I can put up with it because multiple YouTubers who I watch and trust assured me that it will stretch my bones. And I know that if there's one group of people on this planet who wouldn't lie to me, it's YouTubers. And then of course there have been my daily stretches, and you know what? Please don't look at my scoliosis, okay? I know my back is all bent up like a pretzel. You don't have to comment on it. In fact, I would probably already be taller if my spine didn't make me do this all the time. Now I gotta say, I forgot how good stretching feels. Even though this is currently having zero effect on my height, I don't mind doing it because it's actually improving my mood. You know what's not improving my mood though? Sleeping as much as I am. What initially started as the easiest goal on my to-do list has quickly become my least favorite part of this challenge. When you spend every morning laying in bed, you have way too much time to just think about your life and ask all these difficult questions like, why is it the things that we can't control about ourselves are what we obsess over the most? And why does Mr. Beast have a Fortnite skin? The more I slept, the harder it was to get out of bed, and the more tired I'd feel throughout the day, the more weird, unsettling dreams I would have, and the more disconnected I've generally felt from myself. I feel like I'm not getting enough done during the day, so then I put off going to bed at night, which only makes me sleep even later. And as my days get shorter, I'm finding myself becoming more and more irritable. I'm getting overwhelmed easily by basic tasks. It's like I can feel the pressure of time wasting away in front of my outstretched hands, always just out of reach. It's hard to come to terms with the finite number of minutes you've been given on this earth when you don't feel like you're doing enough to take advantage of them. But maybe worst of all is that I'm still the same goddamn height. I don't understand. It's been almost 3 weeks. I've followed every step and I have not 1 extra centimeter to show for it. Maybe a little television will cheer me up. Oh hey, the new Scooby-Doo show is out. I like Scooby-Doo. This should be good.
I spit truth without a filter, like every comedian before #MeToo.
This is the worst show I've ever watched in my life.
Well, at least I didn't get any shorter, right? Oh no, I did get shorter.
All right, well, now that I have even more ground to make up, I think it's time we start thinking outside the box. Subliminals, possibly the single most gate-kept online community. Through a powerful mix of manifestation and listening to lo-fi beats with headphones on, it turns out you can change any physical feature about yourself that you don't like. Hair, eye color, face shape, even your height. Don't believe me? Listen to one of the many testimonials out there. This works. I went from 5 foot to 5'7" in 3 weeks. Listen to this twice a day and I went from 5'2" to 5'8". I went from 5'3" to 5'7" in 4 months. Kinda just sounds like a regular growth spurt to me, but hey, results are results. And it doesn't stop there. Started this maybe a month ago, gone from 5'4" to 5'7". I listened to this once in my hair growth subliminal playlist and my hair was literally longer than yesterday. I immediately got a headache, oh my God. My cat recovered from cancer. Sorry scientists, time to pack it up and go home, because the real medicine has been lo-fi hip-hop beats to relax/study to this entire time. All right, well, let's make a playlist. Grow taller, height increase after age 21. Grow taller, growth plates, activation, increase height fast. Grow taller in 1 listen. But get this, I can make it even more powerful. You see, they also have booster subliminals. Use any subliminals once and get instant results. Literally the most powerful booster made in existence. So if I listen to these before and after my height subliminal, then I'll double my results and get them instantly. Man, the internet's so helpful. Well, here goes nothing. I will be 30 feet tall. 30 feet tall. 30 feet tall. I will become a spectacle of human achievement. Spectacle. I will need custom pants tailored for my very long legs. Custom pants. When I wake up tomorrow, my body will extend far past my bed frame, through the wall, and into the next room. And when I stand up, I will bang my head on the ceiling. All right, think tall thoughts, tall thoughts. I'm a big old boy. Who's that big old boy over there? Is that Shaquille O'Neal from basketball? No, I think that's Drew Gooden from YouTube. Oh my gosh, the Rovergad guy? Yeah, I heard he's so tall. I heard he's about 5'10". I heard he shrunk when he listened to subliminals. It's day 23.
and I'm running out of time. I've tried everything. I've hung, I've stretched, I've manifested, I've eaten so much protein. I only have one idea left, and it's kind of ridiculous, but the only thing that I can think of that's still getting in my way is gravity. If I can just find a way to get around that, I'm chilling, right? That's my one obstacle. So I did a little bit of brainstorming, and then last night it finally hit me. I'll just go to space. Unfortunately, that did end up being a little bit outside of my budget, so I settled for the next best thing. I ordered an inversion table from Amazon. You see, my thinking is that if I can contort my body so that gravity is working with me rather than against me, then I can harness its power to achieve heights never before seen by man. Also, I saw some guy use it in a YouTube video. So I spent about 2 hours in my garage putting it together. I didn't think it would take that long because I have a drill, but every time I go to use my drill to assemble something, it ends up being the only tool that's not required. Like, you ever get a bookshelf from IKEA? They don't use screws. They give you 200 wooden pegs that are too thick for the holes you have to smash them into. Sorry, downstairs neighbors, I just time traveled here from the Stone Age. Anyway, it was getting kind of hot in my garage, so I headed inside for my government-mandated milk break before marching back out to finish the job. To be honest, I'm a little scared of this thing. I don't expect it to like break in half or something, but I was reading online that you have to be careful not to hang upside down for too long, because what can happen is your blood starts to pool in your head and then you pass out, and then possibly go into cardiac arrest. So, you know, gotta be a little careful. And since I'd rather not die in the middle of making a YouTube video, I'm gonna take it pretty easy. Probably not gonna do more than like 30 seconds at a time, at least not unsupervised, of course. But other than that, I'm just here to have fun. And I know it may look like I'm frowning and giving 2 thumbs down here, but hey, get a load of this. You see that? Life's all about perspective. Well, it looks like I'll be incorporating this into my routine from now on. So wish me luck. All right, everyone, it has been almost a week since I last measured myself, and I've really kicked it into high gear. I've done everything right. I'm feeling very tall, so I'm so excited. Let's see where I'm at. Here we go. Holy shit. I'm 6'3"? It actually worked. This is incredible. This is life-changing. I forgot I was standing on a chair. False alarm. Let's try that again. I can't believe it. All those people, they lied to me. I thought I could trust them, but they deceived me. Hi, 911. I'd like to report a lie. You guys don't do that? You just do like murders and stuff? I just don't get it. What would even compel someone to go on the internet and spread false information on a platform where clickbaiting outrageous claims can be financially lucrative? I can't think of a single reason why someone would do that. But I tell you what, this is definitely going to change the way I consume media from now on. Now that I know that some people out there are purposely dishonest, I'm not taking anything at face value. And as soon as the Nigerian prince who emailed me last night is done wiring me my inheritance of $1.6 million, I'm gonna use that money to change the world. I'm gonna take out ads in the newspaper. I'm gonna put up billboards warning everyone to be careful, because some people don't have your best interest in mind. Some people do, like this guy who's about to trim my armor for me and give it back to me in the wilderness, but not everyone can be as kind-hearted as him. So yeah, maybe I started this video with a New Year's resolution of getting 13 inches taller, but after everything I've learned today, I think my new New Year's resolution is to be 13 inches kinder. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hey guy, welcome back to the spring break no one asked for that's probably gonna last all summer. So I'm sure at this point most of you are familiar with my wife Amanda, who appears on this channel from time to time.
I'm an adult.
Every time she shows up, I get comments like, please put Amanda in more videos. Give your channel to Amanda. Wait, I thought she died in Afghanistan. And let me just say, I hear you. Everybody out there who wants more Amanda in their life, I totally understand, and today is your lucky day because Amanda and I are in quarantine. So normally I work from home, obviously. I sit on this chair all day long. I've never left this chair. But 5 days a week, Amanda goes somewhere, I assume to a job. She's never told me. She just leaves for 8 hours a day. But now, because of things beyond our control, she is not going to work. And she is here in a chair just like me.
And now that I have a lot of free time, I can do my favorite thing, play Neopets. And there's a lot to do on Neopets.
So I've heard.
You may think that there's not a lot to do.
I do think that.
But there is.
Okay.
Gambling, betting.
There's a whole stock exchange, right? You can kind of
I
like...
have stock. There's a stock market. There's a whole economy.
I was wrong. That does sound like fun. Amanda's been playing Neopets her whole life, and I have never really played Neopets. I played RuneScape growing up. Those are our two things where I explain RuneScape to her. It goes right over her head. She explains Neopets to me. It goes in one ear and out the same ear because it does a U-turn back out the same ear. It doesn't matter how many times she explains how it works. I always forget, and it's not because I'm not listening, but it is because I'm not listening.
And RuneScape, I couldn't tell you one thing about it.
Tell me one thing about it. Oh, she's really trying. So for today's video, here's the game plan. First, I want her to explain to me and to you guys what Neopets is, how it works, why she still plays it, why it's a great thing to do to get your mind off things. But we also are going to try some other quarantine activities. We're going to revisit some of the life hacks that we tried in our last video together. And who knows, maybe we'll get our dumbass cat involved because she seems to want to be in this video.
So first thing you gotta do is type in Neopets. I've had my account since December 30th, 2003.
So you were 9 when you started. And how old are you now?
25.
And you still love it?
Yes.
When you first log in the morning to Neopets, what's the first thing you do?
Okay, so the first thing I do is I go to another website called Jelly Neo.
All right, so we're already getting off of Neopets to start.
So what I do every day is there's your dailies, check my stocks.
And stocks are up right now, you said?
Some of them are. I've invested 1 million Neo points, and I've made 77,000 Neo points. There's no rhyme or reason to why things are the way they are. Another really fun thing that I still don't know how to do it, there's gambling, so food club. So you bet on these pirates, I guess. I don't know how it works, I just copy somebody's. I've won like 10 million Neo points. Damn, it feels good to be a gang.
So the goal of Neopets is just to acquire as many Neo points as possible?
Well, see, that's the magic of it. You make your own goal. You can do whatever you want. If you want to make as many Neo points as you want, you can make them. If you want to have the best pets, you can do that. If you want to collect the most things, you can do that. If you want to play the most games, you can have any goal you want.
You mentioned games.
Oh, yeah.
Show me some of the games. Because I've seen over your shoulder you play some of these, and I gotta say, they're pretty riveting.
So this is my favorite game. It's called Fashion Fever. It's really fun. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yay! Send my score.
You're right. This is fun.
So when you play a game, you can send your score 3 times. And what that means is that when you send the score, you get the Neo points. I'd say like 1 million Neo points is like, it's a lot. I was very poor and a dumb kid. You can zap your pet. You can change their gender. You can change their respective Neopets. Are the Neopets. There's 55 Neopets to choose from. You can battle your pets. It's like, I can do this with my eyes closed.
Do it with your eyes closed. Oh, wow, you weren't kidding. Victory.
They opened up the NC Mall, which is the Neocash Mall. So this is real money. I have spent real money on Neopets before. I mean, there's contests you can do. You can send a Neo greeting. That's pretty cool, right? Croc Island, Mystery Island, Maraqua, Meridel, Bright Vale, Maryland. Your pets can also have pets, and your pets can have pets. And then there's the Neo boards where you can talk to people. There's news every week. A slorg wriggles by. They got slot machines. You can just kind of sit here and play some slots. So, I mean, this has just everything you could want in a game. Yeah, there's so much to do.
That's awesome.
Do you have any questions?
No, I think I'm ready to take my pop quiz. Okay, so from what I understand, Neopets is a game.
For kids.
For kids, okay. See that? Now I understand. Okay, so maybe we changed our clothes and waited 2 days to film this part. So last time we were sitting in this table, in this spot, we were reacting to some of the internet's most helpful relationship life hacks. But there was one really important one that I actually saw and was the reason I wanted to make that video. And then when we went to record it, I totally forgot about it.
You forgot about it.
So they're eating like French fries, I guess. But the problem is,
He won't share with her?
which like, if your boyfriend won't even share a snack with you, I think you have deeper problems. Let's see what she goes and does in the kitchen while her boyfriend's just on the couch like, babe, you coming back?
At least this one doesn't have any hot glue.
Yeah, that's why I specifically chose this one. Actually, the one that comes after this is basically the same thing, but with a spoon, but you just make a spoon out of hot glue. We're not doing that. My burn turned into a scar. It took like 2 weeks to heal.
I don't even remember where mine was.
Yeah, yours wasn't that bad. Sorry to belittle your problems, but mine was way worse. It was like almost down to my bone, and now I'm gonna have this scar for the rest of my life. So at this point, I'm like, okay, you're gonna make a bowl out of tape. Fine. Wait, what? You're ironing it?
You're not using a hot glue gun, so you have to use something hot
Yeah.
anyways.
Yeah, life hacks aren't life hacks if you don't have the potential to burn yourself while making it. Oh, and it looks great.
I switched bowls because I didn't want to ruin my good bowl.
She uses that for popcorn every day. That's not an exaggeration. All right, so the ingredients for this one are bowl, tape,
cling wrap,
which has been just collecting dust in our pantry. We don't really use this. We're really bonding again. Can we settle this? Cling wrap? Saran wrap? That shit sucks. All right, there's a reason this was collecting dust. It doesn't stick, it doesn't work, it never does what it's supposed to do.
Well, the bowl's too tall.
And the bowl's too tall, which is the saran wrap's fault. We're not even to the hard part yet.
It's gonna be the best bowl ever.
This is gonna be a really good bowl. Okay. And that took way longer than it should have. Well, I wouldn't say it looks good, but I will say that it does look like we put saran wrap on a bowl. So that's where we're supposed to be at. Hey, honey. How does iron work?
You plug it in.
Oh, okay.
Is this ASMR?
Is this ASMR, guys?
Is this ASMR?
Oh.
It's on.
Oh, it's working now.
It wasn't like burning hot, it just scared me.
Me too. When I thought you were in trouble, I almost jumped in front of the table to protect you.
What am I supposed to do? It doesn't say how long or how hot or why.
Or why.
Wait, why am I doing this?
Why are we heating it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I understand.
Shouldn't it already be? It's tape.
It's tape. You don't need to activate tape by heating it up.
Unless they know something I don't know.
This looks good. It seems like it will work good, but the ultimate test is going to be the popcorn test. So now the ultimate test, first pour some in a regular boring bowl. Boo. No one likes you. So do we do like a taste comparison test?
Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna close my eyes and I'm gonna guess which bowl I'm pulling it from.
Okay.
The correct answer is tape bowl.
Oh yeah. Regular bowl.
No, but that's good. That means that that the average blind consumer can't tell the difference between smart bowl and silly bowl.
I mean, if you have a lot of saran wrap and tape lying around and an iron and you don't burn yourself, then I think this might work.
This will make movie night a little bit easier. Ow. The hell? Well, I'm stuffed. What do you say we head back upstairs? Oh man, that was fun. So fun. That was awesome. So now that you've told me all about Neopets, and I was listening, of course, and I remember everything you said, I'm going to do the same for you. I'm going to tell you a little bit about RuneScape, and I'm also going to tell the people at home all about my favorite childhood game. You going to say something?
Is RuneScape
RuneScape is RuneScape. So there's two versions of RuneScape. There's RuneScape 3, which is the new one that looks great but no one plays, and then there's old school RuneScape, which people still... You can skip them. Wait, Amanda? Babe? Oh, there you are.
Babe, did you change your clothes?
Yeah, I want to get comfy.
So Bim Bim and I have a lot in common, actually. We both sleep like 20 hours a day. We both get extremely self-conscious when anybody is looking at us. And we both get random bouts of energy late at night. Like we could both be tired all day, but then 10 p.m. rolls around and we're running around like crazy. More so her than me. I'm not literally running around, scratching up the carpet. That's her thing. So I think the dilemma for cat owners is you want to play with your cat, but sometimes it's not as straightforward as it is like with a dog. Like a dog, you throw anything and they're gonna go put it in their mouth and bring it back to you. But with a cat, especially one like Bim Bim, we can tell she wants to play, but it took us a really long time to figure out how. So it took us a couple years, but we finally figured out how to play with her in a way that she seems to enjoy. And I think it's really leveled up our relationship. I feel so much closer to her now that I can bond with her in this way. Plus, who knows, if shit really hits the fan, then you're probably gonna want your cat to be trained to hunt food for you. So that's ultimately the goal. I think the general rule with cats is if you buy a toy for them, they're not going to play with it. You buy a scratching post, they're not going to scratch it. But if you give them something that isn't meant for them, they will love it.
We bought this for her to sit on, and she sits under it.
She sleeps under it.
Sometimes it's a bit more of a workout for me than it is for her.
Let me down.
Now, I think because it's her normal dinner time right now, she sees this as a sort of standoff, like we're negotiating. She already put forth her limit of how much effort she would put into getting dinner, and ultimately she's going to win the negotiation because I am going to feed her now.
Oh, now you want to play? We both get extremely self-conscious. Extremely self-conscious. So this pretty much completes the triangle. When you're trying to get her to play, all she wants to do is sleep. When you're trying to get her to sleep, because we're asleep, all she wants to do is eat. And when you're trying to get her to eat, all she wants to do is play. So what the hell? Also, Amanda's allergic to Bim Bim, and we still keep her. Everybody's gotta make sacrifices around here, except for Bim Bim. She sacrifices nothing. Everything is handed to her. She's got the easiest and best life in the world, so. Hey, let's go back to the desk.
Well, I think that's pretty much everything we needed to do. I guess this is your channel now?
Mm-hmm.
So now that you have a YouTube channel, what's the first thing you're gonna do?
Welcome back to WatchMojo.com. Today we're going to be talking about the top 10 butterflies. For this video, we're going to be excluding caterpillars because those are known as future butterflies, and cocoons because that's when they're not a caterpillar or butterfly. So we're just talking about butterflies only.
You're gonna do top 10 lists?
Yeah, that's what I always wanted.
Well, you can't do like a Watch Mojo thing because Watch Mojo already does that.
Well, then I don't want to do it then.
So this is still my channel?
Yeah, I guess.
Nice. Well, sorry for taking you guys on a little bit of an emotional roller coaster there. I thought that this was going to be her big break, but can't do Watch Mojo.
Thanks so much for being here today, and we'll see you again tomorrow with the same video. Bye!
Hey guys, welcome back to the third installment of Instagram Buy Try, where first I buy, and then... Well, I don't know, actually. I haven't thought about it yet. I know I've done this a couple times this year already, but these are some of my favorite videos to make because I get so many weird ads. An egg toilet? A fire escape? A literal car? At least it's more interesting than what I get on Twitter, like ketchup. It's hard to know exactly what's happening here. Am I clicking on the ads because they're so weird, or am I only getting these ads because I keep clicking on them? It's a real chicken or the egg toilet conundrum. But let's not waste any more time here. I've got all sorts of products to choose from. There's a few things that you guys sent me. There's some stuff that I just wanted to try myself. And then there's a few that are just confusing. Like this. This is like gamer tape? What does it do? Okay, so they've got a whole section on the science of it. Man, that's a lot of words. Minor cannabinoids? Are my hands gonna get high?
I hope my mom doesn't find out.
Okay, so it's basically CBD infused tape, which is not that crazy. I've used CBD lotion before. I guess I just wish this company was a little bit more popular. As it is, I kind of feel like I'm gonna be the one testing it for them. They have a YouTube channel. Their most recent video is in all caps, "We need to be better." So that's concerning.
If hair is impeding adherence of the tape, either trim or shave the area.
Hair in the way? Then shave your entire body. Well, I gotta try this out. Not to brag or anything, but I'm a bit of a pro gamer. Or actually, I was thinking of Ninja. He's a pro gamer. I've been stuck at the same rank on Rocket League for the past 6 years with no signs of improvement whatsoever. So maybe the secret has just been to put tape all over my hands. Up next, we've got something from Hug Sleep.
This is extraordinary on Shark Tank. What really soothing.
I love that shot.
I've never been more comfortable in my life.
We're not getting a lot of hugs. This really is something that hugs you back.
Interesting marketing tactic. They're really exploiting all of the loneliness that has built up in people over the past 2 years. And you can even put your feet out, at which point all you've done is wrap a regular blanket around you.
Oh no.
It's called the Sleep Pod.
I'm getting flashbacks.
You can wear it to bed. You can wear it to read. You can even wear it as a dress. You bet your ass I'll be hitting the club in one of these. 5 stars. Late for work again. Well, I lost my job this week. So these things are perfect. I had to order more. I originally bought one to wear at night so brown recluses can't bite me. Oh my God. It's weird that protection from spiders isn't listed anywhere on the website, but I'm glad to know that that's a bonus. Can't wait to try. But the thing is, like, I don't want to wear this in my bed. I want something that I can lay on or sit on or recline in.
Not bad.
And I just saw the perfect thing. The bean bed. Well, actually, I didn't technically get an ad for it. I saw this tweet, someone talking about it, and then another tweet of someone linking to it. Remember being a kid and the feeling you'd get when you jump into a giant beanbag? Our beanbed is that, but so much more. Only using the softest fabric for the exterior, and all orders come included with beans. Uh-oh, I'm getting hungry. Are the beans included? How much does the sleeve weigh? Yeah, this is looking a lot less legit the more I scroll down. So they don't come pre-filled. You have to pack it yourself. Our patented bean technology means anyone can use our beds. Weight limit? Absolutely not. Thanks to our patented XL bean technology, they sure do have a lot of patents. It's also suspiciously cheap. It's supposed to be bigger than my love seat back there, and it's only $70. Also, these pictures are all kind of blurry. I'm kind of having second thoughts, but I'll buy it anyway because that's what this video is. So far, I've bought at least one article of clothing in all of these videos, and today I will be continuing that by actually buying 2.
As a kid, Ben hated dress shirts. As an adult, he despised them for one simple reason.
They suck.
Damn it, I laughed at an ad.
And collar. The comfortable super shirt that looks super cool.
All right, well, I wouldn't say I'm exactly in the market for dress shirts. I only share this office with one other coworker, and it's my cat. The thing is, like, she never wears clothes at all. But now I have to dress up? That's not fair. Really, the only reason I'm getting this is because I'm fascinated by this stain repellent technology. It just repels so much. I have to put this to the test. I have to destroy this shirt. Clearly at this point, I had alerted the almighty algorithm that I've been interested in expanding my wardrobe because I've been getting this ad for months. Shoes that have laces, but the laces don't matter because they just pop onto your foot. I am in love. I need this more than I needed that shirt. Which actually isn't saying much because I did not need that shirt. The truth is I actually tried to buy some of these a couple months ago, but the kind I wanted didn't go up to my size. So I sent them an email asking them if it ever would. And they replied very enthusiastically, "Oh my God, thank you so much." But no. So I got these ones instead, and now I just hope that they work like they're supposed to. Otherwise, I'm gonna be pissed. So this next thing, I'm not gonna buy this because that would involve going down too much of a rabbit hole. You'll see why. They're called Neurabuds, and on the surface, they just seem like regular old earbuds, right?
So-so isn't enough because you love music.
And now you can finally listen to it. But then they said this.
No other earbuds sound like this. No other earbuds are priced like this. Get Neurabuds for $5 a month.
$5 a month? So am I subscribing to earbuds? Well, let's go to the website. Apparently, there is no way to just buy these. You have to sign up for something called Neura Now, which again, just says $5 a month. You know, there's obviously more to it than that. I still have 100 questions. Let's go ahead and read more about it. Oh. That's it? It seems like there should be more information, right? That's not just me? I feel like I'd be going in way too blind here, so I went ahead and parsed through the terms and conditions. So it's not a rent-to-own program like some other things. It doesn't matter how much money you give them, the earbuds will never be yours. In theory, you could give them $5 a month for the next 10 years, well over $1,000, and you still wouldn't own the headphones. So obviously the first thing I thought, and you probably thought this too, was, well, what if I don't give them back? What if I cancel the subscription as soon as they arrive? What are they gonna do? Hunt me down? They'll remotely deactivate them. And they'll keep billing you. And they might take legal action. All of which you've agreed to by signing up. If they get stolen, you have to send them an official police report to get new ones, which will probably be refurbished. If you break them, you have to pay them $20 to get new ones, which makes me think, are these only worth $20? Am I paying the full price of these every 4 months in perpetuity and I still don't own them?
You love music.
The only way doing it like this makes sense is if you want to try them out first, low risk, right? You rent them for a couple months, you don't like them, you send them back at your own expense. But if you do like them, since this is the only way to buy it, you just have to keep paying for it forever. I feel like I'm going crazy because I've never seen a subscription model like this with a device. Yeah, a lot of stores will give you the option to split up a big purchase into multiple payments so you can pay it off, but like you wouldn't rent a TV. You wouldn't download a car. Maybe I'm wrong about this. I don't know. I didn't try it out myself. If any of you guys have experience with this, let me know because I'm curious. Neura has a good reputation, but there are some really bad reviews for this specific service, so I don't know what to think. But anyway, let's go ahead and speed through these last two. I saw an ad for this sweatshirt and immediately knew I was gonna buy it for Amanda. She loves the library. But of course, if it's a present, now I have to worry about wrapping it. Luckily, I just saw this ad by Sweetie Top Hot, which is definitely the title of a porn video, for a scissors emoji, Christmas gift wrapping paper, buy more, save more, fairy emoji. This shit's been on my wish list for years. All right, well, I've got everything ordered. Now all I gotta do is wait for it all to get here, which I'm sure it will. About that. So this wrapping paper thing, I bought it on November 12th. It has since gone from China to the United States, where it's been sort of just roaming around for the past 3 weeks without any updates. I don't think I'm gonna get that. Luckily, I've narrowed it down to being somewhere in the country, so I'll find it. And the bean bed? How do I put this? This product is not real. The bean bed is fake, and I've been scammed. Again. So what happened here? Well, apparently there was a furniture designer in 2011 who came up with the idea for this bed, which I'm starting to realize now is just a big blanket on top of a couch. Little did she know that 10 years later, someone would find this unfortunately thorough photo shoot and use it to create a fake website with a fake product that can only be bought using real money, including mine. Luckily, their refund policy states that I can get my money back as soon as I return the beanbed, which is going to be hard to do on account of it not existing. So who's responsible for this? Well, mostly it's my fault. When I make these videos, I tend to ignore all the red flags because it's more fun that way. I also tend to rush through the purchasing process because I want the products to arrive as soon as possible so I can make the video. Had I done perhaps 1 second of research, I would have noticed that there was a single Twitter account in particular who was telling everyone on that post where they can buy the beanbed. No fucking way is right. Had I done 2 seconds of research, I would have noticed that nearly every single one of her 200 tweets is a link to the beanbag. Totally normal behavior for someone not financially benefiting from this, wouldn't you say, Alyssa? If that is your real name. Actually, it might be. I think her account was hacked. Before disappearing for a month, her most recent tweet borrows the same format as the original one we saw. Where can I get this? Only to link people to yet another fictional product. When I realized what happened, I cried for 3 days, and then I reported the Twitter account, and now I just hope somehow this website gets taken down? Because I saw a few other people on the post say that they also tried to buy one. To be clear, yes, we should have known better, but it's a pretty convincing website at first glance. Just let this serve as a reminder to you to always be careful what you buy online, because you might just end up with nothing. Or worse, a moon pod. Now let's go review all the other shit I bought. Since my fairy emoji paper cutter never showed up, I was forced to wrap this present the old-fashioned way. In other words, it was a complete disaster. Everything the website warned me about was coming true. The cutter comes out so jagged that it looks like there was an earthquake happening while I was cutting it. My scissors kept breaking, I got tape all over me. In total, it took me about 3 hours and 15 tries just to cut the paper to the right length. This truly is both outdated and frustrating. When I was finally done, I nervously brought it over to my wife, who was so disgusted, so utterly repulsed at my piss-poor wrapping attempt that she instantly left the house and filed for a divorce. Ever since then, I've been spiraling out. My life is falling apart.
So let's try to stain this shirt. I forgot I bought 2 of them. Warning, keep this plastic bag away from babies and children. Do not use this bag in crib. But this is my son's favorite toy. Wow. It's a shirt. What do they do on TikTok? Just something like that. I mean, I think it fits pretty good. It's nice and stretchy. It's hard to show that on camera, but just trust me, okay? You can stretch it a little bit. All right, but let's cut the crap. What you guys really came for were the stain tests. Oh man, I'm so thirsty and weak. I don't think I can make it to my mouth. Damn. That's kind of crazy. I'm making more of a mess in my tub than I am in my shirt. You guys seen this shit? Okay, I passed the Powerade check, but now I'm feeling kind of naughty. I think I accidentally spiked my coffee with alcohol? Oh, shit, where's my mouth? What the hell, man? I didn't really care that much about the science for those CBD strips. I'm way more curious about the science of this shirt. I guess it's just not like a traditional fabric. It probably doesn't have any cotton in it. I think if it was a more comfortable shirt, it would be impossible to just repel liquids like this, but color me impressed, because there's a lot of colors on the floor. That would work better if there were stains on my shirt, because then you could see the colors. Right now I'm just standing in a sticky pile of liquid. The only thing left to try now is I saw a video on their Instagram of someone pouring water in the shirt pocket and then drinking it out of there. So, bottoms up. You guys can't see it, but there's a little puddle of water in my pocket. This is brilliant. I could wear this to a movie theater and sneak my own drink in. This is so weird. It doesn't get wet. I should be impressed, but I'm kind of just freaked out. I guess I do have to wonder, like, how do you wash the shirt though? If it doesn't absorb water, isn't it just kind of gonna repel all the water in the washing machine? This is what a washing machine looks like. Okay, I'm impressed. Somehow none of this got on my shirt. That's actually pretty insane. Finally, the easiest shoes I'll ever put on. No tying, no pulling, no heel crushing, no hands. But what about feet? I still have to use my feet, right? You're not gonna take that from me, are you? All right. What do you think? Ah. The first thing the box says is no tying, and yet here I am, tying. They kinda work. I mean, I like the way they look. They feel like decent shoes. They're actually pretty soft on the inside. I'm impressed with all of the standard shoe properties that these shoes have, but I mostly bought them for the unique thing that was advertised, which is being able to just step into them. Let me try that again. Okay, that one went pretty well. I don't know, what do you guys think? I'll have to take these on and off for a few days, wear them out in the town, before I really can give my true opinion on them. Hi, Bimbo. She wants to be on camera so bad. All right, let me try popping them on again. Okay. I think the more you do it, the easier it gets.
So I always tend to lean negative in these videos because I know if I say something nice, people are gonna assume I'm secretly sponsored by the company. And it's like, sometimes I just like stuff. Not everything is an ad. I've been wearing these shoes for a couple weeks and honestly, I think they're great. They fit good, they're comfortable. I love that you can just pop them on. I mean, it's such an insignificant thing, but you know, it's the little things in life. I would say the biggest negative is just that they're overpriced. They're kind of just like regular Vans, except you're spending twice as much because of the convenience, which to me is worth it as long as I can get a couple years out of them, because then it's like, that's a lot of convenience. In general, shoes have one of the highest price ranges of any product. You can find pretty decent ones for $20, or if you'd rather, you can spend $20,000. Most of the time, they still accomplish the same task. But the important thing is, my Instagram outfit is finally finished. Shirt, pants, shoes, and belt. This is the official wardrobe of sponsored Instagram posts. This outfit was personally designed by none other than Mark Zuckerberg himself, and ever since doing so, he's carefully planted each element as its own individual advertisement to be dispersed at random. And now, just like Ariel's underwater cave of garbage, my collection's complete. Also, I look like shit.
Well, I'm just excited to take my gaming to the next level. So I ordered a thick roll of tape and a thin one. One for my like wrists and forearms, and then one for my little fingies. What the fuck is this? Did I open the wrong thing? They sent me Superpower Fortifying Hair and Scalp Serum? This isn't my tape! Superpower Serum helps strengthen your follicles, promote growth, and provides all-round protection so that you and your hair feel ready to save the world every single day. This isn't what I bought. I gotta figure out what the fuck is happening.
I just wanted to check my tracking number that they sent me. This is the package, but this is what I got. 2 scalp serums. Originally, I ordered 1 8-foot roll standard and 1 8-foot roll slim. These are both $20 each, so I spent $40 on both of these. This scalp spray is apparently worth $47, and I got 2 of them. So when you think about it, I actually turned a profit here. What the hell is going on? I feel like I'm cursed. I feel like I've accidentally uncovered some sort of money laundering scheme, or like some underground drug ring, except instead of cocaine, they're sending people hair juice. I'm just so confused. I did everything right, and this video is falling apart before my eyes. I had one chance left to redeem what had quickly turned into my most disastrous video to date. Its name? The Sleep Pod.
This is great. After everything that's transpired, I could definitely use some sleep, and I could also use a hug. So let's see if this will provide both. Wow. Remember when you were a kid and you would have field day and you would do like the sack races? That's what this is, but you sleep in. It's really soothing. Wouldn't you know it, I just had the best sleep of my life. Thanks, Hug Sleep Pod. Is it stylish? Yes. Is it comfortable? Yes. Is it exactly the same thing as a regular blanket that you could just roll around in? Yes. Is it hugging me back? No. Is it changing my life? No. Is it worth $80? No. So what did we learn today? I learned that I look really great in a gray evening gown. I learned that there's roughly a 50% success rate when it comes to random online purchases. I think I've also learned that the more I engage with sponsored posts on Instagram, the more I buy things from there, the worse the ads start to get. Now, they're literally just giving me ads for anything. A little keyboard brush from Smart Homey Eye? Sure, he'll buy that shit. This guy buys anything. He's such an idiot. And you know what? Maybe I am an idiot, but at least I look cool as hell.
Hey, guess what just got here? My wrapping paper cutter. I got it. Christmas is over though, so guess I'll use it next year. Thanks for watching, bye.
It's been a really good year for movies so far, but I have to admit that sometimes they can be a little too much for me. As a lot of movies have gotten more ambitious in scope, more groundbreaking with their visuals, I often find myself getting overstimulated. I had to leave the newest Mission Impossible like 45 minutes in because the AI villain in that movie made me so dizzy I thought I was going to throw up. That's real, by the way. I'm kind of doing a bit right now, but that actually did happen to me. And don't get me wrong, I loved Sinners. Such a fun theater experience, but the whole time I was watching it, I couldn't help but think how much better it would have been if instead of doing the whole vampire thing, they had just screen recorded a bunch of Zoom calls. And then I found out about the new War of the Worlds movie, and all of my prayers were answered.
My God.
War of the Worlds is Amazon's take on Steven Spielberg's take on the H.G. Wells novel from 1,000 years ago. And I say Amazon and not Prime Video because where a lot of Prime content is made with a noticeable production value, this movie feels like it was made in an Amazon warehouse.
No, Mark, no!
It's also kind of an ad for Amazon, but I'll get to that later. The main character of War of the Worlds is Will Radford, who works for the Department of Homeland Security as a surveillance and threat assessment expert, which certainly makes it sound like we could be in for an exciting movie here. In reality, all Will actually does is sit at his computer all day watching drone footage of Washington, D.C. I think the conceit of the movie was, okay, what if Jason Bourne worked from home?
Sorry?
And he was played by Ice Cube?
Oh no, that's not gonna work.
From the opening montage, it's not entirely clear what Will's role here even is. It kind of seems like the computer is already marking everything for him, and all he needs to do is see if the text is green or red. If it's green, he can move on to the next batch of footage, but if it's red, he can also just move on to the next batch of footage. Nothing he's doing matters at all. This car is driving suspiciously close to the Pentagon. Let's go ahead and give that a threat level of medium, provide no further information, and then get back to looking at buildings. You realize pretty quickly that Will seems to be a lot less interested in securing the homeland than he is using his access to government equipment to spy on his adult children. He spends the majority of his time just looking at them, watching them. He has cameras at their jobs, at their homes, inside their fridge. Okay, so we got 4 avocados, 1 mayonnaise, 4 avocados, and 8 unknowns. I'm sorry, it can tell just from the outside of this container that there's cake in there, but it doesn't recognize a cup of pudding.
You haven't had any protein this week.
How do you know?
Let's just say me and your fridge is pretty tight.
I love his character, one, because of Ice Cube's transformative performance.
Really? A muffin. What are you thinking?
Jesus, Dad, how many times have we been
One
through
hard
this?
boiled egg.
But also, I like that he doesn't seem to know why his family doesn't fuck with him.
Hey, Pops. I'm not your daddy, man.
Sorry. He finds out his daughter didn't invite him to her baby shower.
What shower?
Oh, shit. So he hacks into her MacBook and is like, I don't get it. Why doesn't she trust me? Damn. Why would she say something like that? And you can see their last text exchange was her asking him for a ride to the hospital and him being like, not sure about that. I'm gonna be absolutely swamped that day watching a live feed of you going to the hospital. One of the other main characters in this movie is his friend, who works at NASA. And if it wasn't made obvious by the logo behind her and her multiple mentions of the NASA satellites that she has access to, her name in the movie is Sandra NASA. Just want to make sure nobody's confused about where she works. And look, I'm guilty of sometimes saving someone in my phone as first name, their name, last name, the thing I know them for. But even in the government database that he uses throughout the movie, he types in her name as Sandra NASA. So I think that is her legal name. Anyway, this is a great scene because in the span of about 15 seconds, you can see Ice Cube go from crazy weather, not my problem. Whoa, that weather's crazy. But it's not my problem.
Take a look at this.
I watch people, not weather. All right, that's crazy right there. Well, I got bigger fish to fry than watching clouds.
Now, I know you're thinking, this movie is great so far, but how come nobody's gone on Facebook yet? Don't worry, he does, for several consecutive minutes.
Remember to take out the trash today and be nice to the kids.
That's how she died.
He forgot to take out the trash and she got hit by a garbage truck. Here's another example of very efficient writing in this scene. From this, we don't just learn that wife is dead. We learn that in this universe, the deliverability of a Facebook message is what indicates whether or not someone is alive. This is a crucial detail to remember, as later on when shit hits the fan and the aliens start attacking, spoiler alert, sorry, there's a very tense moment where Will's message to his daughter Faith does not go through. The implication being that she died so hard her Facebook doesn't even work anymore. Look, I know Facebook certainly has some weird policies, but I don't think they deactivate your account the moment you die. No, thankfully she survived, and her dad is able to confirm this because he, again, has access to 24/7 live feeds of every building she might be inside of. Aw, he really does care. That'll teach her not to be so cagey about her privacy. Also, I see these are all Ring cameras they've placed around their house, but what is this one for? The one that's eye level with the couch? Is that to make sure nobody breaks in and starts watching TV? Now, I think this is a good time to remind you that Ice Cube spends 99% of this movie sitting in one spot. This is a sci-fi action adventure about aliens attempting to destroy Earth, and it is filmed entirely from the point of view of a guy looking at his computer. You could make the argument that there's no point in even trying to make this movie if you're not going to actually film any of the things that are supposed to be happening in it. And I'd almost be inclined to agree, but have you stopped to think about how much more work that would have been? Ugh. Watching someone's facial expression change slightly while looking at a bunch of desktop notifications accomplishes the same exact thing. It's terrible. Like even when meteors are hitting the Earth, aliens are coming out and shooting people, we're still not really watching any of those things. We're just watching Ice Cube react to those things.
Oh my God.
This is probably the best scene in the whole movie.
You see this? You see this? Dave, listen to me. Get out of there, now.
That's good advice.
What? I can't hear you. Gotta go left, now.
Where is he routing him?
Make a right, now.
He's so confident about where to go, about where the aliens aren't going to be. Oh no. My son died from explosion. When is this week gonna end?
Thank God.
Don't worry, Dave is okay. But now Faith is in trouble.
I've never showed it, Dad.
What are you doing outside?
At least put a jacket on. It's cold out there.
Get away from that. Okay? Stay clear of that stuff. Get out of there. Go.
Yeah, she's working on it.
Go.
He has access to her heart rate? Why didn't he just check that earlier?
How are you? How's the baby? They come. Your heart rate is way too high.
105? That's not that high, especially considering the situation they're in. She just sprinted away from an alien laser beam. If anything, it's kind of low. She's freaking calm right now. Oh, cool. We're moving from the computer to the phone.
All operators are busy now.
The world is at war.
I'm coming.
Gross.
Here I come.
Hey, at least he's finally about to go to a more interesting filming location.
Damn it. Lockdown.
Never mind. The door's locked. My daughter's in danger. I have to go help her. You know, on second thought, I do kind of like this chair.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming right now.
Gross.
As quick as you can. I'll open it for you. Hurry up, baby.
Faith, you're gonna have to get your ass in gear, man. This is some pathetic effort I'm seeing out of you. Hurry, you're almost there. Keep moving. Just a little bit faster. Good news, she was able to make it into a car that's leading her to safety. Bad news, it's a Tesla.
You think you have more power than you really do. You think you have the power to have saved Mom?
Classic infuriating movie trope here, where one character has vital information that would help everybody, but the person they're trying to communicate it to won't listen.
And I need to talk to you about something.
I don't have time for that right now.
Dad,
okay?
This is important. I have information I think you might want to know.
Not nowadays.
The government?
No. I don't want to hear nothing you have to say.
Dad, listen!
I gotta go.
There are so many jump cuts in this movie, it's actually insane. Like, I think they just filmed every line individually and forgot they needed to account for conversational timing. So then they had to fix it by putting all these cuts in that you can't do in a movie. YouTube video? Sure, do all the jump cuts you want. But you gotta raise your standards a little bit if you're Universal Pictures. Now, to be clear, I don't blame any of the individual editors for this. In fact, I don't know if I could imagine a more difficult editing task than to have to make something comprehensible with the source material that they were given. Essentially, Amazon gave these two people a photo of a green screen and a handful of Ice Cube reaction shots and said, make a movie. And technically, they did, because we're watching it. Sometimes I wonder, though, if they even knew what was going to be on the computer when they filmed, or if the plan was just get a shot of Ice Cube looking concerned and then we'll figure out the rest later. Because not only do they reuse shots like crazy, but there's times where something so inconsequential happens that it feels like it was just shoved in after the fact. All right, time to fly this drone. Oh, wait, I can't. I could earlier, but now I can't. I need a level 5 password. So I'm gonna DM someone else in the government and ask for a level 5 password. And now I can see the drone. What a fun obstacle to just throw in for no reason at all. Did it make the movie better, or did it just make it longer?
Our forces are positioned and ready to engage right now.
What do you think, Mr. President?
I see no other option to initiate this war of the worlds.
He said it. He said it.
There are too many of them. What are we going to do?
We're going to initiate a Star War.
China and the U.S. have joined forces in what is an unprecedented collaboration.
On the Song of the Summer.
The world's governments have finally put aside their differences in an effort to protect the home planet.
Who is saying this? Who is talking right now? Such a heartwarming sequence here, a real glimpse into what life might be like if we all just got along. And the best part is, we get to watch Ice Cube watch it happen.
Got him. Took your ass out, huh? Take your intergalactic asses back home.
Meanwhile, Faith isn't doing so hot. She's pregnant.
I thought that I could stop the bleeding if I took it out.
I thought I could stop the bleeding by pulling out the one object that was stopping me from bleeding. Why didn't that work?
Gotta put some pressure on that wound, man. No, Mark, no!
But I work for Amazon. Packing supplies are all I know. Oh no, please don't die. Hold on, Faith. I love... Oh, wait, my girlfriend's calling?
Keep me posted.
Hey, you talking to the cube, baby girl? What do you want? Big discovery here about the aliens and their intentions.
Why are they going after the chip?
These little guys are drawn to data.
These things eat data.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. This whole attack is just a big diversion to get those tripods to the data center. And those tripods are just Trojan horses to get those little bugs into the server.
I feel like I have to point out that that's not how Trojan horses work. A Trojan horse is when you sneak something nefarious inside of something that appears harmless, so the people you're trying to attack let their guard down. I don't think that quite counts when you're talking about a 50-foot walking laser beam.
Guys, a giant robot's destroying the city. How fun is that? I just hope there aren't a bunch of smaller robots inside of it who try to steal my Facebook memories.
Oh no, my Facebook memories!
I never should have trusted you.
No.
Remember to take out the trash today and be nice to the kids.
It's so sad. It's like she's dying all over again. And how is he going to remember to take out the trash now? Kind of seems like he already forgot the part about being nice to the kids.
Jesus, Dave.
Dad!
I love how often in this movie, Ice Cube exasperatedly takes off his glasses, only to just have them back on immediately in the next scene. Also, in case you didn't pick up on the insane plot twist here, turns out the aliens aren't here to take over the world, they're here to eat our data.
We are in utter chaos without our most precious resource, our data.
And because of the internet, we have a whole bunch of it.
Collecting data? Oh, man.
The clues were there all along. Look how hungry that robot is.
Shit. Briggs is behind the whole thing.
Traitor. Yeah. I think you're going to want to take those glasses off, man. And go ahead and put them back on.
NASA warned you if you activated Goliath, it could spark an invasion.
Those dinosaur bureaucrats don't keep us safe. I do.
So basically, this evil government surveillance program knew that the aliens were going to come eat all this data, but they still wanted to collect it anyway. And it's like, okay, I guess there's
almost an interesting idea here. There are a ton of billionaires and people in power who are mostly aware that their choices are actively harming the Earth and the future of humanity, but they continue to do it anyway because the things they're doing benefit them personally. But I do think there's maybe a tad bit of irony in Amazon being the platform through which this message is conveyed. A platform that is currently using my own data to advertise groceries to me every time I pause this movie.
Our most precious resource on Earth is data.
Also, if you've ever been on the Fast and Furious ride at Universal Studios, all of these webcam conversations have the same exact cadence as the conversations that take place on that ride.
Shaw, that cockroach we beat down in Spain, what's he got to do with this?
Nothing. VP, justices, chiefs of staff, all secure.
Okay.
You insane. I didn't sign up for this shit.
Thank you for your service, Radford. You're dismissed.
Stop this thing. Wait! No.
Oh, no. He's being dismissed. I'm not sure I understand, though. I might need to see 5 different examples of him being locked out of his computer. What? Oh! He got fired. The other twist is that his son Dave is the disruptor, and Will hates the disruptor because of how disruptive he is.
It's you! It's you!
Yeah.
In fact, he's #1 on the domestic terror suspect watch list. But now that he's stuck on the outside too, they'll have to work together to save the day. He's gonna have to go from hacking for the government to hacking to the government. And let's pop those glasses off for a sec. Thank you, Q. Then Mark and Faith send an update photo letting Will know that everything's okay. But it's such a bad picture that Will doesn't even seem that happy about it. Good.
Dad, meet my disruptors.
What the hell? This was supposed to be our safe space.
Guys, enough.
It's truly fascinating to watch a movie try to raise its stakes without any ability to do so, because everything has to take place at his desk. It's not like we can just go out to some big set piece and watch a cool fight. The best Ice Cube can do is send some emails, upload a YouTube video, use Photoshop to put his face into the YouTube video.
Damn, Mr. Radford, that was badass.
It's riveting stuff, honestly. This is what movies are all about.
Thelma Louise, break encryption. Code Crusher, bypass firewalls. And Burnout, just stay out of trouble.
Yeah, if there's one thing we know about Burnout, I'd say he's kind of a loose cannon.
What the hell?
A few minutes later, that whole crew of people we were just introduced to dies.
I'm being hacked. They're hacking us.
They're eating our data.
Now the aliens have turned their attention to Dave.
No!
Oh no, he's gone for real this time. Ice, aren't you forgetting something? Thank you. Now put him back on. You know you can't see without him. And then he sits down and then stands up and then he goes to pick up his chair that he threw earlier. So like, wait, where the fuck was he just sitting a second ago? And I guess firefighters are there already? How did they get there so fast? It's been 12 seconds and the world is at war. Gonna need to take my glasses off for this one. Oh, never mind, guys. His son is alive. He was just using a green screen.
You had me worried to death, man.
You should have seen it. I threw my chair on the ground. Oh, son, I'm just so glad you're alive. For the second time today, I thought I lost you. It was devastating. Oh, wait, my girlfriend's calling me again? Girl, you gotta stop blowing up the cube, okay? I got shit to do today.
We must destroy DHS to make sure anything that gets through can't get to the Goliath.
No!
Guys! That's the building I'm in!
Hell no.
Dad, you're gonna have to get the code into the servers manually.
They will kill you, Will. It's a damn suicide mission.
I said I'll be fine.
I just needed to put my glasses back on. Okay, so the plan is Will is going to leave the room. I just hope his legs haven't atrophied in all the time he's been sitting there. He's got to go take this virus and put it in that delicious data that the aliens will eat and then melt or whatever. I don't actually really know. There's just one problem with this plan, though. The only way to transport this virus is with a thumb drive, and Mr. Cube doesn't have one.
Put it on a thumb drive.
I don't have a thumb drive.
What do you mean you don't have a thumb drive?
What? Dude, everybody has a thumb drive. Shit, I bet even Mark has one.
Even I have a thumb drive.
I knew it.
Faith can load it here and I can get it to you.
How?
Primaire.
So this is where the movie goes from good to great. I mean, rarely do we get to see the streaming service a movie is on become so integral to the plot of the movie.
Oh, it's the future of delivery.
In hindsight, it actually feels kind of insane that I even needed to have a Prime subscription in order to watch this movie that is about to climax with Amazon saving the world.
I need you to place an official order on Amazon to activate the drone.
I like when this guy's flying the Amazon drone, but then the aliens sent out their drones to try to blow it up. So then the other guy starts piloting a third drone that he uses to blow up these drones before they can blow up the Amazon drone.
Touchdown!
Good job, team. Oh no, the drone fell down. There's no way to get it back up from here. Okay, so what do you think that they're going to do to get out of this situation? I'll give you a couple seconds to think about it. Got your answer? Great. So if you said that they would use facial recognition software to identify this homeless person on the street so that they could text him on the phone and ask him to flip over the drone, you're correct. But also a little psychotic for even thinking of that. Jesus Christ, man. But of course, he doesn't just trust this unknown number at face value. He has to be bribed a little bit first. So they give him $1,000 Amazon gift card. And without hesitation, he sprints into the face of danger to flip that thing over. Oh my God, what a choice. I'm pretty sure that guy exploded, by the way, but that doesn't matter to us because the camera never turns around to look. In his first taste of real action in the entire movie, Will gets grabbed by an alien tentacle that penetrated the building, and then he says this.
These things are everywhere!
Nope, there was just one, and all he had to do to kill it was tell it to move.
Move, bitch! Get out the way!
Just like the song.
Where's that drum? Coming!
And now for the scene that this entire movie has led up to.
No! I love you guys!
In hindsight, it actually makes sense why he spent his entire life in that room, because about 5 minutes after he left it for the first time, he died. So maybe he was onto something. Anyway, now it's everybody else's turn to be alone in a room, pretending to react to someone's death. Huh, not so easy, is it? Maybe we shouldn't have been so hard on him, especially now that he's gone. I miss him so much. His quips, his glasses. Oh, never mind, he's okay. Aw, happy ending. I guess nobody died in the movie. Except for the millions of people who definitely died in the movie, but we don't have to think about that.
I just got off with the president. He wants you to pioneer a new data collecting protocol that doesn't invade people's personal privacy.
Sorry, sir, but not for me.
If I can't invade people's personal privacy, then I'm just not interested.
This War of the Worlds.
And that's the movie. It's a total abomination. It's a hoot and a half. It's already being called the worst movie of the decade, but it begs the question, how the fuck did this happen? Look, I refuse to believe that a single person involved in making this was not aware of how terrible it is. I mean, my first thought when I initially saw people posting clips and making fun of it was, oh, Amazon made a terrible movie on purpose to get free publicity, and it's working. If this movie was only kind of bad, no one would be talking about it. And even if it was somehow really good, they still wouldn't be talking about it. I think they put out this steaming pile of product placement-ridden garbage to trick me and 10,000 other YouTubers into making full videos about it. The streaming services have caught on to the effectiveness of rage bait, and just like those data-hungry robots, none of us could resist taking a bite. Weirdly though, the more I read about the production process, the more I actually kind of think this was not intentional and it just happened to suck. The biggest factor being that this movie was filmed 5 years ago during COVID lockdown. It wasn't a conscious artistic choice to shoot it the way they did, although they have now retroactively tried to say that it was. They did it because they could either put each actor in a separate room and try to piece it all together in post, or they just couldn't make a movie at all. And that makes sense. Everything was pretty janky in 2020. We were all just trying to adjust to that new reality. But then they sat on this movie for 5 years. We are well past the era of late night shows being filmed on a webcam and sports being played in front of empty stadiums. Movies have been normal again for a while now. Nothing else looks like this. It's so out of place in the year 2025 that you can't help but stare at it. So I don't think they necessarily set out to make a terrible movie. I think they just ended up with one and didn't know what to do with it. But by waiting until audiences' expectations had long since returned to their pre-COVID standards and would be infinitely more critical of something that was shot exclusively on Microsoft Teams, it created the perfect storm of negative attention. It is the best advertisement for Prime Air that Amazon could have possibly hoped for. We're all voluntarily talking about it for free. So you know what? We gotta stop, guys, okay? No more fueling the fire. No more tweets, no more reactions, no more YouTube videos. From this point forward,
or at least, well, let's say starting tomorrow, whatever tomorrow is, no more uploading YouTube videos about this movie, okay? And we obviously can't assign that rule retroactively. Anything uploaded today or in the past, it's fine, because we hadn't agreed on the rule yet.
I know I'm pretty late with this video. People have been talking about this movie for like 3 weeks now, which in internet time is about 1.5 years. But I just felt like I needed to wait for something else to come out. An article that explains how this all happened. I don't know, maybe a single mention of the movie from any of its cast or crew, but there has been nothing. Every day I Google War of the Worlds 2025 in hopes I can find one little nugget, one extra piece of insight into this debacle of a film, and there's just radio silence to an almost alarming degree. Not one person from this movie has acknowledged its existence in any way whatsoever, positive or negative. It's like the opposite of a press tour, where instead of sending all the actors out to do interviews and podcasts, they made everyone sign NDAs. Even Ice Cube, who posts on Instagram 400 times a day, has not mentioned this movie at all. Andrea Savage has a long list of credits in her bio that doesn't include this movie, but does include the hashtag butthole. Great! Now I have to click on that. There goes my afternoon. There's such a collective lack of acknowledgement here that I'm actually concerned that maybe none of the actors even know that they were in this movie. Like, they have no memory of it, and that's terrifying. Someone needs to tell them. It's someone besides me, of course, because I've already tried and it doesn't seem to be working. I guess whatever happened behind the scenes of this movie is just gonna remain a mystery, is what I thought. And then something incredible happened. Huge shout out to a YouTube channel called Tony's Film Club for interviewing the producer and main editor of this movie. This is exactly the kind of thing I was hoping would come out to provide some clarity, and after watching this interview, I am somehow more confused about this movie than I was before.
But a lot of the critiques of the movie are dealing with personal, very subjective things that people dislike.
Yeah. It did confirm a couple of things we all just kind of assumed. One, that the actors did film almost all their parts individually.
Those were remote. Those were done with the director only.
Which explains the total lack of chemistry in every single scene. And number two, that editing this monstrosity was an absolute nightmare.
There's some scenes where you end up with about 10 video layers, 10 performance layers, and you have to keep track of all this, make it work, make sure that everybody is able to track and follow what matters on the screen. It's a mountain to keep track of.
I genuinely feel bad for this guy for having had to put in hundreds, if not thousands of hours in order to make this movie come to life.
Was I scared of entering this project? Yes, I was terrified, frankly.
Another thing is that the producer seems to genuinely believe that people just aren't understanding their vision.
But Q being a dad, saving his kids and family, that was the movie's intent.
They seem to think that they've made this really heartfelt movie about a loving family and are annoyed that other people aren't seeing it that way.
Instead, the movie was received as an enormous disappointment, as if it was to be this gigantic $200 million tentpole. It was never intended for that.
Got it. Okay, so then it doesn't matter that it was bad because it wasn't supposed to not be?
From the critics' standpoint, they went into expecting something much grander in scope, probably by way of the title being misleading. War of the Worlds implies something gigantic.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. Also, you knew that this was going to be the title the entire time you were making the movie. It's not like they dropped that on you last minute.
War of the Worlds.
But the real shock from this video is that apparently Amazon was not involved in the production of this movie at all.
Was this one giant advertisement for Amazon?
No, it wasn't. Amazon didn't see it until the movie was all the way done. The creation of Mark was simply because during COVID, who was bringing us all these products to keep us going? Amazon drivers. These individuals are heroes.
And that's why we portrayed him as a bumbling idiot. Because he's so stupid. I mean, important.
We wanted it to be recognizable that this is a part of society.
Okay, I guess that explains Mark's character, but then what about the drone?
The drone? We had to figure out, how do you get Ice Cube a USB stick with a virus ready to be uploaded when he's 2 miles away from where Mark is?
Right, of course, and there's just no other way to do that. And the logo on the screen the entire time?
There's the drone that Dave is piloting, and then there's the drone that Mark is piloting. It was very confusing for a time, the edit, when you didn't have the Premiere overlay.
Okay, but what about the part where they spent like a full minute on Amazon's website?
That was the only way that the drone, which was pre-programmed to deliver to the correct address could get to Cuba.
Right, of course, you know, and that's not the kind of thing that you could just take creative liberties on. If people saw you using an Amazon drone, but they didn't get to see the entire process of something being ordered online, they would be outraged.
Yes.
Okay, so that explains all that. What about the Amazon gift card?
The Amazon gift card, I would like to address that. LA has a huge homelessness problem, but we wanted to also take the everyman who is not appreciated and give that person the opportunity to help save the world, which he does.
Yeah, he does. Reluctantly, after being bribed.
He is incentivized with a financial offer. And how do you get someone like that immediate money, cash in hand? Amazon gift card.
It's the only way.
So does this mean that after Amazon licensed it, they did not add any changes? They did not say, put our logo in here, anything like that?
No. Nothing.
Well, there you have it. They made this entire movie about Amazon saving the world, and it wasn't even because Amazon told them to. They just did it out of the goodness of their own hearts. You know, I actually think that makes it worse.
Amazon saw the Amazon character and identified clearly this would work wonderfully for them on their platform worldwide. And here we are, cut to 3 weeks later, and it's a smash hit for Amazon.
For all the right reasons. Thank you so much for watching. Remember, if you didn't like this video, it's not because it wasn't entertaining, or that I was 2.5 weeks late to this whole trend, or that I'm ugly. It's that you didn't understand it. It wasn't supposed to be good, and it's your fault for expecting it to. All right, I'll see you guys next time.
It's a cult classic in the making. I can already see that.
Hey guys, welcome back to youtube.com, the world's most website. So I'd like to think it's pretty common knowledge by now that I am a grown-up. But what you may not know about me is that I used to be a kid a long time ago. But I used to be a kid, and I have very fond memories of the shows I used to watch as a kid. Things like Underwater Talking Sponge, The Baby Show, Boy Got Fish, pretty much all the classics. In a perfect world, I think these classic shows would reach their logical conclusion and then just end. No reboots, no extra seasons. The problem is we don't live in that world. We live in a world where nostalgia is a commodity and everything even remotely good is rebooted 1,000 times. The most common and annoying example of this is the live action reboot of an animated thing, which in my experience has a success rate of about 0%? Well, no, maybe like 1%. The Scooby-Doo movies were pretty good. But usually these feel doomed to fail from the start, mostly because a lot of the shows and movies that get rebooted as live action versions of a cartoon are things that really could only exist within a cartoon. Like, I think the perfect example of this is Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is an amazing show. I love that show so much. It's like the 11th highest rated show of all time on IMDb. Pretty much universally beloved. It's beautifully animated. And then they made it into a movie and it sucked ass.
It's time for you to stop doing this!
Nothing looks right. The fight scenes are awkward. The dialogue scenes are even more awkward.
That child is being arrested.
For what?
He was bending tiny stones at us from behind a tree. It really hurt.
And Avatar obviously isn't the only example of this. There was the Death Note movie that was a train wreck. Disney does this a lot. They did it with Beauty and the Beast, which was kind of weird. Alice in Wonderland was kind of weird. Then of course they've got The Lion King coming up and everybody's favorite, Aladdin, with Will Smith. YouTuber Will Smith, way to go, buddy. This is your big break, making it into Hollywood. So that brings us to what I want to talk about today. The Kim Possible Disney Channel movie remake.
It's mission time.
Y'all remember Kim Possible? There was a girl and her friend, and there was a rat. I liked the show a lot as a kid. It wasn't one of my favorites. I think because I probably thought it was for girls, because, you know, she's a girl. But it was a pretty good show, and I'm sure if I were to watch it again now, I would recognize it as being objectively better than most of the kids' shows that are made today. But as we discussed, what happens with anything that is even remotely good and 10 or more years old? It gets rebooted.
So a few years ago, I accidentally received a distress call. I was done with my homework, so I answered it. Now, well, I save the world. Who am I? I'm Kim Possible.
Okay.
I got this.
There's something about her that makes her able to defeat villain after villain after villain.
Ew.
I will steal that spark that makes Kim possible.
Get her!
So it looks pretty good. I like this comment. We want Kim Possible, not Kim Probably.
Mind if we crash the party?
But that's just the trailer. You know, sometimes trailers are edited poorly or they just don't really showcase what the movie is really about or how it actually is. So we don't want to judge too harshly. But there's more. They released a sneak peek. And this is an actual scene from the movie.
Kim, the bus is on your street now.
She doesn't even run good. She's grunting, but her mouth isn't moving. Literally the most basic activity someone could do in an action movie is run. And they managed to mess that up. Then she sees the buses there and she kind of speeds up, but doesn't actually speed up. And then you got these dumbass moms.
There? Yeah, so she's the most
One of which is looking towards the baby. But I guess she doesn't notice it rolling down the hill in an almost comical fashion. So she does a barrel roll for no reason and then shoots a grappler at the stroller?
Oh my gosh! Thank you, Kim.
Thanks, Kim. Here's your gadget back.
The doors are closing. 10, 9, 8.
And then this kid has a countdown to when the doors are closing? How would he know that?
7.
How does he know when the bus driver's planning on closing the doors?
5, 4, 3. Made it!
She made it. She made the bus.
Booyah!
Wait, so was he gonna close the doors if she was right outside but didn't quite make it? Like, oh, sorry, student, my hands are tied. The countdown ended. I gotta go.
Booyah!
What I don't understand the most about this is it looks like a dumb, stupid thing made for kids, which is fine. It's fine if you're gonna make a Disney Channel movie for kids, they typically all are. But then why do Kim Possible, a show that started in 2002? If you're making this for 8-year-olds, an 8-year-old doesn't know who the fuck Kim Possible is. But even more than that, and probably even worse, is it just looks bad.
Oh my gosh!
It doesn't look like something Disney made. It looks like something a fan made and then put on YouTube. Actually, no, I think a fan could have made a better version of this. And in fact, I believe in that so strongly that that's exactly what I did. Beep, 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 doop. Hurry up, Kim, your mom's here.
Is this your baby? Thanks, you saved my baby's life. No problem.
Better step on it, Kim. She's gonna leave in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Booyah!
Well, I think it's safe to say my list of regrets is now a little bit longer. I'm probably gonna put that whole sketch by itself on Twitter, so if you want, you could go retweet it or just watch it again, or maybe, I don't know, send it to Disney and see if we can get them to remake the entire Kim Possible movie with me as Kim and Ron and everybody. It's always been my dream to star in my own Disney Channel original movie. I guess I just never thought it would be as a teenage girl. Hey, speaking of dreams, why don't we check out some of my New Year's resolutions? Well, that didn't take very long. Oh wait, there's one more. Well, looks like I have to. Got a link in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you're not already, don't forget to hit that subscribe button or you might miss out on my next video where I finally explain the difference between a butt and an ass. Goodbye.
Some of my other favorite shows as a kid? Gosh, Boy Brain,
Manual Labor Guy, Dog Detective, Dog and Cat, Bus,